Wakey, wakey.
Yo.
Yo, yo.
But I'm just gonna make a cup of tea and that. And I'll
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
back.
I'm in the middle of making coffee and soup. But yeah.
Alright,
Oh,
cool,
wait, and
cool. Give me.
hasn't it been quite an intriguing past couple of days
Oh, you have.
in this scene? Don't you think it's been a bit intriguing?
Yeah. I got a few things I want to ask you as well. Go on, I'll be
Yeah,
back in
man.
5 anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Peace, man. See you in a minute.
Alright, cool.
bop a lot.
Yo.
Yo, man.
Hey, listen, what's this happening with this geezer, man? There's bare, like, weird shit going on. Like, I'm hearing two different stories, like, loads of people are saying this activist who got nicked the other day is all wrong, and then loads of people are saying he's all right.
Who's that?
It's Ahmed geezer.
Yeah, that Web.
I don't know, what
Someone's
is
just
it?
posting. Remember that interlooper?
Yeah, yeah.
You know that video, interlooper? That got it all
Yeah,
fucked up, that stupid retard on the land. It's him.
Why, what's he done?
Fuck knows. Assaulted a copper or something like that, I don't know. Breach of the peace or whatever. Assaulted a police officer. Something along them lines.
Oh, what's
But yeah,
happening?
like, you know, like friends of his family and stuff like that have been commenting on my shit and whatnot. Someone's just posted his address, but I don't want it, I don't care, it doesn't bother me. But someone's just posted his address all over the page, innit?
Why, what are other people saying about him then?
But he used a dead relative to beg for donations online and stuff like that. Right, there's someone, he's connected to someone famous that died, or semi-famous, or infamous, right, yeah? Somewhere along the line, yeah? He's like he's a distant family member. And then he got on the scene, innit? And according to what was written, I don't know if this is fact or not, but I'm just telling you what's written.
Yeah, what you've heard.
Right, according to what's written, like the mum, innit, or whatever, like the widow, or the one left behind of the loved one, yeah?
Yeah.
Told him to leave it. Don't stick your nose in. Don't cause a fuss and all that. Next thing you know, he's online, plastering his name about or whatever, whoever died and whatnot, and begging for donations for wristbands and all that sort of shit. You know, doing the big malarkey. You know, and it wasn't his real. You know, it was only a distant relative. It wasn't really his place to be doing stuff like that. Proper interfered with all the case and all you know, fucked it all up for the family or something.
It was like a will or something. Like a will.
I don't know. But my point is, right, yeah, because like, did you notice? I don't know if you noticed, but when he got nicked, right, yeah, when he was in the police station, there was people in that group going, donate here, trust fund. You know, you might need a solicitor or something like that. Rah rah rah. Donate here. You know what I mean? A few shills going, yeah. As soon as I get back home, I'll get my credit card out. Rah rah rah. Where can I deposit? Where can I donate?
That's
like,
what
if you
I
look
need to
in their
see,
group,
man. I've never seen any of that. Like, I've seen people saying donate.
Yeah, like, you'd have to scroll.
Yeah, I've never thought of that. It's the comments, innit? The comments are obviously, they're going to make people think, oh, yeah, they're donating, so, you know what I mean? And
yeah. Right, you got shills in there, innit? You got shills in there, blatantly typing it in some weird, stupid names, like, has anyone got a template for such and such? And then someone else like, yeah, Tia, here's a link, and then three of us go, oh, thanks for that. Yeah, that fucking shill didn't really want the template. Yeah, they're enticing other people to go and fucking get it and use it, man. It's a shill fest. That beat the Bayless is a shill fest, and they even got, I was reading your post in there earlier, they even got suspected of you. Any hint of actual law coming from you in that group, you're out. That's already been hinted on your post today already.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah. Has anyone checked his profile out and all that?
Yeah. If you attempt to actually educate these people in there on actual matters of English law, you'll be out in your ear, mate. You'll be banned. They'll just make up some story like you're pally with me, ban you. Right, yeah, that guy on your post, is it Paul Lane? Do you know him in life? Yeah.
No. I've only met him through the internet. Same as you, like, do you know what I mean? Same as everyone, really.
Alright, sweet, right, yeah. So, for all you know, like me, he could be just some paid internet shill. However, he's not on here now debating it, and he ain't putting his words where his mouth is in script. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like, I'm one of the few that does this shit, and so are you, Buffalo. But anyway,
yeah, people have got to start debating shit, man, because you're not going to get nowhere.
Exactly,
like, if these people are like,
brainwashing behind the keyboard.
Yeah, man.
But that post today is a prime example. You know that post I just put in your wall with that letter to that retard, telling them about the English law, right? Yeah, that's the legal team That's a response from the legal team, a team of legal experts for a chief constable. Right, yeah? Not just the police. It's a team of legal experts, right, yeah? For a chief constable, a highly ranked superior officer for, you know, a governmental policy. Right? Now, comprehend that. It's not just the police, it's the legal team. His first words were on there, more police lines, more police lines. Well, for starters, it's a legal team. Right, yeah? It's not the police. And secondly, right, yeah, he's already been aware of this once. Remember when we said on the last hangout, yeah, those that get told where they're going wrong and then 2 weeks later they've forgotten all about it and they carry on as normal, I highly suspect. He is one of these UK law dickheads. And if you look in that comment, I've also commented today from that Beat the Bailiffs group, innit? They've put up a post about me asking for more pudding because of my video, yeah, and they made some shitty meme, like, you know, as if I care if they're getting to me. But directly underneath that, underneath my video, some shills typed, "It's a shame none of it's in a court, you know, none of it works under UK law," and that she's right. Whoever it is, he's right. Yeah, all right, fair enough. If you enter a UK British jurisdiction and you enter that realm, you know, in the protection and of the, you know, the realm of English law, you're losing behind. It may be being administered in English, but you're entering a UK jurisdiction. It's a realm of jurisdiction, and if you know how to comfortably stay in the English realm of jurisdiction, this country, this island, this nation is ruled by English rule of law. It rules Parliament, right? Yeah, but they don't want that. They don't want that in these groups. UK law, legislation, UK, British law, European law, it's all that. None of them are educated about English law, but clearly here from the legal team. The legal team of a chief. That's why this letter is it's beautiful. It's beautifully constructed because if you really know what you're reading there, it's magnificent. And it clearly says, right, yeah?
It is clear. That's what I was just going to say. It is clear. Right? Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely clear. And this is what I'm going to say about this Paul Lane. This Paul Lane started on me in Jerome's group, and Jerome was like, the two people I respect is, you know, Badder and this Paul Lane. And I was like, all right, then what's this Paul Lane about? I'll give him a few testers, innit? I asked him if he knew roughly what a constructive jurisdiction was, and he was like, oh, it's some American phrase. It's some American. Like, you know, believe it or not, he says UK law all the time. He moans about an American phrase, for instance, which is uttered in English, a derivative of English law in a Commonwealth state, which I can use as well. But constructive jurisdiction is another way of saying realm. An already constructive jurisdiction is a realm that you enter. You enter realms of already constructed jurisdiction, right? And that's what it is. It's a way of explaining it better, right? Yeah, rather than me going realms this, realms that, like I was some king back in the 1200s, right? Yeah, saying constructive jurisdiction is a better, concise way of, enhancing upon what a realm is. Now, when you utter words in English, bang, that's English rule of law. Instantly, you're engaging. Engage is lawfully synonymous with, contract. So if you utter words in English, you're contracting in English. There's the precedent, English rule of law. Now, from that precedent, opening the doorway, entering a realm, you can enter many other doorways and realms. English law, UK law, British law, and all that, and European law, and all that sort of shit are derivatives. But the door that you enter as a precedent was an English one, wasn't it? You're uttering words in English. That's the precedent. Right, yeah? And this guy tried telling me, right, no English court. This guy, on Jerome's fucking wall, innit? He can confirm it. He read it all. He was like, there's no such thing as an English court no more on UK soil. And I'm like, you prat. You know what I mean? Yeah? I'm a court all unto myself. When you're in a court of law and you utter words, it's your court. You know all this concept over previous engagement stuff like that, yeah? Right?
Yeah.
You know that you're constantly in court. You know you're constantly in court. You are a court. You are a nation. And if you utter words, that's the precedent. That's the starter. Right, yeah? So I'm constantly in court. Right, yeah, I'm uttering words in English, and I can look up first editions, for instance, of English jurisprudence, which is knowledge of the law, wisdom of the law, the science of law, right, yeah, in English, and it's still all used today beautifully, and I use it. Now, these shills, that are all like UK stuff. Like UK, don't forget, is really signing all of its powers over to Brussels one way or another. Right, yeah? So the shills out there obviously want all the dickheads bowing down to, European legislation. They're after that one world state, whatever it is. I'm not going to go all loopy-doop on the New World Order sort of stuff right here. It's fairly basic. Hitler wanted a European Union of sorts, and that's what's there now. You know what I mean? Yeah, I say that's what he wanted. If you look at the horseshoe that history dictates he did around Europe, it's quite clear what was going on, and what's in effect now is basically what Hitler tried to do back then, or at least set the foundations to being done back then.
Yeah, I think that's more accurate.
And I know as an Englishman, exactly, and I know as an Englishman, innit, what that guy's saying, that there's no more English courts left on English soil or British soil or whatever, is an absurdity. Of course there is. There couldn't be a British UK court like around the doorway where you enter through, right? Yeah, an individual today, because there's many trips and tracks, and there's many realms of jurisdiction, right?
Yeah.
There's hold on, one sec, I'm going. There's many realms of jurisdiction.
Mate?
Right, where was I? Where did I just get to? My phone went.
Many realms of jurisdiction.
Right, there's many realms of jurisdiction. That's it. The stepping stones or house of cards or whatever is quite a difficult little mountain to climb, really, for the average citizen or UK resident now. But that's what they are. Citizens or residents. They're relatively new settlers, or they've lost their nobility and understanding and comprehension of English law and whatnot. Don't forget, this is a nation built on immigration, right? Yeah, and we're enriched with it. It's one of the most tolerant countries in the world for tolerating all other people's walks of life and their customs and traditions and whatnot. Yeah, it is one of the most tolerant nations on earth. England, Britain is as a whole, right? Yeah, but none of those other laws, right? Yeah, any of those derivatives were ever supersede the English law, and I must admit it is difficult for the average Joe, right, that doesn't study a lot or doesn't learn much of this, to go and administer English law on English soil. It's very difficult. I've had to study it really hard, man, and sacrifice my time and lose friends and that along the way to get to those levels, right? Yeah, you're not going to get there easy, but nothing good in life is easy. That's what I've worked out as well. I always sort of knew that anyway. It's always been told to me. I've always sort of snubbed it, like I could cheat my way there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? Con my way there somewhere. But you can't con yourself. You can't cheat yourself. At some point, you've got to turn around to yourself and think, rather than just cheat my way, I'm going to do the honest thing and learn something for once in my fucking goddamn life, innit? I'm going to learn something for me and really empower myself with true founded knowledge, not just what I want to believe. I've had to learn stuff innit, and comprehend stuff and accept stuff that flawed my way of thinking before. And my way of thinking before was obviously too easy. Right, yeah, and if it was too easy, it was obviously too good to be true, and it weren't true. Right, yeah, but it would have been easy for me to sort of snub some bit of the law and just carry on regardless and ignore it. But I respect myself too much to do that to myself. If there's something there to learn and I might be going wrong, I'd rather know. I'd rather know for sure, right? Yeah, and look at every nook and cranny, just to make sure that I'm going right, and at least with what's there left by our ancestors, deeply seeded and founded. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that no one alive today can teach me about, because our ancestors left it here for us. But yeah, I will listen to people like now, professors and all that have been on the planet a bit longer than me and a bit wiser than me. Of course. Goes without saying, I even learn off my kids. Well, I say my kids, my sons, innit? I even learn off my children. They had lessons I learnt from them. They just reminded me of what I needed to learn again, I suppose, or something along them lines, innit? But like these guys, innit, going around going, oh, UK law, it's all about this, it's all about that. Like he chucked some fucking useless, pointless case law at you on that post. Complete distraction about swearing to the old police and whether it's prosecutable or not. You can go and Google that now. The Times, the Standard covered it quite recently. There's relatively new case law about that. A judge has deemed it not an offence to swear at a police officer, and if a police officer can't handle you know, a bit of verbal, language like that when he's in the wrong job or they're in the wrong job. Words to that effect. But, yeah, they can't handle a bit of like, you know what I mean? Yeah, a bit of foul language in the job they're in, when they shouldn't be in the job. So it's not an offence to swear at a police officer. Something along them lines. Words to that effect. So he's chucking you case law from 1820, but there's like case law within the last 50 years. Easy 20 years back, 10 years probably back there. Correlates on that same precedent. It's just a complete distraction. It had nothing to do with the distinguishable difference between UK law and English law. Nothing he posted with that case law had anything to do with English law versus UK law, did it?
No,
Be honest.
no.
It had fuck all to do with it. It was just a distraction. It's a distraction. And like I said,
I had something else to ask you as well, man.
You shouldn't trust anyone, but like, I'm the one here now debating it, innit? I'm the one here now, and I've got stuff backing it up, you know what I mean? I've got the law there written as well, backing up what these words.
Yeah, man.
Where are these cunts? These first words were, it's the police lying again. Alright, if you're gonna listen, I'd rather know for sure than just rest upon, oh, it's the police lying. Him telling me I'd rather know for sure. And do you know what? I went out and knew, and I found out for sure, and he's full of shit. The police are not lying here. It's not even the police. If you read the letter coherently, it's the legal team of a chief constable. And they'll probably go, oh yeah, but they're all police really. They're all. If that's your lazy way of thinking, if you're thinking, oh, they're all police really, and the legal team isn't a fucking legal team, and they don't know what they're on about, you go and live your life like that, innit? With blasé thinking, and just dismiss and walk over stuff like that. I won't. Not one little bit. No fucking chance. That won't happen to me. I won't do that. I'll respect myself too much just to agree with some fucking stupid opinion like everyone else is lying, but this little mug's telling the truth. Well, I very much doubt a legal team, innit? For a chief constable. I'm just going to lie for the sake of it.
Let's read that out what he says anyway. It says,
well, you read it out. I know it.
It's reply to notice of lawful objection. We act on behalf of the Chief Constable of Thames Valley Police and our officers and staff. We have received your so-titled Notice of Lawful Objection, which we understand has been sent to the numerous chief officers of Thames Valley Police. The notice is worthless in English law. We are familiar with so-called free man on the land, a concept which does not absolve one of the rules of English law. Absolve one from the rules of English law. If the notice is designed to, or considered to, allow you to act without reference to the accepted criminal and civil law of this country, then you ought to be made aware that it does not. Should you wish to write to any officer of this force or any staff member at any time, then please write to this department using the address above, which shall forward any important work onto them. Yours faithfully, Legal Services.
Right then, it doesn't say yours faithfully from the chief constable, does it?
No, we act on behalf.
Blatantly, there's the legal team of a chief constable, and that there's a clear distinguishment. There's a clearly labelled, not UK law. There's no mention of UK law. The constable swear an oath to uphold the law, and they're uttering that oath in English. As the president, that round we talked about, right, about 20 minutes ago, or whatever. That round of door people enter. Well, when that oath is uttered in English, innit? Right, yeah, it's English law, but they are binding oneself to. Right, yeah? Not UK law. The oath isn't administered in accordance with UK law. Not at all. Well, I don't speak UK-ish. Do you speak UK-ish?
UK-ish?
Yeah, there's no such language as UK-ish, is there, or British.
No.
English. Right, a woman, right, yeah, even David Dimbleby on Question Time had to correct the fucking, what's it called, the Attorney General, or the equivalent of what the Attorney General is, who's like one of the head barristers. she was trying to dumb the audience down, like, oh, I've got a very British accent, as you can all tell. And David Dimbleby went, British? Don't you mean English? And she was like, well, yes, well, you know what I mean. Right, yeah, so, you know, they're only fucking trying to dumb people down on a BBC question time show, innit? Right, yeah, but like, there's a British accent and it's a British, no, right, there's English, there's a Scottish accent, there's a Welsh accent, and Scotland's had kings, Wales has had kings, and Ireland have had kings, right, yeah? All of those kingdoms have had kings within their written history. They are kingdoms, right, yeah? And the represented, appointed de jure leaders that get given de facto status of those kingdoms, right, yeah, can form a government. And if that government is accepted, which is de jure, right, yeah, all around the world, by all the other de jure governments, and then it can get given de facto status, which is what people class as the corporation or incorporated, right, yeah? De facto, the corporation, right, yeah, it's been established, it's been erected. It's in fact, not only has the de jure been established by a voice, written voice, been relinquished by a written contract of sorts, electronic or otherwise, it's given de facto status, and now that's another realm of law they administer coherently, you know, practically, basically a whole team of lawyers, Parliament is, administrating law for those that are not capable of learning it for themselves, fundamentally. Right, yeah, because if I can govern myself with the English rule of law, I only have to do business alongside the government as an equal. Right, yeah, no longer governed by it. I'm obviously, like anyone else, that I might walk down the street, I might bump into them accidentally. I have to be aware of my surroundings at all times. The government's no different to that. Intellectually, it's been relinquished voice to, right, yeah, and it is a governing body. It's established. It's there. I have to do business with it. My ignorance of the fact that other people have relinquished voice to it will not excuse me. I can't just go, well, no, I don't agree with the new shit anymore. Don't bother me. It's a governing body. You know what I mean? And it's got its own incorporated laws. Of course, I have to fucking acknowledge it like I acknowledge everyone else on the street on passing or wherever I may be going. Right, yeah? I have to intellectually do business with it like I would with any other individual. Why? Because it's been elected voice. A power can only be relinquished but once. It's been relinquished, that power. Right, yeah? Who am I to say it doesn't exist, or the concept doesn't exist, or whatever like that? No one. The fact is, people relinquish their voice to it. It's given the force of law now. Right, yeah? There's nothing I can do about that other than deal with the consequence. I'm a victim of circumstance like anyone else, but am I learning, and have I learned and perfected in my own little way an art form and how to do business with the government like an equal in accordance with English law? Yeah, man, pretty comfortably. And you know what? The shills out there all talking about UK law, UK this, UK that, which makes you part of the governed. You know, by saying you don't consent means you are one of the governed that is able to consent if you want. So it's a constructive jurisdiction, a trap that people fall into. I don't consent. I am withdrawing my consent. You're basically telling the system, innit, or your government, right? Yeah, that you're what's it called? Insubordinate. That's what you are, an insubordinate. Yeah, right. Yeah, but you're still part of the government, right? Yeah, because only the government can consent. So if you're telling the system that you're not consenting when you're still one of the governed, but it makes you insubordinate. And when enough people will be doing it, obviously people will be arrested. It's happening now, right? You know that guy that just been arrested, but they're all going on about that Wesley.
Yeah. What was he arrested
people like
for?
Dom and all that people like Dom and all that getting in court, getting arrested. They're all setting the stage. If you follow these people, innit, and copy them. What do you think is going to happen to you? They're all getting arrested. You're all making them look like heroes. Oh, fighting the system. I get that. I get the rush. Some of you are following sheep and you're not comprehending actually what's going on and you're being duped. I get that. And it's forgivable as long as you, like, once you fucking find out that you're being duped, you don't just ignore that fact and carry on with it, right? Yeah. But that's excusable. But these people are setting the precedent, aren't they? You go and follow these fucking mugs and copy what they're fucking doing. The only thing that's going to happen to you is what's happening to these fucking mugs. You walk in a courtroom, start screaming oath, 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 like Dom does. You're getting took down to the cells. You're being put in the cells until you've got a bail address, right? Yeah? if you act like this fucking mug Wesley on the streets or around people's houses, eventually you're gonna put a target on your back, right? Yeah, because you're causing more harm than good, right? Yeah, you're causing people more hindrance and more ignorance than good, right? Yeah, like you're gonna put a target on your back, and obviously servants of the law and know that you're not a very nice individual, or you're creating like wealth for them one way or another. You're doing harm, and you're gonna end up getting arrested like these fucking mugs, innit? The days are going to end where people are going to come out when you get released from the prison station or whatever. When you get released and it released, the days are going to end where people start all coming in. It's going to get boring. The novelty's going to wear off, but there's going to be that many people doing it, expecting a little bit of fucking glory YouTube moments, innit? But the days are going to wear thin where people start turning up outside police stations with cameras going, yeah, hero, you're fighting the system. No, you're a dickhead that got nicked because you don't know very much law. Right, and that's it. That's all these are. These groups.
Well, people have been meeting people outside the stations when they've been nicked and that.
Yeah, taking photographs and all that, and like, as if it's as if there's some fucking hero. Right, they got nicked, man, for a breach of the peace, for being a dickhead. No, it's a police state. You was set up. There was 15 coppers. You were 15 coppers in public, and you're moaning about that. What the fuck, man? One minute there's not enough coppers on the streets, and there's too many. It's a police state. Make your mind up, man. You know what I mean? People are getting stabbed up. One of the reasons why I left Birmingham is because kids were stabbing fucking kids. You know what I mean? This one lad got stabbed in the leg, on the outskirts of Birmingham, right? Yeah, in the middle of the street in public over a 10-spot buffalo. He bled to death. People were walking past him, carrying. He fucking bled to death, man. Right? And then these little fucking mugs, right? Yeah, are gonna try and tell me about stuff I know about and what I don't know about, and moan about all these police on the streets doing stop checks on what looks to be like tools and weapons. When all right, they were water rods, but it was clearly they were provoking the police, walking around with water rods in public, in the streets, right? Yeah, and then when the police come and spot check them because someone's reported them because they look shiny and look like tools, right? Yeah, and start searching them all, they try and make it look like a police state. Hold on a minute, you're walking around with shiny objects, looking for water in the middle of the city, knowing that someone's going to report a shiny object, even driving past you in a car, innit? A bunch of fucking geezers together with shiny metal-like looking stuff in their hands, right? Yeah, it's.
What do you mean they was trying to find water?
I don't know, but that's what they were, water rods or something. I don't know. There's some sort, those sticks. You like walk together, and when you find water, they close together and stuff like that. I'm not sure if that's what they were.
Dowling rods.
Yeah, or something along those lines. Yeah,
they use them in
I'm not sure if that was that.
They use them same things for spirits and all that.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's what they had. I'm saying it was something along them lines. But what I'm saying is they got stopped and searched for something like that, right? Yeah. They whipped out their camera and made it look like it's something it's not. But those police, right? Yeah, really, in essence, right? Yeah, in that scenario, and they did have something that could have been actually. Quite easily have been or looked like to a passive member of the public, innit? That have read in the papers and all that about beheadings and that on the streets of London and stuff, right? Yeah, to look like a tool, a gang of kids out with tools. It could look like that, so they knew what they were doing, and they just wanted a photo shoot with the police. That's what it looked like. But when you come from urban territories like I've come from, and you know of kids that have bled to death in the streets because people just carried on walking past and there weren't enough bobbies on the streets and all that, right? Yeah, over a fucking 10-spot, right? Yeah, then when you know stuff like that and you know the families that happens to, right? Yeah, these pricks that are out there now provoking the police like that, yeah, when really, like, perhaps if there was more police on the street in Birmingham that day, innit? Right? Yeah, because of, like, whatever, that kid might be still alive now. So how about fuck these cunts and it just picking a fight with assumed authority when really when it comes down to kids going missing or stabbings or murders or girlfriends killing their boyfriends in the cars and making it look like road rage and all that, it's these constables in it that sort it out. And I've never really been a fan of the police, man, but at the end of the day, credit is due where it's no matter what system people want to change, Buffalo, no matter what system people want it to change into, right? Yeah, people won't want to get rid of those fine police. They'll go out looking for criminals. Seriously, like, when they can, then obviously, you know, a bit of policy has to be enforced here and there. A few fines have to be dished out, keep the cogs going and everything like that. But fundamentally, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't need to police. Yeah, of course we do, man. We can't govern ourselves.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Well, they ain't governing us, are they? But you know what I mean. We can't. You know what I mean. We're gonna need the police, aren't we?
Definitely.
You know what I mean? The other week,
need people to uphold the laws of this land.
The other week, I had a
we don't have
on Facebook. She got me nicked for harassment, and then I didn't, you know what I mean? When I come back in there and I said to somebody on Facebook, they said, "Oh, did you give your name?" I said, "Well, yeah, of course I did." Like, you know what I mean? So I got in their faithfully. The coppers were in agreement with me. Do you know what I mean? And fucking, what was it? But I thought like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna fucking, you know what I mean? In regard, if it was, I've got two sisters. If it was one of my sisters or something, and their boyfriend, you know what I mean, saying, "Oh yeah, he's harassing me." It's just the baby mum being a dickhead. Do you know what I mean? But
what happens? The coppers come out and your sister's been harassed or been fucking touched up by some stalker or something in the streets, and they're like, "Oh, but you're a legal fiction."
Yeah, yeah.
No, you're only a legal fiction. It don't matter. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah.
That's what I mean. Them coppers the other way, they didn't even want to press charges on me because I was just, you know what I mean? I was just talking normal to them and that, and fucking they were just sweet as a nut with me. They was all right with me. But obviously, if I was a copper in that situation, if I was a copper in that situation, I'd go, "Oh yeah, I'm not that name and that." I'm thinking, "Oh fucking hell, I have the CPS charges, cunt." You know what I mean? Because that's what it all boils down to. They have to put it to the CPS. It's the CPS who decide whether you're going to get charged or not. It ain't the police, is it?
All this drop the legal name stuff or the legal. It's all bullshit. Right, just go and look up in your dictionary now. Corporate name. Right, if you have the ability to incorporate knowledge, right, yeah, that makes you a corporation of sorts. Right, art imitates life. Life doesn't imitate art. Right, yeah. Right, you are the principal. Corporations imitate man to the best of their abilities, right? Yeah, for what, you know, structure-wise, right? Yeah, right. You learn this as a kid. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, and eyes. And you get the drift, right? Yeah, they're all incorporated. Fingers and thumbs, and hands and eyes and mouth. And they all work together. They've all got their own little function. It's all incorporated into one body. Incorporated body of laws. You must have read that in your law dictionary. Incorporated body of laws, right? Yeah, it's a well-established fucking saying, right? Yeah, frame, right? Yeah, it mimics man. You are a corporation. Go and look up corporate name and any rearrangement of your name in a frivolous way, like of the family company name, blah 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 blah. Anything like that doesn't matter. It matters fuck all. It doesn't matter if you're a corporation of sorts and you have a reasonable amount of identification and it can be you. Excellent. That's all the system needs. That's it. This dropping the legal name bullshit is that Kate of Gaia that begs for cash and or did beg for cash. Now she stopped begging for cash because I've highlighted it in it and exposed her for it. But what people don't know is, right, yeah, she had over 10 grand in one donation, and I don't know how many others, but she certainly hasn't given any of that money back. Because when I shared that one post of her in it that, you know, exposes her for begging for donations, and she's like, I tried to donate. One of the shields come up in it, already preempted the post. I tried to donate, but she hasn't got any donate buttons anymore. What? So she gave all the money back? Ban. You know what I mean? As soon as it comes to giving the money back to the people that had donated, oh no. You know, they didn't preempt that conversation, though, did they, the fucking dickheads? So, you know, they might have got one up on me on, like, all right, she might not ask for donations anymore, but she did, and she got a substantial amount of them, right, yeah? And she certainly hasn't given them back. And if she has, she hasn't made it public that she has. And to get one over on people like me that are exposing her, she would have made that public if she had given them back. People that have had to give donations would have made that public. Oh, she gave me my donations back. No one has. You know what I mean? She kept them, she spent them, it's all like, you know what I mean? It's all gone in her fridge and her creature comfort. As well as to the tax man and the government in her legal names, in corporate names,
right.
in her corporate bank accounts, paying her legal tender. Do you know what I mean? It's just a con job, right? Yeah. Someone, people on there using all their legal identity to get cash off people, and when they've got it, and it like, you know what I mean, they've got enough anyway to see them through till after Christmas now. Anyway, you watch the donations come back, or the paying for readings online come back in the new year once the funds start dropping. Do you know what I mean? It's a requirement of these shields.
What'll happen? What will
Or
happen?
that she charges for readings in it. I listened to one of her shows, but and I was just like, oh my days, is this? I go, it is really happening. This is really happening. People pay her, in it, like a donation, £3 or £4 for a reading or something like that, right? Yeah, $3 or $4 or whatever, right? Yeah.
Well, who
And
we
she
talking
tells
about?
them, Kate of Gaia or Gaia or whatever her fucking name is. Right, yeah, and I'm speaking from the show that I listen to, and she's telling people about the dead loved ones, like husbands and stuff like that, and she's like, oh,
No
it's just
way.
so cringe. Yeah, man, it's so cringy, and it's just, and so you can tell some of the like the people there in it are just in awe because like, oh, they're on live radio with Kate, and some of them you can tell just don't want to say. I know you're wrong, and they're really polite about it. Like when she is wrong about something, it's like, I'm not sure, and then she's like, well, she expands on it a little bit more. Well, what about this if I mention that, and if I brought this into the equation, would that make a little bit more sense? And they're like, well, oh yeah, actually, yeah, that does make a little bit of sense. She's just like, it's a con job. It's a con artist job. She's reading off them a little bit on how to, give them
I'm
what
on
they want.
3G, so I won't be able to stay long, man. It rinses my internet.
Does it?
Yeah, no worries. But she's just a pure.
Yeah, I think so.
She's just a pure fucking con artist, mate.
Yeah, fucking
Like,
all that psychic shit. That's all bollocks anyway, man. That's all bollocks, man.
I don't know. It certainly undermines. It certainly undermines any genuine people out there for sure. But I've been online now, for about 12 years ish. You know what I mean, and I did IT at a college once, didn't it? A little bit, just a diploma. But I was there pretty much at the start of the internet, and do you know what? Anyway, it was practically common knowledge, common sense. Anyone that asked for money was just a con artist. No one would give anyone money online, and anyone that asked for credit card details and stuff like that, it was just, fuck off, you're a con artist. It was just, no one would even dream about it. It was like a reflex. Con artist.
Yeah.
You ask for money online, and the first shops that started selling online were like Argos, Tesco's, Asda. Well-established stores that people do trust with their credit card details. Everyone trusts Argos. You know what I mean? With a £20 fucking purchase, and if it doesn't turn up, we'll sort it out with a credit card company. Everyone trusts an established name like Argos. They were the first people doing and selling stuff online where people really actually put trust into these reputable companies because they were big multinationals that don't need to rob you. They're multi-billion fucking pound industries anyway, right? Yeah. So when these agencies started actually doing legitimate transactions online, then it opened the flood markets up for a lot of all these other fucking skanks and those other shit. But like, people getting ripped off online is still fresh and common today as it was on the very first day it was established. Only then you didn't have the super fucking chains selling you legitimate services back then. It was just pure con artists that were asking for cash, ripping you off for quick fix deals, how to get rich quick schemes and all that. Right, yeah? Losing their legal name and stuff like that. Yeah, losing the legal name bullshit, right? Yeah, it is. An inverted triangle type of get rich quick scheme, in it. A lot of it's based around debt. Oh, you got debt to the bank, to this stuff like that, and you know what I mean. Like, tell them they created the debt from your birth certificate. It's like a get rich quick scheme in essence. That's what a lot of this is. It's feeding on people's greeds with debt, right? Yeah. And in essence, the people that fall for that, the greedy, right, yeah, want to escape the debt back, they know. are going to get burnt, and rightfully so. I just don't like sitting back and watching these shills having all the fun. My fun is not only exposing the shills that do it, but ripping all the fucking cunts that get burnt, following them along the way. Like, I love that. You know what I mean? That's a bit of my fun, isn't it? Right, yeah. I'm left with ridicule because like that ridicule actually does assist and protect the next vulnerable newcomer into this scene from jumping straight into the deep end with these con artists and copying all their shit and downloading their templates and everything. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and getting burnt straight away. An abundance of caution can never cause. Yeah, the maxim of law and equity. An abundance of caution can cause no harm. And that's what I am in this scene, innit? I'm just like, whoa, everybody, these are con artists, abundance of caution. Even if I'm wrong, an abundance of caution can cause no harm anyway. Right, yeah? You know what I mean? Get your facts straight, get knuckling down. Don't trust some half-baked prank BBC site telling you about implied right of notice. It doesn't exist. Have you seen some of these mugs, Bapala? And you know they're mugs. They're like, go to your law dictionary and look up implied, then right, and then of, and then notice. Now, you know, that might make sense to some, but that doesn't mean it has legal standing. You may be able to make a construction of law, right? Yeah, cool. But it will only ever be given legal standing once there's case law creating the precedent. And there is no such thing.
This was something I done earlier. I uploaded the definition of implied, and at the bottom of it, it's got the it had a load of implied phrases, like it's a implied contract, implied consent, and there was no implied right of access or whatnot. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You know why? I'm telling you now, Buffalo. I'm telling you now, it's a pure con. When you comprehend the levels of Latin, I know, and you'll get there eventually if you carry on.
I don't even. Right, yeah, I know it's a con already, man.
But let me explain. Don't interrupt me. Yeah, don't interrupt me. Let me explain this, and you'll get it. Right.
Go on.
Access. When you define the word access, right? Yeah, you'll see the word freedom pop up. Where there's access, there's freedom. Right, yeah, that's not implied, that's actual. The phrase implied right of access is not coherent, right, yeah, within the realms of English law. It's not coherent, it doesn't make no sense. Right, yeah? It can never be given legal standing because it doesn't make any coherent legal sense. It's just bullshit. Right, yeah? Because if there's access to something, right, yeah, there's freedom there. A paperboy, they tried explaining to, they just tried telling me, innit? So a paperboy coming up to your house doesn't have an implied right to stick a paper for your letterbox, right? No, the paperboy has a freedom. It's not implied, it's actual. Actual. In effect. It's not implied, it doesn't need to be asserted, it doesn't need, it's happening whether you like it or not. That's what access is. If you have access to a cave, you can go in the cave and keep warm and sheltered. Right, yeah, if it's windy and whatnot. That's it. And the Old English laws, innit, have interpreted that, for instance, if there's a window open in an empty dwelling and it's bring down with rain and all that sort, you can go and keep shelter in that and you will never be prosecuted. No legal officer or constable of law, if they think you know half of what you know about, right, yeah, or you are a bit about yourself, or you're just a nice individual and maybe don't know a lot and just did it out of instinct, right, yeah, you'll never get prosecuted shelter out in the rain. Those laws are firmly cemented, right, yeah. Squatters' rights kind of come to them, although they've been repelled now, right, yeah. But nothing like that in a dwelling that is perceivably abandoned or whatnot, right? Yeah, and it's raining or whatnot, you can go and seek shelter within the law, right? Yeah, until it stops raining and whatnot. You haven't got an assumed right to set up home. But if someone invites you into their home right? Yeah, you know, to sleep and all that. It can take up to 6 months legally to get them out of your home, unless you're changing the bedding, and that's why hotels change bedding. Why do you think hotels constantly invite people in, don't they? Bed and breakfasts and all that. But there's a clause in the laws that states if a landlady or landlord change the bedding, they can kick you out just like that because they're changing the bedding. It's a clause. It's like you know, you know, people that are listening to this that sort of know this or in the hotel trade or anything, they will know exactly what about, right? Yeah, and that, you know, and the law has to apply the whole time. That's why, like, yeah, you'll get some landladies in a house in it that rent out their rooms, not like a hotel, I think like a bed sit, and they'll come and change the bed, and you have to give you 5 days notice to get the fuck out. Yeah, and it's not taking them 6 months legally to kick you out. Why? Because they changed the bedding in their house, right? Yeah, in your room, for instance. Yeah, or you give you fresh sheets and all that. That's to clause or alleviate getting out of like keeping, you know, getting off the streets out of boys or in cold months and stuff like that. You know, the English law can be seen as UK law, but it's weak. It's weaker. And if you can come from those stances from a purely English, like, you know, position, contemporaneous exposition, as it were, in the climate, you're not going to do too bad in life. You might not become a multi-billionaire or millionaire, but you're going to get reasonably left alone, assumed authority or holders of the law. But yeah, you know, all that legal name and getting out of debt and all these fucking notices, get out of rich quick schemes that actually create more revenue for the system than they'll ever assist you in life. Yeah, it will never assist you in life. And a lot of people, again, I'll reiterate this, so they're confusing with sticking one of these notices on their cars or house and deterring someone for a short amount of time until they get wise to the fact that these notices are full of shit. Now,
That get out
a premature deterrent.
A lot of people.
According to who? Them.
Well, it's all over the thing. It's all over the forums.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like, you know, like, yeah, but like, are they really? Like, yeah, are they really helping?
We had that Stefan and that on here, and he used them. There's been a few people on here that have used them.
And how did it help him? Yeah, what worked for him? How did it help? That's what I mean. Like, saying it helped will work. Bullshit. I've seen a lot of comments from some very suspect accounts claiming that they've been helped or alleviated in some way, or they got a minor little frivolity fucking claw back from their bank account, which anyone can do with half a fucking brain.
Anyway. The 3-letter thing where they say send the 3 letters off.
Huh?
You heard that one? Send the 3 letters off. Send 1 letter off.
Let me explain something to you. Right? All right, let me explain something to you, right? Yeah. When you cons people, right? Yeah, I imagine, right? Yeah, and I'm not stupid.
Have you checked out
I can deconstruct these cons and these con artists and see how it's working. Hang on, let me finish. In order to sell you a lie, I've got a big lie here. I want to sell you this big lie. If I sell it to you, right? Yeah, it's going to create more. Hang on a minute. Listen, I'm explaining the dynamic. I've got a big lie here, and I want to sell this lie because this lie, if I'm able to sit and get people to act upon this lie, right? Yeah, it will generate more income for my employers that employ me, right? Yeah, and I might get promoted or whatever. You know, I'll be you know, get some brownie points and whatnot, right? Yeah, right. And in order to sell that lie, I have to incorporate a load of little fucking truths with it, right? Yeah. So the little frivolous ways of getting, like, you know what I mean, yeah, some, you know what I mean, some cash back from your banks, from overcharge payments and stuff like that. That's pretty basic stuff anyone can do. It's not that difficult, right? Yeah. So let's just say, right? Yeah. Before I give you the big lies that generate more wealth for my employers, I'll give you loads of little truths. But you could go and work out for your fucking self anyway if you had anything half about you. And if you obviously haven't got anything much about you, because you're coming to me for them. Right, yeah? So if you're coming to me with something I can go and get for yourself anyway, then I already know you're an idiot. Right, yeah? So here you are, right, yeah? And I'm just going to slowly wean my big lie in, right, yeah? Such as, notice like implied right of access and stuff like this and whatnot. That will end up in courtrooms and all that, where you're just going to lose. It's got no legal standing. Right, yeah? But anyway, and it's already been in a courtroom and lost. I've witnessed it. Why do you think I'm coming from this angle? I've witnessed a judge and barristers all turn around in a courtroom and say, never heard of it. Right, yeah? And these are members of the fucking judiciary and the fucking bar and all that. They've never heard of it, right? It has no legal standing. Anyway, and I'll get you that case. Baffle up, I'll get you that case for after this show. Right, let me continue. Right, yeah, so I wanna sell this big lie. I'll give you loads of little truths. You're obviously dumb enough not to go and get them little truths out for yourself anyway. You've established my credibility. You're not only that, I've got loads of shills, little truths telling me how great I am anyway. And I've got all of you innocent, docile, fucking duped motherfuckers, right, yeah, that I've got no clue what's coming next, right, yeah, all thanking me for all these little truths you could have found out for yourself. And all this time, I'm just pushing in big lie behind it all. Right, yeah? So not only now have I got you groomed by my little truth that you could have probably found out by yourself anyway, yeah? Promoting me, defending me whenever someone else points out the lie that I'm interjecting.
Not going to that website to find it out.
I don't need to defend myself no more. I don't need to come on Hangouts or anything and explain myself to people. I've got groomed members of the public, duped by my little lies they couldn't find out for them. They were duped by my little truths that they could have found out for themselves.
Do you not use websites to get your information?
Actually giving me praise.
Do you not use websites
I don't need to defend myself anymore. I've got fucking idiots doing it for me.
Hey?
Right, yeah? So you say to me, innit, look at all these people that have helped. Look at, that is a prime. That's a big fucking indicator to someone as versed in law as me that they're full of shit.
Have you even checked this website
because
out?
half of these things are all being thankful and found out for yourself. Half of these things are all being fucking thankful. You could have gone and found out for yourself. Right, yeah? Implied right of notice hasn't hit a fucking courtroom
talking
on
about
English soil, UK soil, or whatever, right, yeah? Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, like, that's what I'm saying. So, look, who do you think was the main pushers of implied right of notice? Get out of debt free.
I don't know. I'm not talking about that. I wasn't what I was talking about.
Right, they're giving loads.
I asked you a simple question.
Bullshit hints on how to get clawback money from their bank.
I asked you a simple question.
Oh no, I've gone mental, right? Because it's affecting a load of innocent, genuine people.
But you're not even talking about the same thing as I'm on.
Innocent, genuine people.
Something completely different. You've gone mental.
I'm going to be a bit passionate about it. No, it's not completely different.
You're not talking about the same thing as me, mate, to be honest. I'm asking you, have you been to that website? Have you seen it? I've not used
I'm talking about get out. I'm talking about. Hang on a minute. I am talking about the same. You're talking about getoutofdebtfree.org and all the people that help. And I've explained and
I asked you about
what you're perceiving to be help as that.
I'm not. I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm like, who have they really helped?
Well, there's been people.
And I'm asking you, who have they really helped?
Well, the people. I'm answering. The people
they helped you.
No, I don't need their help. But I'm asking. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but all you're saying is they've helped these people, some people on here. You're not saying how, why, or you didn't actually.
I don't know.
You didn't actually look into how they were helped.
People that have come on these hangouts over the time that have all mentioned that to get out of debt free that have helped them. Now I asked you the question.
Yeah, probably
the one that always came up was the free letter, the free letter process where you send a letter, wait 14 days, and I was asking you, does it work? That was all I was asking. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, what letter? I'm not sure. Yeah, a letter for what?
Well, you send a letter.
You send who? What letter? What letter? What's it about? And to who?
You send a debt collector a letter saying something, and then you wait 14 days, you send them another letter, and if they don't reply to you by the third letter, then your debt's been wiped.
It's all bullshit, mate. How the fuck's that? And I ain't never helped anyone. I don't care. Bring them all on here. Bring in anyone listening to this that thinks getoutofdebtfree.org has helped you, assisted you. Come on here now and explain yourself, because they haven't.
Hang on,
They're con artists.
he's used them.
They're giving people bullshit and poison.
What's your mate called?
Mate.
What's that Cockney guy?
If you know you've engaged in if you know you've engaged in debt, if you know you've engaged in debt, no notice in the world's going to escape you from it.
Yo.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, some debts, right? Yeah, listen, some debts, right? Yeah, that's frivolous. Some people.
Tony. Yeah, let's get Tony in.
He's used that get out of debt or something, hasn't
he? Yeah. Yeah, get him on here then, innit? Get Mark Sellion on here and let's debate it. I wouldn't mind putting him in his fucking place. Because that guy and that bold-headed prick in their cars, right, yeah, chat nothing but pure cod shit. Do you know what I mean? Poisoning people for the state. Creating hysteria and panic and weak shit, bullshit law. And I'll own them and school them on it every fucking day of the week at any given moment, whenever they fucking want. Yeah? Do you know what I mean? I'm not just on about their fucking members of fucking or subscribers to get out of free. I'll go straight for the top guns, right, yeah, and I'll own them every fucking day of the week, and I'll tell them about the law. They ain't telling me about it, man. They can't even quote it fucking coherently or correctly when they're in their fucking car spewing it out to. And I admit they've got some followers, don't they? No, definitely they push themselves out there somehow. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like obviously the state have helped them, innit?
Yeah, I need that Zoltan.
But you know what I mean? Yeah, believe me, people, right? Yeah, well, don't. I don't give a fuck one way. Right, don't believe me. It doesn't bother me. As I've already said,
your shit has no
use this bullshit and get burnt,
so I'm not asked.
Yeah, when these people use their shit and get burned, guess who's there laughing at them and exposing you in front of like 8,000 members of my group? Me. So you know whether you use their shit or don't. If you don't, you're wise in it, and you'll watch the people get burnt and learn from their mistakes like everyone else. That's wise. And if you use their shit, expect to have the living piss taken out of you afterwards, right? Yeah, because there's enough warnings there. And all these people that get burnt and arrested using their shit in any of these fucking groups, right? Yeah, you're gonna have someone like me ridiculing you. Why? Because I can. Why? Because I know more law than you, and I've been here telling you before you've even got burnt. Yeah, I know. I'm talking to the people listening as well.
There's one
talking to the people listening and buckle up. Those people that get burnt, huh? What, mate? The people that get burnt, innit? You're just gonna get ridiculed, and you're gonna be splattered all over the fucking internet in this scene. Simple as that. Why? Because there's enough hints and tips right now to stop you going out there and making a fool out of yourself. And if you're unfortunate enough not to hear these words and not know about me in this scene and stuff like that,
Andy, that's who it is, Bob. Andy
you will if you get.
He's used that, hasn't he?
I can't.
Oh yeah, Andy, man.
Yeah, he's used that to get out of debt free. Yeah, I don't know much about get out of debt free.
Too many people are looking for leaders. Too many people are looking for leaders, and you tell us what to do then, bad. Tell us what. Oh, right, so because I'm telling you someone else is full of shit and they're doing it wrong means I have to tell you how to live your life now, right, yeah? You just want to jump from one leader to another leader, you fucking lost little lambs. How about picking up some books that your ancestors left behind for you, full of fucking law, and start reading the cunts until your brain hurts? How about doing that, you fucking bunch of fucking pathetic sheep crying to the next fucking hand that even considerably tries to publicly portray that they care about you a little bit. You know what I mean, yeah? You know what I mean? People that just want to jump from one leader to the next, right, yeah? Oh, you tell us then, you tell us what I should do, what should I say? Where are all the good videos telling me what I should do? Why are you telling me what we shouldn't do? Right, yeah? Because like, each and every case in law is judged and adjudicated upon individual merits. And if you're downloading templates and blueprints, right, yeah, for a unilateral circumstance, you're a fucking idiot. You've got no comprehension about law. You know what I mean? Each and every case is adjudicated upon individual merits. One individual case, even if even if you're both in for council tax, right, yeah, can be and will be, if need be, adjudicated on completely individual merits that may be completely different to you, even though the sum of money is exactly the same. Right, yeah? If you're downloading a blueprint that everyone else is using, you're already a fucking idiot that has no comprehension about law whatsoever. And you shouldn't even be dabbling in it, right, yeah? Because you're only ever going to get burned. Right, well, it's one of the principles of law. Each and every case is judged upon individual merits. Now replace case with life. Each and every life in law is adjudicated upon individual merits. And your individual merits are never going to be identical to someone else's. So what makes you think you can use a template? That's some unilateral fucking, oh, we all drive cars and we all do this, and it's just a basic, well, fine. You know, you want to go and tell the system you're an idiot that doesn't know how to adjudicate your own affairs upon individual merits, isn't it? And you have to be some sort of sheep downloading government, believe all them notices, man, they're blatantly governmental sites. And when these government agents, like the police and stuff like that, you know, policy enforcement, see these notices, they know exactly what you are. A mark. You've been marked. And you did it to yourself. That's the funniest thing about it. You don't think the police are thinking when they walk up to your house and see one of these notices and they hear all this fucking bullshit come out your mouth. Are you on your oath today, officers? You know what I mean? You're dressing them as policy enforcers. You're actually creating. They know they're stood in front of a fucking idiot.
Yo, right. But Barry, you made your point that implied access things is bullshit. Have you had loads of shit about that Russell Brand picture?
Yeah, a bit. Not a lot though, man. You know what I mean? People have only commented on that thing. At the end of the day, man, the geezer's like, you know what I mean? He's always going on about fucking drug legislation and that, innit? So my position should have been saying to it that it interested him if he was genuine, wouldn't it? But you know what I mean? He's obviously.
I don't understand why people.
You know my version of you and. Yeah, you know my version of you and Brand.
Yeah.
You know my version I did of you and Brand?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know a few people have tagged you on it.
Yeah.
I tagged
you know a few people have tagged you on it on my... Listen, you know a few people have tagged you on it on my page thinking they're grassing me up to you. And then they don't realise I've already shared it on your wall window. You can feel it in their script afterwards, can't you? And they're like, oh, yeah. They didn't.
Yeah, man. A few people have. Few people have inboxed it to me. They thought they were
grassing me up. They thought they were grassing me up. That was funny.
Yeah, you did, Lee, man. You shared it straight away, didn't you? You shared it and then tagged me in it.
But James is straight on it, wasn't
he? Yeah. I couldn't wait for James's reaction from it, man. I've never known anybody to talk about Russell Brand so much as him. He claims that he hates him. You know what I mean? All he does is
that. He's getting fanatical now, and he's like a fucking religious nut, the Brand.
And as well, all that other shit as well that he listens to as well, that Aldous Huxley and all that. You know what I mean? I
was out in public the other day, yeah, and
no, you
having a coffee, and I overheard, innit? Russell Brand. I didn't know they were that tight. I didn't know they were that related or anything like that, or that close. Innit? Russell Brand's David Icke's used to be David Icke's rent boy. I've come back, googled them both, innit? And there's some raw picture innit of David Icke holding Russell Brand like he's a trophy or something. And
what, like Russell was holding Bob?
And then when you look at the connection on the David Icke official site and all that, it makes sense. I'm not saying it's true, but I don't put anything past these celebrities these days. And he admits he used to be a heroin addict, or whatever, or still is, or whatnot, and he's struggling, recovering heroin addict or whatnot. Him being a rent boy, on the streets of London, and David Icke picked him up. It's more than perceivable, It's more than more than conceivable. Sorry.
Yo, you know what that Russell? You know you're saying about Russell Brand being for legalizing drugs. He's like he's teetotal though, isn't he? He's abstinent from all fucking addictive substances like fire, fucking anything.
Who is?
Russell Brand. That's the process.
What makes you say that?
Well, that's what he says. I don't know if it's true, but
what you believe in? Yeah,
well,
but what I'm saying is, you believe in. You're not going to disbelieve, right now. And right, do you know what actors are? Actors
look, it
are
doesn't matter. That's not the
liars,
point,
like
man. I'm just trying to ask a question. Fucking hell.
I know, yeah, but all I'm
I
saying
don't
is,
really
just because
care
you
about
believe
what
it
he
doesn't
does
mean
or
everyone
doesn't.
else
I'm
should.
saying, how can he be for legalizing drugs if he's like abstinence from drugs? He doesn't want to touch drugs at all.
Perhaps he's just lying.
Whether or not he does it
professional...
or not, I don't know, but he might still be fucking smoking.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, you're asking why. You're asking
What's
why, and I'm
happening,
telling you,
Shrine?
it's probably because he's lying. It's probably because he's lying, isn't it? And there's no such thing as an ex-heroin addict. Yeah, there's just how many days have been clean.
Well, I see an interview with him on Absolute Radio, yeah, like I watched it on YouTube, and I swear the body language on it, man, is fucking unreal. You'd like it, but if you like all that micro-expression stuff better, you should watch that, man, because fucking hell, he does some proper, but like, just body language stuff,
Mate.
like
He does look like he's on something, though, I will say that. It looks like he's on Wiz or something, you know, when he's just the way he is, hyped all the time.
Yeah, like, and they start asking him this question, and the camera zooms right in on his hands, and he's doing this reassurance gesture, like it's a proper common reassurance gesture that they see politicians doing with their hands and that. Where are you, Shrine?
I've got a burger van.
Shut up, where?
In Leicester, Ashby de la Zouche. I've got a burger van.
Oh, pissed, man. Why you got to be so far away?
I know.
Well, you open all night and that?
Till 2:30, yeah.
Oh, that's wicked, man.
I'm in the city centre where all the pubs and clubs are. So.
Oh my days, Shrine, you're going to get the birds in a minute.
Yeah, well, I'm quite... I know, it's alright, it's not bad. So,
how long have you been doing that then?
I've had it about a year now, but it's been established 20 years.
Oh, that's sick, man.
My uncle had it. It's good money, it's alright. I do about, on a good weekend, do about £600 a weekend, just Friday and Saturday nights.
How much you sell your burgers for?
£3.
£3.
Yeah.
I used to get $1 special, burger and chips for £1.
Yeah, I used to get chicken and chips, man, for £1. Chicken and chips.
I think the further you go up north, the cheaper it gets. I was in Burnley a few weeks ago, and it was like fucking chicken and chips, if I can, I caught for like £2, £1.99.
What can I get, mate?
Oh, I wouldn't eat that chicken, no, man.
I know, yeah. A pizza for like two quid, do you know what I mean? It's fucking mad.
Yeah. The chicken I'm talking about years ago was like £1 for chicken and chips and that. Like there was proper stories going about it, like what was it like about? It was baby's chickens and that, like baby chickens and shit like that.
You'd fry it that much, you wouldn't know what the fuck it is. Yeah, go on, but I sort it out, yeah. So,
right, we need to liven this hangout up, don't we? Yeah, mate,
I don't know if I'll get a text saying my internet's about overnight. See, I'd done that before, yeah. I've got like a $3,000 fucking bill there, man, for mobiles, and I had a 300 odd quid bill through going on the internet, and I've been away just using the internet on 3G. They kept sending me texts saying £2.50, and about 3 of them, and then they just stopped, and I thought, oh, it must be it then. Got a bill, and it was like fucking 300 odd quid or whatever it was.
Wait, Shrine, listen, just all you got to do is when you want to talk, just unmute yourself, man. I muted you because of all the background noise and that. Just unmute yourself when you want to talk or whatever. Yeah, well, and you got that, and you're trying to get it wiped off though.
Nah, I've just got to pay it now because it's on a business account on a mobile phone, so I have to pay it. Basically, I looked into it though, and I seen it. I might as well just fucking pay it.
Well, you can do that minimum payment shit anyway, can't you?
Yeah, well, 140 quid a month I pay it off. That's for all the phones I had though. I had like 3 phones at one point. I fucked up loads of times. I've done loads of stupid things that I shouldn't have done. I was on holiday and shit like that, and I was just like fucking phoning people and fucking, it's just stupid.
Yeah, I used to rinse I used to have an online phone years ago, man. I used to rinse it.
I got offered some phones today actually. Like, hey, let them grow my fucking beard. November. Grow my beard for that November. Ginger beard.
What?
November, innit? So you've got to grow your facial hair.
For what?
It's in November. In Movember, it's mustache or beard. So I'm growing that shit out. The full month, I'm only a week in. Looking fucking hench as fuck already.
I can't see it, man.
I've not got my camera on, have I? Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, see it now?
Sick.
It's only a week old, that. I've got to wait till the end of the month.
I had a shave the other day, man.
Did you find somebody for that stuff?
Beard. Nah. I didn't even go down there, to be honest with you. But I had a look about now, I couldn't find anything.
You're not seeing somebody on Facebook just like doing it?
Nah,
I've got loads
man.
of them on mine.
No, man, I ain't really got a lot of, I've got my friends around the country now, don't I have my hometown. I only had about 600 friends or something before, and, like, you know what I mean, all of them are fucking, you know what I mean, only about fucking 200 of them are, you know what I mean, proper
from high school and that.
Yeah, you know what I mean, you just fucking get all types adding you, don't you, from all around your area and that, but then, obviously, once I uploaded that interview, it fucking, there's more people around the country. That's why the other one.
Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost the password to one of mine, and then I got like pissed off, like my Facebook, like fuck this bullshit. Got off it, all my pictures and that were on it, and I couldn't get back on it for some reason. It just wouldn't let me do it. So I set this one back up a while ago.
Bit better.
I'm sure a few people have used that get out of debt free though.
I've heard a few people like, you know, I mean, I think there's loads of little things in that, but you know what I mean. I think it's more a case of people like having success with little debts and that. Do you know what I mean? They have success with little debts because when it's not worth the company's time to chase after them, is it?
No, yeah, that's right.
Do you know what I'm saying? If there's people saying, right, well then let's go to court and all that, the company might think, well look, it's going to cost us this much to go to court or whatnot. Should we just fucking long it off?
Yeah, see, I didn't even have any red letters off the EE network. It just kept sending me a bill. It just got bigger when I rang them up, and there was sound about it. So I just said, "Oh fuck it, I'll pay it then." If I didn't have to pay it, I don't know. If I didn't have to, I probably wouldn't. But I said I'll pay it. You know. It fucks your credit. No, I've not got credit anyway. I don't think. I've had to get my word not to get my contract phone and shit like that in the past. You know what I mean? I've not had a credit. I've seen somebody post today that James, and they didn't even say it was him. They just said some dude's got a picture of like a Russell Brand mask on, and he's posted up something about I've got a joke picture up of me with a Russell Brand photo on, and I get an inbox off James giving me grief, and then straight away I just put, James, you're getting fanatical, and then that some bird's like, why are you getting personal? And I'm like, well, the fact you know what James I'm on about, without the guy's, you know, saying his second name, just goes to show that you know he is fanatical about Russell Brand.
What happened?
Just posted up, some dude's on his profile picture's got a Russell Brand mask on.
Yeah.
And James must have inboxed him, saying something about it, I don't know what. And the guy's posted up saying, you know, why is James doing blah, blah, blah. And I put in the comments, getting a bit fanatical now, James. Some birds type back, why are you getting personal, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I type back to her, well, if the fact you know which James we're on about just goes to prove the point that he must be fanatical, because as soon as you mention Russell Brand and James, you automatically think it's him. She didn't know it was him, do you know what I mean? Because the guy just said James, it could have been any James.
Who was it?
She knew it was him. I don't know, that bird's called Michelle Summit, but the dude, I don't know his name.
Yeah, what do you think of that Commodore Sheriff Psycho Gorilla Bopper? I've seen a couple of combos between you and him. And what do you think of him? You've invited him to a hangout, innit? And he's like, oh, I need to know who's on it first, and we need to like plan it, and rah rah rah. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I was like, what's wrong with just dropping in on the spot on your toes, see what's in your mind there and then. I've just invited Captain Slappy in here, and have you heard of him?
On and on.
Yo, of course, I don't come on here to shut the fuck up, mate. Yo,
You haven't let people get worded though, man.
Yo, I've just invited Captain Slappy on it, innit? See if he's got the minerals. He's pretty good at making videos.
Listen, who was it who done that post?
Pretty good at making videos in his
do you know what,
bedroom,
mate?
innit?
Have a look in your thing, because I screen snapped it, actually. So I thought it was funny. Check out the thing.
Well, have you got it on your wall?
No, I'll just send it in here now, innit? Colin Powell, his name was. And then, actually, I didn't think that was the same thing, actually. Because then James posted up something that I didn't put it together. I just realised it's the same dude he's talking about. James put, why did Colin Powell block me? And I asked him a question, asked him a simple question, and he blocked me. I wonder why. And then I commented in it, was the question spit or swallow? And you said spit. That's why he blocked you. Something like that. Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm reading it there. Your problem is with the real Russell Brand, not me. But if you get your jollies by using your online friends, it's some kind of joke. Oh man, I'm not in that Illuminati group.
I come out of it.
That's Dom's group, innit?
Yeah.
That's Dom's group, innit? Yo, you try Buffalo, like your account's legit now, innit? You try reporting that Wu Ming and that fucking Luther Bliss. Right, yeah, I've posted you a link to that Luther Bliss, innit? It was, he was like the chief of the secret police in some Yankee state in America, innit? If Slappy's got the minerals to come on, he could probably tell you a bit more about him than me. However, I know that name's a fictional name, innit? From a fictional character of some chief of police, secret police shit.
Zoltan's coming on as well.
Wu Ming just means no name Wu Ming just means no name, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know, but that Luther Bliss, that Luther Bliss is a fake account, yeah? It's not a real name.
Luther Bliss is yeah, Luther Bliss is
commonly known as Dom.
Alright, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was somebody else.
No, I know for a fact it is. He was back in my group when my group first started, and it had no admins, and he typed in it one day when a picture of him and his daughter come out, just to see what I was typing, because he had me blocked on his commonly known.
That Luther Bliss is just like
Luther Bliss. I'm friends with him as well.
Oi, that's dumb.
He's
100%. I could prove it to you. Straight after this show.
You're alright. I believe you, man. Chill.
Yeah, it's dumb, man. But like, it's a fake account, isn't it? Bullshit account.
Yeah, it's a fake account. That Luther Bliss just.
I've reported it about 50 fucking times, right? Yeah, and it goes nowhere, mate. It ain't going nowhere.
What other
That's,
ones has he got then?
I don't know, man. But that Luther Bliss is definitely him. And if it's, you know, he might share it with someone else, perhaps his superior officer or something. But I know for a fact, and I can prove.
Do you honestly think he's a shill?
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt.
What's that?
Listen, only shills would tell people to go on the street and say, but statutes and acts are only given the force of law through consent of the governed, and we don't consent. Right, yeah?
Well, what if he's just a
only
bitch?
a shill would say that, because it's a realm of already, it's a trap of already constructed
do you think he's paid?
Post that New Statesman cover.
I don't know. I can foresee or imagine, right? Yeah. Field agent.
Post that New Statesman.
That's what they would be called. Let me answer. Hang on. Let me answer, bruh. Let me answer. I can imagine field agents of sorts for whatever intelligence gathering services that generate revenue for the state to be on like 10-year contracts or something out there, and they've got to live it. They're out there, you know what I mean? If you're homeless, you're homeless. If you need a fucking bunker ride, you need a bunker ride. You gotta be the part, not just fucking pretend to be the part. Right, yeah? So he's been chucked out in the field, innit? And, you know, he's having to scrape by. But if he's come from, you know, that bailiff type background and policing protesters type background. It's been proven by people that have known him before he was in this scene. It's all in my group page if you want to see it. Not coming from me, but coming from his own in life, like, you know, people around that live near him and stuff like that in his community.
People
so he's come from that area, innit? I can foresee these people being on like 10-year contracts and getting a lump sum at the end of it. Retire, 10 years work in the field and then practically retire. I don't know what he's been promised, innit? But his weak law on the streets is definitely, and I know he's smart enough to comprehend some of the shit I'm going on about, and I know he is. And the fact that he doesn't use it and doesn't educate his followers on it only tells me one thing. Yeah. That he's got an agenda and he's paid to do it. It's not about educating the people. It's not about for the people. It certainly is not about that. It's about duping them. Yeah, it's about duping them, right? Yeah? And like, can you see like an agent in the streets in that type of role, you know, getting a salary every fucking month? You know what I mean? Yeah, spending thousands of pounds on
cover better.
Right, listen, that cover, I'm the only one that's got it, Buffalo. I'm the only one that's got it. Do you know why?
Post it then.
Right, yeah, the New Statesman site took it down, took the picture down. You can't even get the thumbnail, and I know that's fucking hard to take offline. Right, yeah. That picture, right, yeah, was downloaded from the New Statesman. I posted the link when you know where you've asked me if it's genuine or not. Yeah, I posted the link to the actual page it's from. They've took the picture down, and you know what? I knew when they took the picture down. I thought, yeah, right. But when I searched for it, the thumbnail was still there. You know what a thumbnail is, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a smaller. It's like one of those like deeply embedded fucking pictures online that Google keep a fucking record of, whether you delete it or not. Even when New Statesman deleted it, the thumbnail was still there, right? Yeah, so you could still get it in pretty much miniature and enlarge it. And then now that's gone. It's all gone. You cannot find that picture from the New Statesman, but you can Google them if you want. You can Google them, you can ring them up, you can ask them, you can find out the editor of that article. I posted on that link in your wall right there. And you can ask them yourself if that picture's genuine. And they will tell you, yeah, it is. Right, yeah? They won't, and they're not going to lie. They're not going to lie because it is. I caught it. I grabbed it.
Will you show him the picture? Because you know what I mean? He doesn't know what picture you're going
It's on your wall. Tag him. Tag him. Tag him. It's on your wall. Tag him.
I'll just have a look now.
Tag him in it. I've obviously put the copyright logo in the middle of his fucking mask. I did that.
Yeah.
And I've got the full version in it, and I changed at the bottom in it because it said the actual logo said young and with a question mark, right? Yeah. And I blanked out the right in it and put full of shit, young, angry, and full of shit. I did that. Never expecting it to be taken down offline, and you know what I mean, from the New Statesman. I never expected it to be taken down when I did that, right? Yeah. So I have the full version in it, but I've edited the bottom bit and put a copyright symbol on his head because it was just freely available. It was freely available for anyone to go and look at, but it's not there no more, mate. They've took it down completely. You can't
Is it
even
to
get
do
the
with your
thumbnail, and I
implied
know that's hard
rights?
to do. No,
What's the
it's Buffalo,
picture?
like, tag him in the post.
I can't even find it now, man. I
The
think
age
it's
of
in your
consent.
group.
No,
Your
I've
walls.
posted it to your wall. It's the one with that picture, the New Statesman, and Russell Brand next to him with the mask.
Oh, what David? Oh yeah. I've got it. Yeah.
Not David Icke. No,
No,
not David Icke.
I've got the one you're on about, New Statesman. Yes, I found it. Young and Angry.
Alright, Sam. But that picture is 100% genuine from the New Statesman, right, yeah? And I'd only be mugging myself off now if it weren't, and I just made it up and just funked it up and trying to pass it off as genuine. You can email yourself off your own bat the New Statesman magazine and ask them if it's genuine, right, yeah? And
Is
you'll
that
get
commonly known as
obviously a
Dom then?
response.
Yeah.
That is commonly known as Dom in his Hollywood fucking begging mask. You know what I mean? When the first Occupy come about. Yeah, exactly.
Is he
So not
posted
only
that?
is he
Dom
180'd
posted that.
about begging for cash and all that sort of shit, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, which to me looks like some sort of operation, teaching people how to synthesize drugs that are worth 100 quid a gram on the street. He's a police informer, mate. That's what he is, isn't it? Blatantly,
Yeah, I thought it was
get a few empires created. Get a few, criminal empires created up and having the police tracking it right from the outset. And he's even going to teach them how to do it legally. So they would have
Has
all
Don
learned how to
seen
do
this
it legally
picture?
and go and create their own little.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, of
badly
course
been
he
paid
has.
for that, isn't he?
He's in it. It was in
Yeah,
my
I know,
group
but
when
has he
they
seen
very
it? Has he
first
seen
come
this
out.
meme that you've made?
Oh, is he
Oh,
saying
I
the
don't know
meme,
if he's
mate?
seen that, but he knows about that original picture because he was
I'll
in my
post it in
group,
his thing
innit?
now.
Like, yeah, when it first
Yeah,
started.
post it on his thing.
You got to
Get him to
remember when
comment.
when my group first started, innit? There was no admins. I was admin, obviously, right, yeah, and I made another out account, right, yeah, and I demoted myself, and in my out account, I disabled it. And you get so many months to come back, innit? You refresh, come back, and then disable it again. You get so many months. It was 3 months every time, right, yeah? So I kept doing that, innit? So it had no admins, and anyone could add who they like. And it was wild, man. Everyone was posting. Oh, it was fucking wild. I'm telling you that. All the main faces in there. It was pretty explosive, considering it was just a Facebook group, right, yeah? It was the most talked about Facebook group on Facebook in this scene.
What was the
You know what I
group?
mean? Yeah, my group was, right, yeah. And Anonymous is in the United Kingdom. But after a while, innit, Facebook changed their settings. Loads of shit, and my admin that was disabled, right, yeah, so there was no admins in the group, right, yeah, anyone could just add anyone and posted anything they wanted, right, yeah, it was fucking wild, innit. I lost that admin, innit, all the Facebook settings changed, and a guy called Alex and his missus, right, yeah, rescued my group and gave it back to me. I had to Skype them to prove it was me, innit, because they always knew it was my group. And they were pretty safe, to be honest. Like, they give it back to me. And I made a load of them admins in it, and they were like, yo, you don't need to give us admin, man. Like, just carry on with your shit. And that's exactly what I've done, innit? Since then, it's just been me and Victoria and Heidi Green, innit, really?
Yo, where's Victoria at?
And, like, Plymouth or something like that. But she's been a trooper throughout, but she started getting attacked recently, innit? Because she was one of my admins. Right, yeah? Because she was one of my admins in there. Like, that group's hated, mate. I've nearly lost that group 3 or 4 times now, innit? And other people could have took it, and they would have been ripping 10 tons of shit out of me in there now. Trust me, the day that group gets taken off me or I lose it somehow and someone else becomes admin, right, yeah, it's going to be a fest. They're going to be relishing in it. Dom was even telling people years ago it was his group when there was no admins, and I was just allowing it, innit? Like, yeah, when we fell out and everything. He didn't think, right, yeah, I could reactivate my admins and everything. Luckily, I've almost lost it a few times. I've suffered a few attacks and everything. But that original New Statesman thing was back then, and it when Dom and all that was live in my group. Roger Hayes and Lou Collins from the UK in my group advertising their shit, and they're all loving spewing out their propaganda. But as soon as I switched to, like, you know what I mean, pointing the finger at them and scrutinising them, they all dipped. They all started making up stories about me and trying to discredit me. Dom made up fake accounts of me, pretending to be me. I've got it all captured on a video of him admitting it, because a photo of him and his daughter got posted when he was with me at my old house, innit? I used to have. He was with me, innit? And this is the thing, it doesn't even look like Dom. If you look at the picture and look at Dom now, you're like,
if he was a paid informant, why the fuck would you introduce your daughter to it? This is what I was like. Do you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense.
I know, but things leak, innit? Things leak, innit? So obviously someone's like,
Yeah, like, what was
I'm
the
not
picture
gonna
with
get
him and Charlie Beach about?
Wait, hang on,
Yeah.
him and his
Chatting
daughter
ginger.
picture, right, yeah? But let me just explain him
What?
and his daughter picture, right, yeah? That
You got
got
what?
posted in my group, right, yeah? In a fake Bada Bing account, pretending to be me. But it was like, and Don was with me at the time, innit? And this is freaky, this is but right, yeah? Don was with me at the time, and I was looking at the picture, and I didn't think it was Don. I thought there's just some shills, innit? Pretending to be me, or some trolls, innit? Right, yeah, in a fake Bada Bing account. And Don was with me at the time, so we knew it weren't me that posted it and everything like that. It was just some fucking weirdo trying to get to me. Because it said on the picture, Biddy Bing, Bada Boom, or something stupid like that. And I said to Dom in my living room, as that picture got posted, like, of just some guy and his daughter, I'm like, you know what I mean, just attacking, as if they've done that, just attacking some random fucking guy, right, yeah, and his daughter. I don't even know, they don't want me to download it anywhere off the internet. And I was actually
You've got a
telling
lot of
Dom,
Dom stuff,
you know,
haven't
that's
you?
pretty,
You've got a lot of Dom
that was a pretty
stuff.
sad thing to do. Well, it's mine, mate. You know, possession is mine.
No, but you know what I mean. You've got a lot of
relinquished.
I don't know, information that he had.
Yeah, it's mine. A lot of it's fucking fucking bullshit twaddle, man. That I wouldn't even. The only time I'd upload it is if I voiced over and exposed all the flaws in it. Because
he did
I know,
say
yeah.
I
listened to the
realise
hangout.
why you haven't put more stuff up. Because I don't know.
Because it's all bullshit. Yeah, it's predominantly all bullshit. That's why it's all bullshit. Fucking state propaganda twaddle. Right, yeah, and I won't poison my brothers and sisters with it. I'll put it up with my voice over it here and there, some of the stuff in it, just to mock it and point out the errors in it, and how he's a fucking 180 fucking turnacoat shill. But other than using it to expose him and the people that he recorded and think, I'm not going to do him any fucking favours, poisoning my fucking brothers and sisters with bullshit, fucking weak ass shit law, am I? I'm not going to do him any fucking favours, man.
Yeah.
He turned on me something. He turned on me something.
Is it a lawnmower?
No reason whatsoever, other than I've copped what he's up to.
Yeah, it's fucking not.
What is it then?
I don't know, man. Some more bullshit. I went to that lawnmower. It's not, man. It's a fucking. Do you know what it is? It's like a Hoover for your garden. It's fucked up, that, isn't it?
Right, yeah. Gatherer.
Built it all up
leave
before
gatherer.
I found out.
Yeah. So, what did you think about that age of consent statutes thing I put on your wall today, but?
Yeah, I just it just made me laugh, man. Seeing Dom's face, he looked like what was it? What's the thing? Wurzel Gummidge.
Wurzel Gummidge, yeah.
Wurzel Gummidge is a straw man, is he not?
Oh yeah. Was it meant to look like Wurzel Gummidge?
It is Wurzel fucking Gummidge.
Oh, I thought it was just Dom, man.
You thought that was Dom?
Wait, it ain't even meant to be Dom.
That's what I mean. No, it is actually Wurzel Gummidge in a comic strip.
I think that's what I kept saying.
That
that Freeman stuff, when you say you don't want no laws, the one question you ask is, what about age of consent then?
Oh yeah, that's when Dom. When I brought that up in my group, innit? Before all the Facebook settings changed, and I had to get my admin status back and that, right? Yeah, I brought that up. Well, what about statutory rape, the age of consent? Some victims of abuse are willing participants. What? You think all victims of abuse are willing participants? You're sick in the head, you are, rah. All in script. Right, yeah, I'm being enthusiastic about it because that's how he's gone on about it on his hangouts and that. Yeah, what sort of man goes around saying that victims of abuse are all willing? I never said that. If you look up in statutory ranks, right, yeah, people are prosecuted whether they whether there's any force or not, taking advantage of the naivety of a sexually active, youngster that's under the age of consent. That's prosecutable.
Yeah, and people are scared to say no and all that, aren't they? Some people are scared to say no.
Yeah. I imagine
it still constitutes a rape.
Yeah. Yeah, but like that's what I mean. You know, you're going to get 11, 12-year-olds and stuff like that out there, perhaps younger, I'm sure, willing to sexually experiment with anyone. And if an adult or someone over the legal age of consent manipulates or exploits that, it's prosecutable. Just because there was no force and they were a willing participant doesn't mean you can't be prosecuted for it. And that in itself, like all I was bringing to the table with that fact is A, I'm confident enough to talk about it. I've got nothing to hide. And B, right, yeah, people like Dom have made videos in it with like all the ghetto, all the music and everything, yeah, all the ghetto scenes and the Monopoly board, all nicely fucking tuned and edited, all looking nice and suave for YouTube, right? Yeah, thousands of hits saying, but it's just a game. There's no value in statutes whatsoever, and it's just, you know, if you learn how to play the name game, you can have fun with it. Now that to me. Right, yeah, when you look at the things like the statutory obligation for this age of consent,
mate.
Yeah, it makes these people a danger to children. That's what it does. And that's an argument, but they don't like listening to, as I said on that earlier.
No, it's all business.
No, I always use that one, that free, when they start saying they don't want no laws, it's age of consent.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, good for you. Keep using it because it just
is a good one, man.
It's a good one, isn't it?
It backs them straight into an intellectual corner they cannot get out of without calling themselves a nonce.
It's when you define statutory rape though, like, because normally when you just say, oh yeah, but then the age of consent, you just straight away I think, well, no, morally though, the moral argument comes into it. But statutory rape, when you define it like that, you know what I mean, you got to think there are people out there, men and women, who have been in a situation where they've been too scared to say no.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? And
exactly.
You know, when you
are
are
willing,
like that,
or absolutely willing. Not just scared to say no, absolutely willing to participate. It happened.
Yeah, like you.
Right, yeah. This case law out. If it wasn't an issue, it wouldn't have been legislated for. There's case law out there where the criminal was not apprehended, right, yeah, in the most expedient manner possible, you know what I mean, or couldn't be brought to justice, you know, at an earlier junction because the child in question or the children in question at the time were willing participants. That's case law. It might not be very nice to listen to. You know what I mean? It might not be very nice.
You see it every now and again.
It's a fact.
Teacher runs off with people. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's a fact. It doesn't mean that you have to like it to be a fact of law. Right? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? But it's an issue that needs legislating for. And for people like Dom to say that it's just a game and it's just a name thing, right? Yeah. Basically says he's basically saying, and then he can twist the name game and get away with statutory rape. Because there's no value in it. Well, that makes him a dangerous man to children. Simple as that. Right, yeah? And if he wants to twist that into me saying, all children are victims of abuse are willing participants, then he's got something to hide, hasn't he? He's trying to discredit my name, discredit the actual sound law I'm giving people, like all you now, about all in agreement. You're not all calling me a nonce now for talking about this intellectually with reason and logic, like barristers of law have to do, because someone has to do this job. Someone has to administer these levels of law because there's nasty people out there that do this type of shit. Someone has to deal with it with reason and logic and learn how to put their emotions to one side. Whereas Dom, he did the exact opposite and tried to rile everyone.
You finished?
And it in law.
Not even started.
Yeah, simple as that.
Alright, God, what's happening anyway? Anyone else?
I've got it worked out, Bobs.
Yeah, you're on here now, mate.
Yeah, you live, man. Yeah, save Mr. Ginger. Welcome back, man. Cool.
Alright, guys, how's it going? I was just
yeah, cool.
No, I was sitting here just listening, brothers. I was just sitting there listening. I was just fucking heading off to bed, and then Bob sends me a message.
Do you get my point? Do you get my point, brother? Have I got a stance with reason and logic?
Look, I don't disagree with you, Badder, on the things that I hear you argue with. I don't hear an argument of unfound logic. You have a logic in your argument. That can't be flawed. It can't be flawed.
I'm not seeking approval.
No.
Exactly. It can't be flawed.
No, it can't be flawed because it's like you said. This job has to be done. If a job has to be done, there has to be people to do it, and they have to do it in a logical way. This is the way the system works. This is the way that people have to do it. This is statute law. I get that. Yeah. You can't. I can't. There's no. Even if I could argue, I wouldn't be able to argue because you're basing your stuff in fact.
Right then. Now, have you witnessed the personal attacks on me on Dom's Hangouts, for instance, stating that I have somehow claimed that all victims of abuse are willing participants? Have you heard him say that?
I've not seen.
He's done a hangout.
I know.
But he's done a hangout about shills and disinfo agents, right? Yeah. It's on his channel. He's done a hangout about shills and disinfo agents, right? Yeah. I've done a little edit of it and uploaded it with, a rebuttal on my page anyway. But go and listen to the entire video. Listen to him, right? Yeah. And then with what I'll give you tonight, and it form your own, logical reasoning from it, and just question why someone would elaborate on what I've said into that stance. Where I've somehow tried to dictate that when it's not what I've dictated at all. When I look at
videos, Badder, when I look at videos, I look at them in the complete way that you lay your stuff out. I look at them logically. If something seems flawed, I look at it logically, and that's all you can do when people are doing this stuff and putting it out into the world of the fucking internet. If this is information, it's easy checkable. You can but you don't even have to be easy check. You can check that someone's talking bullshit or not. You can tell that someone's not fucking reasoning in fact or coming with a logical fucking stance because their argument is irrational. And as soon as you get to an irrational argument, your logic becomes fucking flawed straight away. So you can see through it as like a fucking hole in a fishing net.
I'm a very passionate guy. I come over very passionate, loud, very expressionate. But at least there's reason and logic there, isn't it? You know what I mean?
There's nothing wrong in that, Badder. You do what you got to do. Everyone's got their own style. Everyone does their things in their own way. And as soon as people realise that,
like I said, I wasn't seeking approval, but I do consider you to be, I do consider you to be, from what I've listened to you and what I've heard from you on other shows, as intellectually capable of consuming logic and reason. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I addressed you, and I saw you there. I saw you there.
What do you think of that picture in the group of Dom on the cover of the New Statesman? Can you see that?
Well, what?
Can you see in the chat?
No, I can't see in the chat. It's not there. It's not there because I wasn't in there earlier. Look, I'm still fucking new to everything, and if I'm new to everything, the only thing that you can look at this stuff is with reason and logic. That's, I've always done that. But I like the way people argue. I like the way people debate things now openly on the internet. And like you do, you present the facts. You present them, and then your interpretation. That's all they are. If you don't agree with it, but you can't knock the facts.
There should be more debate, man.
The only person to comment on that photo is James.
Less preachers charging cash for tickets and for this and that and whatnot, and more debates, more hangouts like this and whatnot, more debates. Less people up on pedestals with IBM screens behind them telling you what they think it is. How about come and debate it and see if you can actually withstand argument and contesting? If you can't, if your stance. If you can only ever preach about your stance and you can't debate it, then your stance isn't. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's gonna fold.
Well, your logic is flawed. It's gonna crumble. You can't justify your logic. Your logic is flawed. Your argument becomes flawed straight away. If you can't enter a debate and you haven't got anything intelligent to say, shut your fucking pie hole. Because because there are people that know stuff. And just because someone's, and this is, but that's when ego comes into it, though. Ego and pride. And all that shit comes into it. Well, I can't be fucking wrong and all dick swinging. No, it doesn't come into it because this is a debate. When you debate someone and you debate with logic and you debate an argument, you must have sound logic. It's a fundamental fucking thing.
Exactly.
If you haven't got it, you can't argue.
On things like this, I'm right, you're wrong, no. Ain't gonna cut it. There's too many people listening. It's gonna be out there in the public, and the main people can go and listen to it over and over again. Right, yeah, and they're just gonna be seen as an idiot and not really taking that with that much credibility.
Yeah. I agree with you on some of your stances of things. I know you dislike fucking Anonymous, and you do whatever you like, and you do but you're entitled to that opinion. You're entitled to whatever your opinion is. You're entitled to, but it comes different when you're dealing with fact, and you're not. You're dealing with fact, so it becomes different.
Yeah, but I deal with that stance that you just mentioned. But I obviously leave that image in people's mind where it comes to Anonymous. But if you want to deal with fact, the word Anonymous, right, yeah, is English statute, well over 300, if not thousands of years old, right, yeah. It's an established word that was long here before any anonymous movement in Hollywood masks started begging on the streets or hacking a computer. The word itself has very little to do with these people in Hollywood masks on the streets begging to their government. Very little to do with it. Yeah, and if I want to use the word anonymous in any of my work, right, yeah, and correlate with it, right, yeah, it doesn't mean that it has anything to do with them.
No,
right, yeah? They are merely borrowing they're borrowing an English statute word that's been here for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and I'm using it too. Right, yeah, so there's the facts for that matter. So I'm not against or anti-anonymous. It's not even there. It's not even these bunch of little twerps in Hollywood masks word to own in the first instance. Yeah.
I get your
There's
idea.
The facts of that matter.
I get it. I get that.
Cool.
But that's cool. That's cool. You can't. That's just fact. If that's the word that was used. Anyone can use the word. It doesn't matter what the representation of the word. It's only representation of the person that uses that word. Oh man, I get that.
It. Most people see the word anonymous. They automatically think of that movement, protesting or begging in the streets or whatever. You know what I mean? They think of that movement, hacking. You know what I mean? The Hollywood film, movie, and all that. Right? Predominantly, that's what I am seeing or witnessing. That's what people associate with that word. Whereas I know that word to have been in existence long before that shitty little movement. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So for someone to say, "Oh, you're a fake anonymous group," how does that even correlate? I have to enter your realm of liquidation of now. This word means that, right? Yeah. With these bunch of people, where it doesn't mean what it meant before that anymore, and now I'm a fake. What that word for that movement is, where I'm just using it in its principal context. How about it's not fake anything, I'm just using the word in its principal context that was long here before any shitty fucking movement with Hollywood math. And so how the fuck can, if anything, I'm the most genuine.
Dude, I can't argue with that. I can't argue with that because you got the truth. You got
factually, out of all the movements and all the groups out there using that word, I'm the most genuine one that's using it.
I can't
that's
say
my
anything
answer to that.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, no worries, man.
So. Yeah, I've just been chilling, man. I was just fucking heading off to bed until you fucking hit me up, Bob. You can.
Well, listen, someone's just commented on that letter, Buddy. Yeah, they said, "Yours faithfully, who? Sorry," because that letter at the end of it says TVP, then it Thames Valley Police. And I've said to him, "It's Thames Valley Police. Look at the first sentence. It's not a contract."
All right, look, I'm heading off. I've got to be up early in the morning. I only wanted to stop you for a quick hello.
Man.
But peace, man. Peace.
Yeah, later, guys. Take it easy, yeah? See you later.
Alright, sweet, June. See you soon.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
The only person to comment on that Dom picture in Dom's group is fucking James, and I don't think he's even seen Dom. I think he's just seen Russell Brand because he's put his park life.
What's that mean, park life?
Russell Brand done some stupid little, I don't know, he done something with, I think maybe the theme tune. Yeah, that's the song. I think maybe one of his fucking truths or whatever, he might have had that song playing. I don't know. Something he's done anyway. relate to that song, and then people.
I get up when I want, except on Wednesdays when I get rudely awake.
Yeah, I know what the song is, but I mean, what relevance has it got
and I
to
think
him?
what they're doing now, they've done loads of little movies of like, whenever he's speaking, just as he finishes a sentence, it'll go Park Life, you know, out of the song, and it's just gone a bit crazy. So there's loads of them. But he's doing one now, and he's doing one with one of the Oasis and Noel Liam, whoever one it is. He's doing a song.
Don't you think it's funny? From 2011, you had Dom promoting Anonymous on New Statesman magazine, blatantly, right? Yeah, that's him, 100%. And they even took it down when his street operation or field operation changed somewhat. They obviously, you know, they decided, someone along the line decided to bring in a bigger brand. And Dom was pretty popular Dom was pretty up there back in 2011. He was pretty popular and he was buzzing off that fucking little bit of fame he had, innit? But obviously, you know, that sort of plan failed, innit? And they brought in Brand. I'm just wondering, like, you know, considering the outcome on the streets, like the papers are saying thousands of people. It was probably just over 1,000 with the police and general members of the public. But yeah, there's nowhere near 1,000 there, man. Fuck off.
I seen some of them videos though, and it looked like there was
what a fact better, man. There was.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, listen, 4, 5, 600. Perhaps.
No, man, there was more than that.
Videos. I've seen that live stream and that.
Yeah, but you, with the police and everything, all right, you're touching 1,000 plus.
Well, look, there weren't a million people there.
It was a flummer. Either way, it was a failure. Right? Yeah. Either way, it was a failure. If Russell Brand can only pull in 1,000 fucking yobbos, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. There ain't going to be no fucking legislation created for that. It's not even an issue in the grand scheme of things. Right? Yeah. It's 1,000 little yobbos around the fucking country throwing litter on the floor. Right, yeah, Brand ain't doing it. Someone else is gonna fucking come in. Mark my words. Next year, my meme will expand by another face. Mark my words. This time next year, when there's a new occupier, fucking wherever, or a new November the 5th, because it's just gonna escalate, and it's gonna be a new face there, man.
I think
the Vivian Westwood, the brands. Yeah, Vivian Westwood.
It's global, that, you know. It's not just in London. It's all over the world.
Dom had the same audience Russell Brand has. I can't believe that for a second, man. Dom was talking about the same Dom had the same kind of his voice was being heard by the same amount of people as Russell Brand. I'm amazed.
No. At first, he's saying like,
yeah,
if you look at,
look at some of his early videos, 110,000 hits plus.
Yeah, Russell Brand
he was just as popular as what Brand is now. In this scene, he was having his name thrown about not worldwide, globally, just in this scene on UK British shores, innit? Dom had a nice little bit of fame. I'm gonna give him that. I even used him as a little stepping stone, right, yeah, because my law was better than his. Right, yeah? I'm not gonna deny that. I used him as a stepping stone because I thought I could enhance his game. But what I soon found out is he doesn't want his game enhancing. He has a game, and he's obviously out there fucking putting it into motion, and what that is generating more wealth for the state. And he's not assisting any individual out, right? Yeah, that's for sure. But anyway, regardless of that, right? Yeah, it's a clear vision. From 2011 to now, isn't it? They've upped the ante from Dom, New Statesman, and all that sort of shit, getting people's feet wet, to Russell Brand. I'm pretty much guaranteeing the next year or two there's going to be another face added to that meme who's rocking the fucking Anonymous on UK, British, English streets. Guaranteed. Watch it. Mark my words. I'll add another face to that meme.
Much of anything, though, is he? You don't hear much from Dom.
Not now, innit? It's exposed too much. Yeah, people at 180 in this thing. Look what happened to Charlie Veach. He 180, bang, lost it all. Perhaps that was done on purpose. Right, yeah, you know what I mean, yeah? I don't know. You know, perhaps it was his job to Russell, you know, just slowly, you know, dissolve away from the scene and be mocked. Right, yeah? Perhaps that was his job. Just introduce a bunch of fucking people into the scene and fizzle it out a bit, get mocked and writ off. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps that was his job. Perhaps that was always the plan. Who knows? Right, I'm just saying, right, yeah? You know, but he 180'd on purpose because that's the desired effect. when people 180 in this scene, they lose all their credibility and they look like they're just as lost as every other fucker. Clearly, Dom, right, yeah, or, you know, with his, at least I'm pretty consistent all my way through. If I learn something, I learn something. But Dom was there promoting Anonymous. Now he doesn't like Anonymous, right, yeah? He doesn't want cash. He will never be a slave to the fucking money system. Now he's begging for 10 grand and using his daughter to do it online while selling everyone how to synthesize drugs. Illegal drugs, right, yeah, legally, and make an income from it at worth 100 grand, you know, whatever, right, yeah? He's 180 done that. Apparently he's 180 does some chemtrail shit as well. People don't like the 180s and they lose their following. They just get fizzled off into a corner and they're just left doing their little thing. So that's happened with
your views change over time.
Happened with Dom. Yeah, of course views change, but there's change in views and there's 180 in. You know, there's a complete about turn, and there's an enhancing upon knowledge, right? Yeah, there's a big difference between having your photo taken for the New Statesman, plastered all around the internet and that, right? Yeah, or for a great proportion of it until something drastically changed and they took it down. You know what I mean?
I think
being like not
you think too highly of Dom.
It's not about being too highly. Like you said to me, do I really think he's an agent or a shill or something like that? I'm telling you, commonly known as Dom is as close to an agent of the crown that rubs shoulders with the common man as you're gonna probably find. Right? Yeah, he is one of like the, you know what I mean, probably a top guy. Like you know what I mean? Yeah, in this
group
scene.
has like 3.
Don't underestimate him. I don't underestimate this dumb guy, innit? I've met him. I've sat and had meals with him right now. I don't underestimate him one little bit. But I know the shit law he's giving out on the streets and has done and all that has only ever really fucked people up and just made them more victims of the state. Put a big target sign on their back. That's what it's done. And once you become versed in law enough to spot it yourself, you'll see it. And a big part of Dom's stance, the way he does stuff is he knows, isn't it? You'd have to talk or chat like thousands of hours worth of law to explain to everyone what the fuck he's doing on the streets and how he's doing it, like, yeah. And people haven't got the mental mind, you know, not everyone, right? Yeah, has got the mental capacity to incorporate that sort of knowledge. He's always going to be sat there smiling with his groomed little fucking followers, right? Yeah, knowing you're never going to touch him, no matter how smart to his game you get. He knows that. I know it. So all I'm left is with ridiculing the people that get burnt by people, those type of people's information. Yeah. You know, I don't think too highly of him. He's a dangerous motherfucker. Right, yeah? He's a dangerous motherfucker. If you really comprehended the poison he's putting out on the street, right, yeah, and has put out on the streets over the years, right, yeah, you'd see how dangerous he really is. Right, yeah? The people that pretend to be your man put their arms around you. At least with me, innit? Oh, I'm constantly at everyone on purpose, man. I don't want to be liked. I don't want to be your mate. I don't trust fucking none of you, and I don't expect any of you to trust me. But these fucking cunts that try and put their arm around you and try and be your mate, they're the worst of all, mate. They're the real enemies. The enemies that hug you, right, yeah, lie to you like that, right, yeah, and you're allowed to lie to you, and you drop your guard down because of friendship and niceness, right, yeah. They're the most dangerous motherfuckers of all. The ones that come for you like me, come on and debate now, me and you online, let's do a hangout, let's debate it right now, let's whatever we've got, let's do it. Bam. Right, yeah? People that go for you constantly, at least I'm honest about it, I'm coming for you. Right, yeah? If I think you're chatting shit about the law, I'm coming for you one way or another, and if you ignore me, I'll make an example of you in my groups and on my pages, right, yeah? And I will fucking broadcast it until you hear it or your followers do it and they come defending you. I will come for you if your path crosses mine in this scene when it comes to matters of law. But all these other little fucking pricks, innit? The dangerous cunts, they're all trying to be everyone's mate. Right, yeah?
Don't think you
those are the ones you really gotta watch out for, people.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. It's good to warn people.
You don't seem to be doing anything. I've never known him to be anything.
Ultimately, ultimately, everyone will fuck themselves up. If they're going to follow a dickhead, they've only got themselves to blame. Ultimately, I get that. But I have a general love for everyone.
The only time I
my
found
brothers
out
and
about
sisters,
Dom was through that group. It was through that Lumitati group. I don't know nothing about Dom. Do you know what I mean? I only found out about him. The only person that's told me about Dom is you. Do you know what I mean? That's the truth. The only person that's...
Yeah, but he's a big face in this scene, mate. He's a big face in this scene. I'm not going to lie. You know, I'm not just going to say, you know, he's not popular, he's not known. He's a big face in this scene. He's a big name in this scene. Do you know what? I'm a bigger name in this scene when it comes to actually knowing the shit about the law. Right, yeah? I know my shit about the law. And none of these little fucking fish dare step up to me. And people like Dom have gone out their way on their hangouts to try and discredit me. And in my groups in the past, pretending to be me in fake accounts and that. Right, uttering the most ridiculous of absurdities to get people to hate me and that. When I'm doing a good enough job of that on my own. I don't need other people to try and, you know what I mean, make people hate me. I can create my own haters and I do it successfully. Right, yeah? But like uttering absurdities, like I think all children of abuse are willing participants. I won't stand for shit like that. Not when it's a proper, excellent point of law even you know about and you use against those three men fucking idiots, right, yeah? Yourself, you know about that law, you didn't need me to tell you about it. But it's a good point I actually brought up and interjected how the three-man sort of stance and that, you know, not consenting to acts and statutes because they have no value is flawed, right, yeah? It was a good point. It was a genuine good point and it come from my heart. Why? Because I care about children, right, yeah? And the safety of them. And that was twisted and used against me in such a way I've never really seen before. And I didn't expect it from someone I've actually shared food with and had a meal with. That's what you're forgetting, isn't it? This guy going to try to put his arm around me. And
you can leave him to it. He's not doing anything now, is he? He's not.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying he's a big name. He's a big name in this scene, isn't it? And was and obviously it's Fritter in array now. He's 180. But he's big enough name,
just
innit?
Leave him to fritter out. Just don't give him any more publicity. You know what I mean? If that's what you believe, just leave him to it. If he's done a 180 and he's fucked himself.
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't work like that for me, mate. Like I said, it doesn't work like that for me, because like I said, I've got a general love for people, and there's always someone new on the scene tomorrow that might just not get that message, and then you know people need to be warned about these sharks.
Listen, guys, I'm out.
Just because you might have got to. Just because you might have got to grips with it.
I'll debate with you another day.
There's plenty more sharks out there than just Dom, innit?
Cool,
There's plenty more sharks out there than just Dom. I'm just saying.
Take it easy, mate.
There's plenty more sharks. Listen, there's plenty more sharks out there than just Dom. I'm just saying, innit? Dom is probably one of the smartest ones out of all of them. You know. You make it out what you will.
Russell Brand.
Oh, extremely. Yeah. Russell Brand. Listen, I'll chew Russell Brand up in 3 minutes flat, and I'll have him going flabbergasted, talking some nonsense that had probably nothing to do with what I uttered in the first place. Yeah, Russell Brand might actually be. Russell Brand might actually be stupid enough to actually challenge people like me, whereas Dom, the difference between
just
Russell
settle it
Brand
in the ring, you and Dom, once and for all.
That wouldn't be a problem, but like Russell Brand is probably stupid enough to challenge someone like me, whereas Dom is smart enough not to. That's probably the difference between the two. Obviously, Brand's more famous, then it's going to put in more. Brand's going to put in more anonymous masks than Dom did.
See, what I got, like from that, I joined that group. I didn't know who the admin of that group was, or like it popped up and I just joined it. And my impression of Dom is just like an alternative fucking person. You know what I mean? Like living off mushrooms and shit like that, and fucking I don't know, like a hippie. Do you know what I mean? He's just like a bit of a hippie, and I don't know. I guess that he done that Freeman stuff, and then you realise that Freeman stuff's a bit of bullshit. And he's just like a hippie. Do you know what I mean? He's just like a fucking alternative person. He just like lives in, I don't know, communes or something like that. I didn't think of him as like some super fucking shill agent. Because I've not seen fuck all. Like I looked at a couple of his videos and that, and it's just I don't think there's much
I
there,
could
mate,
say
to be honest.
this is history, and you might say, you might think I keep going on, but this is like a few years history condensed into a few minutes, really. I'm not really going on that much, Like,
I asked him
there's people
about
going to
it
be
because I
there's
seen
people
you.
that are going to be in my group that listen to this. People are going to be in my group that listen to this that have been there practically from the start. There's 8,000 members. It's nearly 3 years old, right? Yeah, you've
No,
got
yeah,
to
so
imagine, right? Yeah, there's a lot of
I did ask him
history.
about it on one of the hangouts, and he
There's a lot
said
of
that
history there, man.
something about a laptop and then used to whatever. Anyway, you end up getting some of his material or some shit, some stuff off his laptop, and you got him a laptop. I don't know. And you just
I'll tell you how I got his
fell out.
laptop, right? Yeah, listen, I'm studying law, I'm learning law, and I know some really deep shit, right? Yeah. Then I come across this dumb guy online, out in the public, preaching some, what seems to be pretty good law. When I said giving a few truths before bigger lies come in, right? Yeah. These earlier videos are pretty smart. We're good with the art of engagement with the police officers in there. You put a shout out, you wanted a laptop. Yo, dumb. Get me a bank account, I'll put the money in for you, not a problem. Go to the cash converters, buy yourself a second-hand laptop. And that's exactly what he did, right? Yeah. I did get friendly with him. I used him as a pedestal. I thought if I could like intertwine what I've learned with what he's doing, right? Yeah, he would actually be a force out there assisting people. He would have been a fucking force, right? Yeah. So we got friendly. We got to meet him, and then some of the stuff I was trying to educate him about, he blanked me and looked straight through me like he sort of already knew it. Just didn't have clearance to go there. That's how I took it, and I tried on a few occasions, innit? And then, like, since he left, my employment, really, because he worked for me for a little bit, he turned sour with me and made up he made up bullshit to fall out with me. I didn't do anything like drastically bad or untoward towards him whatsoever. He made it all up. He made up some bullshit excuses to publicly fall out with me online to discredit me. Now I know he did that. Yeah, some people have witnessed it, right? Yeah, not everyone. You're gonna have to take my word for it. But if you listen to his other hangout about shills and disinformation agents, right? Yeah, you'll hear him saying that shit about me and the age of consent and all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah, and the victims of abuse. You'll hear it out of his own mouth, right? Yeah. So for some reason, I know that he knows that I know the areas of for whatever reason, and I can only assume he's not clear to. It's not part of his agenda. It's not part of what his operation is in the field or whatever they call it. Right, yeah? Like I said, he's probably the most dangerous motherfucker in the scene, or was, right, yeah? And he's probably one of the closest thing to an agent of the crown undercover that you'll probably get in this scene. And don't underestimate the guy. And you'll see for yourself. Look, on a daily basis, he just tries to be everyone's friend. What sort of prick does that?
Bop.
What sort of prick tries to be everyone's friend unless they're trying to sell them something? The law's a double-edged sword. There's some nasty things in it, and it's not always a nice. Life isn't always cushy and nice. Being nice to everyone and friendly to everyone all the time don't make sense. It's about balance. That mug tries to, obviously he slates me and whatnot. I'll give you the reasons why for that. And he falls out with other people that get wise to him, and he has a little spout with them, innit? But you really got to ask yourself, who goes out there to try and be everyone's fucking mate online and teach and stuff about law and everything? When you're wrong, when they're wrong, they're fucking wrong. Just telling people like. If statutes and acts are only given the force of law through consent of the governed, and you've just not got to consent. I know he knows. I know he knows what he's doing with that sort of statement and educating people into that sort of controversy. There's only one winner with that statement: I don't consent, and that's the state. If statutes and acts only get given the force of law through the consent of the governed, I don't consent. Right? Yeah, establishes you as one of the governed. Just read it backwards. Read it backwards. If statutes and acts are only given the force of law through the consent of the governed, by saying you don't consent, then you must be one of the consent. So he's educating controversy, innit? Only the governed can turn around and say, I don't consent. So if they don't fuck you there and then, for whatever frivolous matter, and it's all theirs anyway, it's not going anywhere, and they might as well leave you in charge of it for the time being, right, yeah? But you've just told them it's theirs. right? Yeah, and they will come and get you at some certain point, but they're not going to start making examples of all the people they want doing this straight away. Of course, a few people are going to have a few Pyrrhic victories and what looks to be victories, right, and stuff like that, aren't they? Because they're not going to sell it otherwise. They want millions of people doing this shit, not just a few 100,000 nationwide. Like, the system would want, I can see the system, there is no way, the system would want this like a magnet. It would want millions of people doing this stupid notices and all this fucking crap, right, yeah, to create the issue. If there's issues created, the government have a duty to provide legislation for it, the negative and the positive aspects. That's a duty of the government to do that if enough farm animals create the issue. Right, yeah? And who do you think are all the agents out there educating people to go out there and create the issue en masse? You know, I'm one of the few fucks telling them, look, stop what you're doing, calm down, you know, caution, step back. You know what I mean? Think about it. Look at the fucking law. Look what it says here. Look if you can even go and define that legally to see if it has legal standing. No, it doesn't. Why are you using it then? No, everyone out there, they've helped loads of people. They've helped loads of people. They've got to be genuine. Well, then we're never going to sell you the fucking lie unless they helped a few people out and promoted them in the first place. That's the classic sign that there's something wrong. You know what I mean? Some people really need to, like, take a step back. You know what I mean? Slap some water on their face. Analyse what's going on. Do you know what I mean? Yeah? And really see it for what it is. If you can't legally define something and you're writing on a piece of paper, legal notice, but you cannot legally define it anywhere in law throughout any of the history of law, something drastically wrong with your fucking head. You're sticking a notice on your door, window, or on your vehicle, right? Yeah, claiming it to be a legal notice, and yet it's not defined anywhere legally at all.
What benefits that got for to anybody? All these, like you say, idiots
I tell you. Right, listen, what benefits has it got? Right, listen. Say for I'll get a parking. Just a typical shitty example, hypothetical. I'll get a parking ticket. Right, yeah? I'll get 30, 40 quid. I can offer them £2.50 a week, and it won't even bother me, right, yeah? If I'm driving and I've got a vehicle anyway, I've obviously got fucking income, £2.50 quid a week. It's the minimum the courts of justice accept. They're gonna have to accept it, right, yeah? And I'll just start paying it. I'll ask for a means of payment. They'll give me some sort of barcode to go and pay it. And on my first payment, I'll give them £2.50, keep the receipt. Week later, I'll go and give them another £2.50, keep the receipt, right, yeah? That's a contract established by transactions, and no judge in this entire land will ever, prosecute or give merit to the opposing side if they drag you into court, whilst you have got an abundance of receipts, record of the deceit, record of the frauds, right? Yeah, legal frauds, right? Yeah, commonly accepted frauds amongst men. If you've got these receipts, the judge will just dismiss the case, and they'll grumble at whoever brought it to them. Right, yeah, and the judges will give the other people bollockings as well. Believe me, that it happens. I've seen it. They do it. Right, yeah. If you bring an unsound case to a judge, you're going to get a spanking. Right, it works on both sides of the fences. So I got this shitty parking ticket. That's how I would approach it if I knew my law, knew my shit, and I do. Right, yeah. But let's just say I got one of these notices. Oh, I want to dispute it. Where's the offer of contract? If I'm engaging with them and send them a letter saying, where's the contract, I did our contract with you, and all this bullshit, right, yeah? And I've got a legal notice on my fucking car, and I'm creating all this. Say the traffic warden's there, and he's wise to the law. He hasn't been deterred out of caution, because some of these notices do deter people out of caution. They see the notice, not sure, you know what I mean, and they go and find out. Or all right, you escaped at that time, you recorded it, it's a victory for you, but all you've done is gone and educated that traffic warden, because they will go and find out, and then they will go and realise it's full of shit. And then the next people that try it, for instance, right, yeah, where the traffic warden doesn't have it, guess who's getting called out? Police. Right, yeah, and you carry on your three-man bullshit then, you're getting arrested. You're getting released like that. It's a police state, it's a police state. All I'm saying, look at all the other fucking public services that can get called out over a traffic violation because you have what you think to be a legal notice on your car window. Right, yeah? It can cause a whole lot of kerfuffle. It might even end up in court. right? Yeah, for other offences and stuff like that. You know, breach of the peace and everything, right? Yeah, it's going to generate a £40 traffic ticket. Eventually, it's going to generate thousands of pounds. But you know, you're keeping people in jobs. Loads of fucking paper is going to be shuffled about in all these establishments coherently, legally, or based upon your stupid, incoherent, not even legally defined, fucked up notice. Right, yeah, you stick
financial gain.
mercant. Yeah, yeah, that's the game, isn't it? Just to create more wealth for the stupid people have always created the wealth for smart people. That's how it works, right? Yeah. So there's going to be people out there fucking educating people in stupidity. Why? It's not a fucking. It's no fucking mystery. They generate the most wealth, right? Yeah. A simple traffic violation turns into all these fucking letters of correspondence, court cases, this, whatever, and you're also inadvertently educating the traffic wardens who are doing the state's jobs for them. They're going to go and clue themselves upon law because they should be clued upon it anyway if they're collecting revenue for the state. So rather than educating people of law,
but the Freeman stuff's only a fringe. Isn't it? It's only a fringe. There's not many people doing it.
Right? Really. Did you get that? It's money being saved on loads of fronts, right? Yeah. If you've got traffic wardens out there collecting revenue for the state on commission, right? Yeah. But maybe are not that versed in law. Use caution when they see one of these notices. Then go and clue themselves up with it with superiors and like that, and then look in the books for themselves and get abreast with it, right? Yeah. Haven't you inadvertently gone out there and educated, right? Yeah, a traffic warden in sound law? When you with your shit law, that's the thing. Right? Yeah, you're all of a sudden like, listen. There's nothing that cannot be learnt from another man's ignorance. Right? Yeah. So all these ignorant people out there are also doing the system's job for it and educating the system's subordinate as well. Right? Yeah. So it's not just.
But that Freeman and that legalese Freeman stuff is there's not many people doing that. To set up a whole infrastructure, shills and all that shit.
Yeah, how big do you think this scene is, mate, on this soil? On British, UK, English.
What, the Freeman?
How big, this whole scene, this whole, like, truther type scene, how big do you really think it is?
But the legalese side of it, I don't think is big at all.
Like, all of it, all your anonymouses, all your occupiers, all your fucking frackings, all your fucking law buds, all your fucking everything. The entire
percentage of the population, I would say less
yeah,
than 5%
percentage. How many people do you think in this country
well,
are in this type of thing?
I could guess less than 5% of the population. Probably less than that, actually.
1%. I'd say less than
Probably less than 500,000.
Yeah, I'd say less than 1%.
Probably less than 500,000. And if the objective is to get millions of people creating this sort of controversy, don't forget, buckle up. Like we chatted on this other show, didn't we, the other day? This Freeman scene is a multi-million-pound industry when you look at the dynamics of it.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, when you really look at the dynamics of it, it's a multi-million-pound industry.
Yeah, and I know what you're saying, but I'm saying to set up the infrastructure of shills and all that, surely they could do something better than the Freeman. There'd be other ways to generate revenue.
Yeah, it's enhancing.
With
it's involving the Freeman. The Freeman scene's kind of being snubbed, isn't it? But it's being enhanced with Beat the Bailiff and, you know what I mean? And all these other crap type of fucking, you know, spin-offs.
Yeah, like illegal shit. Yeah, like the illegal stuff, say.
But
yeah,
surely
spin-offs, man.
To like use that, say that for instance, whoever it is.
Right, there is no better way. There is no better way of selling someone a lie than introducing those little truths first. I don't know a better way of selling a lie. If you go up to someone and blatantly give them a lie, they're going to go, fuck off, you fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of my face. But if you entice people in slowly with loads of little truths, and then get them going out promoting your life for you, and then your neighbours and everything else, so you learn a lot from your neighbours, and you're not.
Yeah, but surely there'd be a better.
It's commonly accepted. Or don't you get that? No one's going to accept a lie. There'd be
something better with a faster growth rate that you know what I mean, to get more people involved, because like you say, it's a really small percentage of people.
Like I've said, obviously they needed someone better than Dom. That New Statesman fucking thing is legit. That's 2011. This is 2014. They've got branding for the last 2 years, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, creating more fucking masks on the streets, right? Yeah. In the next 2 years, there's going to be another face on there. You know what I mean? Yeah, like you know, creating all the fucking shit for the fucking anons and all that. It's the anonymous thing out there,
Slowly,
isn't it? Like,
slowly,
yeah,
like Fabian
yeah,
society.
slowly.
You should
So,
see
like I
if
said, like,
Russell
listen,
Brand's been on the New Statesman's cover. If you can find an actual cover of the New Statesman with Russell
yeah,
Brand on it
oh, I
promoting
have no
Occupy.
doubt. I have
Do you
no
know what I
doubt.
mean?
It's
Yeah,
like
that
someone.
definitely. You know what I mean? That'd look good though for the memes, wouldn't it? Next year
Just,
when you got the next one on
just
there.
step out a bit. That's it. Just step out and try and look at it from a bird's eye position for every now and again. Eagle eye view, innit? Yeah, like analyze it from an eagle eye view and see what the fuck's going on.
James is on one tonight.
You might think there are
Get him in
obviously
here.
better
Get him
ways
in
of
here.
selling.
I've already done it, man. He won't come in.
Listen, there's better ways to selling a lie, right? And it walking up to you and sticking a fucking collar around your fucking throat, in it, and walking you around like a dog. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're getting dragged.
Tell him, did he? Tell him better's calling him a brand or what?
Hang on then.
Better. Call that James Kinsella.
Dom will be listening to this at some point. Don't fucking fool yourself. Dom will be listening to this at some point. He can't help what every little fucking.
I was going to ask you, but I know. Forget Dom, man. I was going to ask you how many of these hangouts do you watch?
Who, me?
Yeah, man. You must, because I've seen loads of fucking clips of you like fucking editing people's hangouts and shit like that. And I just think, man, how many of these motherfuckers do you watch?
The ones that I've edited predominantly, I was on anyway, innit? I just got a nice little. Don't forget, you can only upload 15-20 minutes on Facebook, and it reaches far many. You know, I reach like. You know what? You know my latest video, Buck, like beating the freetards. Fuck me,
yeah,
3,500 people. 3,500. Like, this has never happened to me before. 3,500 people viewed that on Facebook in 10 hours. I was like, what, man? I swear I was bombarded with haters, man. It's like, fuck me. And that's never happened to me on a video. I've got videos out there with 6,000 views and all that on my Facebook and that, innit? But I've never had 3,500 fucking views or whatever in 10 hours. That's sick. That was sick, man. So
just so you know, I don't know if you know.
Hey, I've got 100,000 views on a video on YouTube.
Hey, who's that
one,
do you know what it's doing? Farting on my birds.
Brian, what was you going to say, mate?
Talking dogs get more.
Brian.
Yes.
Brian,
okay.
Go on.
Yeah, I've been just kind of listening and observing for the last half hour. I'm actually over here in America, but I have some questions to kind of get up to speed as far as what you guys are discussing. I'm not familiar who this Dom guy is, and quite honestly, I don't care, so we don't need to rehash that. But I'm curious as
we can beat up Carl Lentz if you want. I don't mind bashing him around. I'll pull him around by his mustache intellectually. Go on, carry on. Shoot. What are your questions?
Yeah, I don't care about that guy. Well, I'm curious about what the kind of climate is as far as your guys' take from a lot of these different legal groups. And it seems to me everybody on this call is taking the position that the Freeman Group, for whatever case, is a lost cause. You can attack it from any angle you want, but it all leads back to the same point. There is no solution whatsoever for anybody on anything with the Freeman solution.
There is solutions, but they're on individual
Let him finish,
merit.
Let him finish, man.
Thank you. So then my next question, the logical question would be, well, what would be your solution and what motivates you in learning to understand law? Meaning, where are you trying to get to as far as your relation to the legal or political system? And I'll just stop there for now.
Well, let me say before, Badder, because you go on, Badder. I'm not too much into the legal stuff. That's not really my thing. But I like the political stuff a little bit more. But these two are more into the legal side. See how short that was, Badder, right? Go on.
Yeah, sweet. But let
me get mine in quickly. Let me answer him quickly.
The whole political system's governed by the law.
Brian, I've
Hold on a
got
second.
I've got a trial coming up in January for cannabis. If you go on YouTube, type in Bopalot's Common Law, you'll see me police interview. That's predominantly why I've got into it.
And
Go on,
when it
Badder.
comes to law in this, when it comes to law in this scene, innit, I'm like the fucking professor. I'm the man. I'm number one, innit. I fucking, you know, I've enshrouded myself. Listen, I've enshrouded. Listen, hold on a minute. Everyone else, fuck you. Let me finish.
Hold on, I just want to let you know something real quick, James.
Hold on, let me finish.
Please.
Yeah, when it comes to law in this scene, I'm answering your questions. There's plenty of remedies. There's plenty of solutions. But they're on individual merits, right, yeah? It requires you going out and studying. Look at the word study. Stew and die, yeah? Steward and dying. You're dying. You're actually, when you you study when you become learned, right, yeah? When you've learnt something, right, yeah? Right, yeah? Studying involves dying. Sacrifice.
I don't want you to waste your time and breath. Jamie, let me stop you so that way.
I'm not wasting my time. Listen, I'm not wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time.
I am not a novice. When it comes to law and the subject of law, I am not a novice. I study specifically international law for the last 5 years. So I don't want you to feel like you have to speak to me at a more rudimentary level. What I'm curious about is more specific, which is what is your fundamental purpose for studying law, and what is your end-all, be-all to your purpose and pursuit of studying the art of law, as it relates to you and your position.
I'll answer you in one word: wisdom.
Okay, well, how does that help you in relation to freedom to do what you feel you're capable of doing on your own?
Are you fucking serious? Are you asking me how wisdom, right, yeah, assists me, right, yeah, in living free?
Yeah, I am.
And I thought you were versed in law.
I am versed in law, but wisdom means many things to many people. And so just to say wisdom doesn't really define or help me understand, where you're coming from.
All right. This is the way I see it. Okay, I'll break it down for you. All right. I answered you. Okay. I answered you in one word. It wasn't enough, so I'll expand on it. Right, yeah? The laws that are statute. Statute is Latin. If you break it down, for stood as used. What's been stood as used by man longer than any man alive can remember is considered to be right, just, and true. Not the absolute truth of everything, but something our ancestors have left down and documented as foundations for, descendants when they actually look to guidances in life, right, yeah, that they are feeling within, can relate to, right, yeah. So I study law from the ancients. Hang on, listen, let me finish. I studied law from the ancients, right, yeah, that are no longer here to manipulate me to their will, rather than anyone else alive that is able to manipulate me to their will. And if I study law from someone alive today, I'm opening myself up to be exploited, right, yeah, to their will. Whereas if I learn law from the ancients, wisdom, right, yeah, stood as used, considered to be right, just, and true, laws and foundations and principles, right, yeah, I can only ever lie to myself if I interpret those principles in every single way possible I know how, right down to me. So they all correlate all back to me as man, an individual, right, yeah, and that's wisdom. And what that does is, it's like a martial arts of the mind. I deal with every engagement. Engage is lawfully synonymous with contract. So I deal with all my contracts and all my engagements on individual merit. Right, yeah? Because one of those principles of law is, right, yeah, each and every case in law, life, to replace case with life. Each and every life in law is adjudicated upon individual merit. And one of my stances why all these free men type law type shit groups with all their templates and why everyone should download something and use this type of law and whatnot is flawed. It's because there is no remedy for everyone. This is your life, and your individual merits will be represented, and your knowledge of the law will be represented in a court of law. If a dispute breaks down between two or more courts, then you need to enter one to settle the dispute. If you can coherently put those facts on the table and every fact they've set in, the law will be interpreted the other one in
Hey,
accordance
Jamie.
with that. So how do
Yeah,
I
Brian,
attain
Brian,
freedom?
Brian, go
How
on.
do I attain freedom with wisdom? How
Hold
do I
on, we
attain
can't
wisdom with
go any
freedom?
further
Badder, shut up.
if we're
That,
having,
well,
if we're gonna
I
have a
answered you with
debate.
one word. I answered you. Listen, I answered you with one word, and then when I digress, you want to interject. So,
Well,
you know,
Jamie,
I'll leave it there.
somehow you have to make sure that everybody else that you're having a discussion with is on the same page as you. And there's a
Sure,
couple
but are you in a
people who
rush? You in a
I'm not.
rush?
I'm not in a rush, but you're talking as if you are in a rush. You said you made a
Nah.
comment that I
I'm
don't
trying. I'm
necessarily.
trying to get because I know
No,
people
Badder,
like you are
just
going to want to.
wait.
Because I know you're going to interject and interrupt me. I'm trying to get many words, right? Yeah, and as many as much construction as I can into one, complete, concise fucking response before I
Yeah,
get
but you
rudely
make no
interrupted.
sense of it. Nobody can understand what you're saying.
What do you mean, nobody?
You need to
Just
let
because
people
you can't
interject.
means nobody else can.
Well, you're going off.
Everyone says it.
I'm trying to keep you on focus, and you're going off on explaining something where I'm wanting to know what is the means for you to know everything that you're trying to explain to me. What is your means? Are you wanting, are you wanting freedom? Are you wanting to separate yourself from this
What
system
are you
that's
on about? No,
place?
I'm not, no, I don't want any of those things right yeah. I assert my freedoms. I don't want them. If I want them, it means I haven't got them. I assert my freedoms coherently with the English law. The words that come out of my mouth are uttered in English. I am governed by the English rule of law by contract, engagement. I've agreed with my own mind with the words coming out of my own mouth and therefore binding myself to the English realm of law. Right, yeah? That's a contract. I'm setting the precedent. Right, yeah? Right? No, and I assert my freedoms with deep-founded knowledge of English rule of law. Right, yeah? I don't want my freedoms. I haven't got to strive for them. I've educated myself into a position to assert them.
Right, so now let's
Are you misinterpreting freedoms with rights? Because you can't assert freedom. You can achieve and then maintain.
I don't claim rights. I don't claim rights. Rights cannot be forced upon me, and a man that doesn't claim them, Buppalop knows this maxim well. Or someone that doesn't assert their rights has none. Right, yeah? Because they cannot be forced upon me. I will never claim a given me a right, because anything given in law can be disposed of by the giver, bestower of it. Right, yeah? No man on this earth, right, yeah, has the capability or intellectual capability of giving me a right. Right, yeah? Simple as that. I don't claim rights. I'm not
part of a collective.
I'm not misinterpreting rights with freedoms. Not one iota.
Alright, so I got a question for you. When it comes to the relationship of an individual.
Badder, man, why'd you do
Badder,
that?
don't be starting that shit, man.
You talking about a debate. Brian, man, go on, say that again.
Okay. So when it comes to when it comes to the relationship between an individual and a society. Well, first, let me ask this question. Does everybody on this call agree that no individual...
Sorry?
Sorry, Brian.
That's alright. I don't know. Yeah.
That last bit.
Now, would everybody on this call first agree that no individual on this planet can survive by himself?
When you say that by itself, would you mean alone, or do you mean without government?
What are you on about? You mad?
No, I mean just
I don't agree with that.
Forget the ideas of governments or anything for the moment. Let's see if we can agree.
Such thing. Listen, mate, there's no such thing as society. Concept.
Who's even mentioned a society? Brian, do you mean as in one man on the planet alone, or do you mean all people just self-governing?
Well, I mean, an individual in the natural course of living in nature, could he survive on this planet by himself?
Yeah.
Individually.
If you had the
Yeah, I
skills
reckon
to,
he
yeah.
could.
Well, but now how is he going to learn the skills? And are some skills, because every individual is going to have different abilities and skills and qualities. And so if
Well,
you
you
don't
get mountain
possess,
men, don't you?
Yeah, I'll give you a
Mountain men.
word. Go and look up intuition.
well, it's not all about intuition. My point being is that human beings need the assistance and intercourse of their fellow human beings. Some are
Are you
better
a
at
human
hunting.
being? Hold on. Human being?
All right, let's say individual, a person, however you want to define an individual being. We cannot function on this planet by ourselves. We need help, and more than that, we need the relationship with other individuals. And
According to
so,
what?
according to just nature, I mean, that's the whole aspect of a family, is it not? How do you not
Well,
procreate?
yeah. Listen, in order to procreate or form a marriage, right? Yeah, you need the opposite species, right? Yeah, the sex, opposite
And so
sex
there,
to continue life. But other than that marriage of two different two different things to create something else, right? Yeah. Other than that aspect of it, right? Yeah. Like like you can, if you're hungry, you'll eat grass if it comes to it, mate. Hunger will do mad things to a man in any state, right? Yeah, intellectual or primitive, right? Yeah, and as soon as hunger kicks in, that's it, right? Yeah, and like, believe me, intuition will take over, and you either eat something poisonous and die very relatively short, or you just find something that sustains your life for a little bit longer. That's just survival, right? Yeah, your lifespan's got very little to do with like fending for oneself.
so
Mankind has always had the
you
capability to
you
fend for
take the
oneself.
personal view that you as an individual can survive completely on your own, cut off from all society.
Well, there's
I
no
think
such thing as
that's what
society
it
in the
really
first
is.
place to be. Listen, there's no such thing as society to be cut off from in the first place. Society is merely a concept of the mind.
Yeah, so he's
That
talking hypothetically then, isn't he?
Well, the society is certainly a concept of the mind, but what gives it force and what brings it to a certain level of physical reality is the number of
Is an agreement.
individuals. Exactly, a
Yeah,
social
number of individuals that agree to be a member of that society. Right, yeah,
What's that?
I can still be here. Right, I can be here right now on English soil. Right, yeah, governing myself under the English rule of law, and be part of that social structure, I suppose, if that's what you wish to call it or label it. However, anything beyond that is choice, freedom of choice. Right, yeah, I'm not part of any society just because there may be a majority of members claiming to be of it, and they might claim me to be part of it. That doesn't mean I am part of it. That's their concept of the mind. And in order to be an established contract in law, right, yeah, under the English law with the English words I'm speaking, there has to be an agreement amongst those minds to constitute the law, right, yeah. And if I
is
don't
a
agree
social
to be part of
contract.
any, if I don't agree, yeah, exactly. If I don't agree to be part of any society that proclaims itself to be, right, yeah, then I'm not part of it. Simple as that. It's like you
Okay,
cannot
so
force
let
society
me
on anyone.
ask. All right,
Just
so
like you can't force religion on anyone.
okay, so and I agree. Just like any individual has the ability to decide what kind of belief they want to take, they also have the ability to volunteer to join whatever society suits them best. And so then the
Sure.
question comes down to, well, then, all right, so we all agree that society does exist. It exists with the coming together of individuals and agreement that they want to perpetuate themselves.
It exists merely as a concept. It can't act. It can't do anything. You can't arrest it. You can't. It can't be held accountable for nothing. Its only real
Societies
function
are
in
held
life as a
accountable
concept
all
is
the
I.
time. Hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let
Well,
me
hold
finish.
on. No,
Society's
you're
only real function
incorrect.
in life.
Society.
Okay, one sentence. One sentence. Society's only real function in life, from what I've been able to observe as a concept, right? Yeah, it's just something to point the finger at that has no accountability and can never actually act upon anything. It's just something to blame when there is nothing else to blame.
Well, that's
Racism,
incorrect.
society's problem. Unemployment, it's society's problem. Things like that. Right, yeah? When the argument ceases to exist because of intellect, it can be society's problem. Right, yeah?
Well,
That's its
what
only
makes
function.
hold on,
That's
what
its only
makes
function.
what
That's its
makes
only function that I can see.
You're better, man. Just let him speak.
What makes a society at the very basic fundamental level? What is required to have a society?
Mutual agreement.
From
No,
who?
no, just
Who?
principal idea. An
From who?
idea. It's just an idea.
From the
It's just an
An
idea. Principal
idea. An
idea.
idea from who?
Anyone.
Anyone. So an individual.
Anyone can form a society and then attract members to it tomorrow.
More than two individuals can come together and form a society. Will we agree on that? More than two people would equate a society.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Right.
Well, I'd agree with that.
Well, yeah, to form one, to create one, it only takes one individual.
No, you can't have a society
To
unto
form one.
yourself.
No,
It's
to
just
create.
like- it's just-
Right, listen, to create the idea, right? Yeah, an individual can create an idea via intuition.
There's such an irrelevant angle you're questioning there, Badder, to the question he's asking.
Well,
That's like
no,
listen, let me talk. That's like me saying I've made an army. You know what I mean? Just because of created an army in the head, it doesn't mean that I've got an army.
An army isn't spelled anything like. An army isn't spelled anything like society. Right, yeah, what are you on about? An army, an armed force, is more than just a concept. There's actual people there acting in it. Right, yeah, right, and they are claiming to be armed warriors.
Yeah, and a society has people in it, and they're claiming to be members of that society.
Yeah,
and so in any case, whether it's a military which is developed and administered by the society, all of it revolves around individuals. So now you bring a completely new dynamic into the equation of law, because now you have individuals whose actions you cannot control that dictate the functions of a society. So if the issue... Go ahead.
Go on, carry on.
Well, so if the issue is the relationship between the individual, myself, and the society, and law is what governs that relationship, then if we're studying law, there must be a reason and a purpose and a focus and a destination to get to, because you're studying the law. The law is meant to be applied. And so I'm curious, to bring this all back full circle, what's the main motivation by studying and discussing the law? Is it so that you can somehow make some kind of separation between yourself within the society you're involved with? Whether because you feel like you haven't contracted...
Listen, I've
Asperger's syndrome and law's his thing.
What's that?
I've never been consciously ever part of any such society. Right, yeah. I utter words in English, right, yeah, and I'm governed by the English rule of law. The English language is an established tongue, right, yeah. You Americans, right, yeah, have your constitution written in English, right, yeah. You are governed yourselves by the English rule of law, believe it or not, right, yeah. Right, you don't need birth. You study international law, you know it yourself. Right, yeah? You're governed by English rule of law. America is governed by English rule of law. The principal part of anything is the most powerful. And if your constitution is written in English, guess what laws you're governed by? Right, yeah? Your Commonwealth state.
Well, I'm not a United States citizen, so their laws do not govern me. But I'm well versed in the United States Constitution and U.S. laws, as I was a U.S. citizen.
Mate, yeah, but the simple fact is you're uttering words in English. Right, yeah, so you are still governed by the English rule of law.
Words are just words.
I've never been
meant to convey a meaning. As long as we can come to term on an idea, on a meaning, then we're communicating. So if we have a difference in words, we'll discuss the words.
Oh yeah, and we are discussing those words. You're trying to assume I have been or I ever will be. Or have some sort of relationship with society. It doesn't exist, mate.
Okay,
it's just a concept of other people's mind They can entertain.
What's your goal in learning the law?
Right, listen, right, some people say, oh, but the English law is just a concept, badder. I've had that thrown at me, right?
I have three.
Like society is. Let me finish now. I've had, so the English law is just a concept, badder, just like society. But guess what, people that throw that at me, right? Yeah, I don't speak in society. I speak in English. If the English law is a concept, fine. I actually express it from my inner spirit out of my fucking mouth with the vocal cords nature bestowed upon me, thus binding myself to it. Right, yeah? That's an agreement I've made with my own body, with my own mouth, my own tongue, and I'm versed myself up in it, and I don't mind entering that realm. Right, yeah? So it's a concept of the mind, but it's not just in the mind. Hold on. It's not just a concept of the mind, right, yeah, that stays there, and I'm a member of it. I am expressing it with my vocal cords and expressing my inner freedoms within with an established tongue, thus binding myself to it. Now, society is no established tongue, right? Yeah, it's no bodily expression that comes out of my mouth or eyelids or an action I can do. It's nothing I express in any which way, shape, or form. I can take it or I can leave it. Christianity, I can take it, I can leave it. Catholicism or whatever it's fucking called, I can take it, I can leave it. Judaism, I can take it, I can leave it. All these concepts of the mind, I can take or I can leave. They're free for me to pick and choose from. But the language I'm uttering words in is an agreement between my mind and my mouth and my body. Right, yeah, and everything, all my corporate structure within, thus binding myself to it. There is no such binding. There is no such binding. Hold on a minute.
Let him speak,
Let me finish. There is no such binding agreement with me and any supposed society. I've never been part of one. I'm not learning law to separate myself from it. Right, yeah. It's a concept of the mind. This is how quick it takes to
hold on. All right, so
click of a finger, and
you're like spouting all sorts of stuff. And you're not letting anybody come in and actually make you stick to a specific point that you're trying to make. You cannot get further along.
When you're speaking, I'll shut up and listen.
Yes?
Yeah, go on, Brian.
I mean, you have to allow a chance for a conversation to develop. I mean, we still haven't got to the point that I'm asking, which is, what is your fundamental purpose for studying the law?
Just try and answer that.
That's all I want to know is, in a very clear and distinct, like, I have a goal that I'm.
All right, shut up then. I'll answer you in one word, nice and crisp. Wisdom.
I think it's a hobby for him or something.
Well, all right. I'll just come out and say,
why is this little fucking snotty nose drip trying to answer for me? I'll tell you. Right, yeah? I study law for wisdom. Right, yeah? Wisdom and knowledge. That's it.
Not to apply.
I have no goal. I'm not trying to achieve anything. I live every moment in the now, and I love every given fucking second that passes was a tiny little gift to me. And I read it, right, yeah, and that's it. Yeah, I'm not achieving to do anything. I'm not looking to do anything. Right, yeah, I study law for knowledge and wisdom. That's it. There is no goal. There is no achievement. I live in the now, the present. I found balance. I don't need to strive for anything.
So you study the law just so you can learn the law how you would like to learn it, and then you just completely ignore the relationships that it has with anybody else.
What do you mean?
What happened there?
I don't know. What you on about?
I see everybody on mute.
Is somebody blocked bad or something?
I don't know what happened. So look, I mean, for me, it's very clear and to the point. Law to me is equally entwined with philosophy and quote-unquote religion, however you'd like to define it. And that without having those merged together and knowing that, just to say that you're separated from a society that you were born into isn't enough universally to say that you're free and clear from the collusion that comes from being involved in a society. And that there are universal weights and measures that do dictate to societies, cultures, and individuals for the actions that they take based on their beliefs. And so when you have a system around you that's so completely corrupted, whether it's the financial markets or businesses or governmental structures, whatever, that there's no, and that you did not yourself create it, there is no solution to be had legally or any other way except for to separate from that society and create a different one.
Mate, I don't know where you are on this planet, right, yeah, but in England, right, yeah, the English rule of law governs Parliament and government, right, yeah. I can govern myself with the English rule of law and do business with government like any other individual, right, yeah. Being governed is a choice in England. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not sure what it's like where you are, right, yeah, but like English
So
law
you're not
supersedes
subject to
all
any of the English law?
Yeah, listen, English law supersedes all fucking international laws on English proclaimed soil and shores. And it will do until the English get conquered. Right,
Now
yeah? I'm
that
not
is
sure what it's like.
absolutely false. I
No,
study
it isn't.
international law. The English.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what, mate. It doesn't matter what you study, right? Yeah, I'm telling you as a fact, right?
It's
Yeah,
not a
England
fact.
has its own flag. England. I'm not talking about the UK, and I'm not talking about Britain. I'm talking about England. England
Yeah,
has its
I'm
own
talking
flag and
about England
established
too.
laws, established bodies of law, right? Yeah, that supersede all international laws upon
Hold on, I want to
proclaimed
hear from
English
the other
soil and
two.
shores.
I want to hear from the other two. Do you agree with that statement that England is above international law?
It is.
I don't know
Of
too
course,
much
it
about law,
fucking
to be
is.
honest. I think what it's all of the
Fucking
law
weirdo.
is
International
derived
law
from
wouldn't.
English, so
International law is a derivative of English law.
but no, I can't really comment
Idiot.
on it. I don't know much about
The
International
derivative,
law.
the derivative
International
power can
law
never,
is
the derivative
like,
power, the
look,
derivative power,
hey,
maxim of law, the derivative power can never be more powerful than the, than the precedent. The precedent can never be more powerful than the source. English law, right, yeah, was here long before international laws. Right, yeah, international laws are a derivative form from English laws and the Commonwealth and the states, right, yeah, and the empire, right, yeah. English law supersedes all international laws on English proclaimed soils and shores, and it will do until the
are you
day the English are
absolutely
conquered.
mad?
Now, British law bows down. UK law bows down to international laws via treaties and that. But the British law and UK law itself is also a derivative of English law and doesn't have the power to surrender the power of the principle. You know what I mean? Yeah, of English law to international bodies. It doesn't have that capability. So, like I said, I don't know where you are in the world, but I'm on English soil, innit? English proclaimed soil and shore, speaking
So
English.
England isn't
And
signatory to any international treaties.
England can entertain world treaties if it wants. English people, of course.
No, my
Yeah.
question
But it's predominantly done in a UK environment via Parliament. It's predominantly done by parliamentary supremacy, but parliamentary supremacy itself is governed by the English rule of law.
Is
And you might know a lot about
England
international
a
laws,
part?
mate.
Oh,
You might know a lot about international laws, mate, but you know what? It was the principles of English law that created international law.
are you gonna answer any
Do you know what I
questions?
mean? Yeah.
Is England a part of the United Kingdom?
Yeah, on a voluntarily basis, obviously.
Okay, so they have an agreement with the
You got to remember, listen, I'm an Englishman, right? Yeah, on English proclaimed soil.
Look, I know.
Hold on, I've got to make you aware of a few things. I've got to make you aware of a few things. You're not from this land, right? Yeah, I'm an Englishman. I'm English proclaimed soil and shores. I'm not a UK resident. I'm not a member of the UK. I'm not a British citizen. I'm an Englishman, right? Yeah, we have our own flag and body of laws, and on our own soil, proclaimed land and soil and shores, right? Yeah, the English law supersedes all other fucking laws around the world that try and invoke upon the Englishman. But if I make claim to be British, right? Yeah, then yeah, your international laws will obviously like dictate a large area of my life. But don't try and like butter over that like it's insignificant, right? Yeah, right, yeah. Don't think that for a second. Who do you think runs America still through posterity? The English. You may have kicked the British out or whatever, documented in your history books, but not in one of your history books does it ever mention you kicked the English out. Yeah, you've just been kind of tricked by context over life. Being English and British are two different things, right? Yeah, anyone can come here and be British in a certain amount of time. Anyone can settle here and be British for as long as they want, for many generations of family, right? Yeah, but an Englishman is an Englishman, and a Scotsman is a Scotsman, and a Welshman and an Irishman, and they all know who they are in their own kingdom, right? Yeah. Now, international laws, for instance, will have no effect on my life if I don't want them to, because I can administrate English law in English proclaimed courts of law, right? Yeah, on English proclaimed soil and shores, on my own individual merit. Right? Yeah, I haven't got to escape anything. I ain't got to try and like, I want freedom from the government. I don't need freedom from the government. I just do business alongside it like any other motherfucker. Right? Yeah, like I would do business with you. You want to buy something from me, and you got something for sale, and you got a happy medium, or vice versa. Let's exchange. We're exchanging now in words. Right, yeah? I don't need I don't need anyone to tell me I'm free. Right, yeah? I've educated myself enough, right, yeah, to assert my freedom. And I do business with the government like I would do business with anyone else. And any Englishman on English soil are capable of doing that. Now, I don't know what international laws dictate to you in your part of the world, but they are English derivatives.
Tell Bada
Right, yeah? And we're the daddies. Yeah, I'll tell you about the law. You will never tell me about the law. Everything you've ever learnt about the law has come from these soil and shores in the first place. If you've learnt it in an English tongue or Latin derivative. Right, yeah, the Roman Empire settled here, and then the battle between the fucking Pope and the King of England. The battle between the Pope and the King of England happened here on these soils and shores, according to history. And you Americans and whatnot, with your international laws and whatnot, are derivatives of that, and you will never ever utter a word in your established tongue more powerful than English.
I can't even hear about that.
And it doesn't matter how many international laws you'll spout. You will have to conquer.
You're blocking people.
You have to conquer the English. You'd have to conquer the English.
Why are you blocking people?
What you on about? It was an accident.
I'm mute. Did he?
I can. He has to leave and come back.
Did he leave and come back? Let Brian talk as well, man. She's probably never going to come fucking back into one of these with us again, man.
Yeah, he's just chatting breeze, man. It's just some fucking dippy yank.
No, Brian, go and talk, please,
mate. He's trying to sort of dictate that people have got no choice but to be. I agree. You may be born into a society. You may be born into a religion. But as soon as free will kicks in, it's just a mental choice to leave. It's a click of a finger.
It's not just making a mental choice, it's the actions and what it takes to put yourself in the category of being self-governed. Just to say,
do you know what? Our ancestors, my ancestors at least, you know what I mean, yeah, have left the fucking path. You know what I mean? I've left the guidance of laws there for me. And I've merged myself with them, I've enshrouded myself with them, right, yeah? And now I can assert my freedoms. Can I do it for you and everyone else? No, I can assist you to help yourselves. But yeah, but you have to do it on your own individual basis.
I just have one question. Are you perfectly satisfied and content with your government in England?
I don't have a government. I govern myself. The governed have a government.
But you live in the territory.
Am I happy and content to do business with a government that's been relinquished, voiced by the people that relinquished it to it? Right, yeah. I'm more than happy throughout the rest of my existence to do business with anything that has voice, relinquished to it or otherwise. Right, yeah? But it's not my government.
It's hard
It'll
to
never
get
be my
clarity
government.
because you don't stay on focus.
Yeah, but you're making wild claims. You're saying stuff like your government. It's not my government. It's a government.
Yeah, and
It's
you're
not
governed
mine.
by it. You're
No, I'm
subject
not.
to it. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You won't allow me you won't even answer direct questions so that way I can determine whether or not my claims are true or false. You just say that my claims are baseless and not true, and then
No,
you go on your definition.
No, listen, your question already made an assumption. What do you think about your government?
My first
Bad
question.
You
idea.
asked me. Listen,
My
your
first-
question.
I'm
Listen, because I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, mate. But you're not smart enough. Bopper, like, hold back, mate. This little
I'm not
prick
smart
thinks
Listen,
he's
just
smart,
drop out,
and he's
Bado, and
not.
call back in because Diddy can't get in because you
Hold on a
blocked him.
minute. Hold on a
need to
minute.
drop
I'm in
out
the
and
middle of a
come back in.
conversation. Bopper, like, I'm in the middle of a conversation. This
This is
dickhead
a
thinks he's smart.
conversation.
Right, yeah, listen, if you ask someone a question like,
I'll
what
make
do
you
you
right,
think of
Brian,
your
mate.
government?
I
Are
ain't.
you happy with it? Listen. When someone asks a question like, are you happy with your government? Right, yeah? They've already asserted an assumption. This is called game model theory. He asks a
Okay, so
question,
let
and
me
if I
retract
answer
that
like, nah,
question.
oh
I'll
yeah.
ask a
Like,
different
listen,
one.
the question already assumes a position you're not entitled to make. Right,
I'm
yeah? It's
retracting
not
the
my
question.
government.
No more assumption.
It's not my government. It's not my
There's-
government.
The question
Bado,
is retracted. The question I have for you: were your
I'm
parents?
hanging up anyway in a minute.
Were your parents English citizens?
You'd have to ask them. I
I'm
can't
asking
speak for
you.
them. Well, I can't speak for another man. I can't make claim for another man, just like you can't make claim for me.
Hold on. Do your parents consider themselves English citizens?
You'd have to ask them, and that it's my
All
mum
right.
and dad.
Make an assumption based on your life experience living and growing up and your parents.
Oi, dickhead, Brian. Listen, dickhead. I don't know what you're doing in
Wait,
this
hold
thing,
on.
right, yeah?
Have I?
Bado,
You're
man.
not that
Sort it
smart.
out.
Whoa, hold on. No, I am
Oi,
not.
listen, right, yeah. Listen, no, I won't hold on, right, yeah. I won't hold on. You just said something.
I am
answering
not
you.
going to stand
Right,
here
yeah?
and let
Listen.
somebody call me a dickhead or any other name, especially when I don't go out of my way to say that to you. So you can either respect me like
Yeah,
I'll
but you are a
respect you.
dickhead.
Listen, or I will
No,
never
you're not smart enough. Listen, you're not
conversation.
smart enough. You're not smart enough to be respected, right? Yeah.
I'm not smart
You're
enough
a
to be
fucking
respected.
idiot.
You can't allow
For
anybody
starters,
to
you're
have a
calling. Right, for
conversation.
starters, right? Yeah. You claim to be learned in law. You claim to be learned in law. You ask me questions that make assumptions like my parents, my government, and stuff like that, right? Yeah.
I asked
When
you
they're
a
not my
question about your
parents.
parents, which you
They're
refused
not
to
my parents. Like, listen, dickhead. Listen,
Look,
you
I
asked
got
me a
my
question,
answer
and I'm in the
flagged.
middle of answering it.
Thank you guys very much.
Listen, dickhead. Oi, listen, dickhead. You asked a question. I'm in the middle of answering it. Right, for starters, they're not parents, they're my mum and dad. And what isn't defined in law is considered to be whole. Mum and dad is not defined in law, thus considered to be whole. Right, yeah? Secondly, it's not my government, never was. Right, yeah? Am I happy with its existence? I'm not happy, I'm not unhappy. It's there, I deal with it. It's not an issue for me. And on that note, peace. Yeah, safe people, what a great show.
Yo.
Yes. Yeah, Brian, go on, mate.
I couldn't take it anymore. That's just.
I know. That's how he gets, man. It's just you forget what the original question you've even asked is. You know what I mean? It's just you can't debate anything like.
And that's a sign of somebody who's just egotistical and egocentric. I mean, he's only here to hear himself talk and to make himself feel better about what he thinks he knows to other people.
What's your background? Then? You said you was in business.
I do business. I do various forms of business, but I also study international law because I'm an
international law. Sorry.
Yeah, and so I look at it specifically from the standpoint of self-determination. And so when I look at these free men groups, and that's why I got on here originally, is because I've been seeing these hangouts pop up, and I'm like, all right, well, let's kind of see what's on there. And you saw when I got on here, I listened for about 45 minutes to an hour just to kind of get a gauge on where the conversation was going. And all I was hearing was him spout about how good he is and how knowledgeable he is on law, but I never was getting into, well, why is he studying the law and what makes the solution he has, if any, better or different than what the free men or any of these, what I'm starting to quote, open source law movements.
Open source law. That's the first time I've heard that term. Go on, what's that about?
I just dubbed it because I look at all these different law movements. It doesn't matter what they are, whether it's the straw man, the UCC, the freemen on the land, the statelessness. Here in America, you got state citizen movement, the sovereign citizen movement. All these various different ideological, legal concepts the schools have taught that are all bullshit. So I just lumped them all together. Open source law.
Yeah, that's a better term for it, I think.
Yeah, I think it kind of fits around nicely. So, at the end of the day, to me, it comes down to one thing and one thing only: your supposed freedom. And what's it going to take for you to be able to operate on this planet as it is today without having to deal with all the bullshit that normal everyday people seem to have to deal with?
Yeah, I'll give you some.
So
there's a guy that comes on here, Brian. It's called Freeman Stephen, and he's living like a nomadic lifestyle where he's living on. He's acquired some kind of land, and he's living as best he can off the grid. But even he says it's impossible to be totally self-sufficient on your own because you need people to make candles, people to get the bees, people to get to farm, to live totally self-sufficient. He says it's impossible, and he's probably the closest person I've ever met to a man of the land.
Well, and that right there backs up my very specific point, which is no man is an island, and that we have learned long ago that we need the assistance and company of our fellow men or women, whatever, in order for us to survive. And so the natural course of evolution, societies have formed. with the family unit being the first natural society, and that up until the age of reason, a child is dependent on its parents, and the parents are duty bound to care for that child. And that once they reach the age of reason and can move off, if they choose to stay and be a part of the family, it's then done by convention, by voluntary association for mutual benefit, and extends out to the next level to a society where you have multiple families that come together in their own common interests for defense, self-preservation, and perfection. You know, that's society at its basic level. And what you're dealing with around you are societies that have been built and around for hundreds of thousands of years, and people want to think that they can fix it and correct it and everything else when they can't, because they're not the ones that created it. The ones that created it are the elite people that everybody wants to bitch about. So the only thing you can do is break off from those societies that are doing things so ass backwards and come together with other people and create a new society. You know, that's what I'm interested in. I'm looking to find people that understand that multiple people need to come together, and that it's for a higher purpose and it's for a better reason, which is to better our security and our standing, and to make ourselves all be more perfect, so to speak, in our own right.
You should definitely check out Freeman Stephen, because that was his initial idea. He acquired something like 60 acres in Scotland, and it was to set up a commune or a community. And he's been there for about 4 or 5 years, living on his own. And he's had people come and go, but no one's really stuck at it. And he's just not been able to find people really that have been willing to like sacrifice giving up what they've got to live, you know, an alternative lifestyle.
Well, see, now that begs the question: do you have to give up what you got in order to live in today's society with all the benefits and fruits of society? You know, a lot of these.
He would say.
Go ahead.
Go on. Well, like he said, it's impossible for him personally, and he is, to my knowledge, the only person I know that's made of, and I don't know, obviously there might be others, but in the UK anyway, to be doing it. I haven't come across anybody else. I haven't come across anybody else that's doing it to that extent, and he said it's impossible.
He started off on a free man on the land thing. If you say to him, "Oh, you're a proper free man on the land," he will say, "No, I'm not a free man on the land." You know what I mean? And he's specific about it. He don't want to be labelled a free man on the land because of how bad the free man on the land name has got now. Do you know what I mean?
He's not so much the legal aspect of it. I know he uses it, the legal side, but I think his ideology is completely different. Like Badder would come and say, "Oh, legal freeman stuff is all about this legal stuff." I think it was a different. Stephen's idea of it was support, like self-sufficient, living off the land. Not so
Well,
much the legal
that's.
aspect.
I mean, you know, when you think about a society, a society in itself is perfect if it's able to maintain all the wants and necessities of its members. So, you know, the smaller a society, the more it can do to maintain itself, which is my whole point, is all these major nation states and all these financial meltdowns and things that are happening all around the world, it's happening because it's unnatural and cannot sustain itself. So it has nothing to do but to break down, and in the course of that, you're going to see smaller and smaller societies come together while these bigger ones start breaking away. You know, so I'm already looking at this, you know, 10, 15, 20 years down the road where this process is already in full swing. It has nowhere to go but in that direction. And so, you know, when I'm looking at this, all right, well, what are the legal concepts that back up what's already naturally in place, which is individuals having the free ability to determine their association, determine their political understandings and their economic futures. You know, and that's found in international law, which is like, and there's no way that England did not even come into existence if it wasn't for the ability for individuals to freely associate and come together. That's something that's undeniable, and anything that's undeniable is international and universal. So for him to say that England is above international law is like saying England is above universal laws, and that's just not fathomable. It's not reality. And I'd say the same thing is probably with this guy, depending on how he's acting on the law. You know, is he looking at things from an international perspective and how nation states have developed and work with each other, or is he just trying to say I'm completely individual and separate from this society without going any further? Sorry, that was a bit of a rant.
No, you're all right, man. All of his research, it all comes from Black's Law, first edition. So.
Say that one more time.
All of his like research is all from Black's Law, the first edition.
Oh, you're talking about this Freeman guy? That's where his research is
Oh
at?
No, you see the guys who was in here a minute ago who won't let you get a word in.
Oh, that's where all of his research has come from? Black's Law?
That's it. Nothing else. He don't look at nothing else apart from Black's Law.
So that Freeman Stephen is geopolitical, though. He knows quite a lot. He does. If you can check his YouTube video out, he does a lot on.
He's called Stephen Duffy.
Yeah, he does a lot.
Oh, Stephen Duffy. Stuff. Yeah, no. I mean, because I'll have to go back to his Facebook.
If you go on to I don't know if he is on this one actually, but because he's on solar power, he can't get on the Hangouts. So he's not been on recently because it's winter.
I've seen some of his posts on here, you know, but I still look at it from the very fundamental standpoint of, as an individual living on this planet today, we were born into societies, and those societies we did not create. Our parents was not involved in the creation. They did not, you know, put anything financially towards the surviving of the society. They were either paid or, you know, in some type of slave-master relationship, job employee, or however else you want to look at it. And so the only way to go about exiting the system to where you can completely determine your own ability to set up how a society should be set up is to enact principles in international law and to build it yourself with your own money, your own hands, your own mind, with other people, and to leave the other existing societies alone to live out their existence how they're going to live out with the members that choose to stay involved in that society. You know, this is like creating a peaceful.
Where would you live though? Because obviously you'd have to live on land, and the land would be claimed by somebody. So then
you'd be surprised at the conventions that states give to each other. Like here in the United States, I think there's mass amounts of territory that China was given as eminent domain for past debts of America. You know, like there's a state here called
Utah, isn't it?
What's that?
Utah.
Utah.
Yeah, I seen a thing on Facebook where China owns a massive portion of Utah.
Yeah, and they also have their own city in Ohio.
Iowa.
Oh, or Iowa. Yeah, exactly. There's islands that are for sale all the time. You know, all over the place. I mean, there's conventions, and all it is an agreement between two nation states, two government or representatives that, you know, make whatever arrangements those two nation states or societies make. You know, a society at its level is nothing more than individuals coming together saying, hey, we have a common interest, and we're going to do what we can to support each other in order for that common interest to be achieved. And then each individual comes together to create a government body that then goes and carries out the will and the function of the individuals that came together to create the society in the first place. That's how all nation states start. And so the only ones that really have true power over any society are the ones that created it and their posterity. Everyone else is just a guest in their home, if that makes sense.
What about if you purchased an island? What about the jurisdiction of the person you bought? We'll say you bought an island off the United States. Then would their laws not Even if you bought an island and started a society, their laws fundamentally would be your laws.
Yeah,
How
I mean,
would
if
you
you
break
bought
it
an
away?
island, if you bought an island as like, all right, let's say I'm a U.S. citizen and there's an island for sale off the coast of California. I don't know, some dinky island, but they're selling it for $100,000. Well, if I, as a U.S. citizen, decide that I want to go purchase that island, well, it doesn't matter. That island still belongs to the United States because I'm a citizen. Anything that belongs to a citizen is owned by the United States, contrary to popular belief. But if I come to the government, let's say the State Department of the United States, and I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs from my nation state, and I say, hey, we like this island, we'd like to try and come to some kind of terms or arrangement to where we can occupy that island, have sovereign jurisdiction over it, and so what kind of agreement can we come to? Is there like humanitarian aid that we can provide you? Is there education? Is there business? What is it that would be amenable to you, so that way we can occupy this island, since you have nothing to do with it anyways. And whatever agreement came to pass, that would be essentially a contract, or in international terms, a treaty between two sovereign bodies, and then we would have full physical territorial jurisdiction over that island, and we could do with it what we want in relation to the international norms of societies that have already existed well beyond our years.
Have
Yeah.
people
Has
done
that,
this?
has that ever happened?
What's that?
Has that ever happened?
It happens all the time. I mean, think
like
about
a small group of people acquiring some land and then it becoming sovereign to them. Has that happened? I know the Native Americans can. Is it right? Native American reserves, like that's their land, and
well,
as long as it's not federal, as long as it's not a federal crime, then they police their own reserves. But still, even the federal law they're still bound by federal law. Is that right?
They are, but I mean, the way the Native Americans are set up, I mean, they have territorial jurisdiction, but it's just like with the what we would call the national forest, where it's congruent jurisdiction, where you would actually have multiple jurisdictions that are over one particular physical territory. So in the case with the Indians, they have physical territorial sovereignty as far as what they can do with it, but they aren't completely sovereign and independent in how they can conduct their economic affairs, because they're so much entwined with the U.S. economy that they are subject to the regulations of the U.S. economy. So in certain respects, they do have more sovereign freedom, so to speak, than normal citizens, but they're also just as subject to certain aspects of the law. But that's based on treaties and agreements that those two heads of governments or societies came to.
So they have like their own state law.
Yeah, or in this case, I mean, you can call it a state, you can call it a society, a nation, whatever you like. So that, I mean, that's all called variation by agreement. And so that's what I'm interested in, because that's exactly what me and the groups of individuals I'm involved with are practicing and working towards. So and I'm always curious to hear about how these individuals debate about laws and the reasons that compel them to learn the law, because unless you imply it, the knowledge is useless and there is no wisdom, because wisdom only comes from the experience, from the knowledge that you've gained.
I see this is a law thing. It's not really my thing. Bob, I think it's more Bob's thing. But I don't know with Badder. I don't know why. You would think, because he does know a bit. You'd think there would be some kind of goal. But fuck knows. I don't know what his plans are.
Well, I find most people don't have a goal. Most people that come to learning the law are usually in a bad legal situation, or they're angry and they're looking for answers. And when they come across certain aspects of the law, they're reading it to see if they can make it fit into the answer that they themselves want to see. They're not looking at it for truth, and they're not looking at it to be applied to accomplish something real.
Yeah, more personal.
Well, it's all personal, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
I mean,
a lot of people we get on here, they seem to get into law to do with debt, you know, to get out of debt. So that's the main one I've seen anyway. It's like people have been in debt and someone's told them if you do this, this, and this, and that's how they seem to get into it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's many. I mean, hell, I got into learning the law from it's a straw man argument or something like that, you know, and it pulled me in. Went from straw man to freeman or UCC to freeman. And I practiced a lot of that stuff in court, and I learned real quick that that was not the way to go, and the courts knew exactly how to go about handling it, you know. And I also learned that from the real standpoint, the system and those that know how to control human nature, they understand that they have all the time in the world, and they're constantly perfecting their system so that way they maintain control. And so all these efforts of people trying to attack the courts from their own specific legal standpoint have done nothing but to strengthen the court's position to deal with them in the future. Yeah. So eventually it's going to come to a point where all these, like I said, open source law movements are going to come to an end because they cannot progress any further. And then what are people going to do?
I think that's what Badr argues about a lot, isn't it? That's what you were saying before.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
That's Badr was saying before, that it's just it's a plan the government have orchestrated it all so that the laws just get narrower and narrower and narrower, so there is no leeway eventually, so you won't be able to go to court with the freedom movement. Does it work in the US?
No. Oh, fuck no. They call them domestic paper terrorists. Right?
I know. I was going to say they're classed as terrorists over there, aren't they?
Well, they are. I mean, you got to understand something, you know, and my basis of knowledge can best be explained through American law because that's where I gained my experience. You know, but the principles and the concepts are universal and international. You just have to be able to take those concepts and those principles and find the law and the way it's structured in your country to see how it fits in the bigger picture. You know, so but when it comes to America, most people look at the Constitution and they read those three words, "We the people." And there's many nations across the world that have adapted constitutions that start with "We the people." And it's a very good three-letter phrase because it throws the uninitiated off. And the uninitiated mean that when you're dealing with the law is always very specific. And when you see "We the people," the capital P is referring to a specific people, not just people in general. But the average American, if you ask them, they think that "we the people" means, oh, all of us, as a society, we are the people. It's not. It's a group of people, and they tell you in the Constitution that they're doing this for themselves and their posterity. So the illusion is whipped away, and you're left with the cold reality that there was a group of people that came together. They created the United States of America, and they alone controlled the United States from whatever means, for whatever ends, through their mechanisms that they created. And universally, they created something, so therefore they had the authority and the control over the use of what they created. And so all these freemen people that sit here and say that, oh, they're freemen on the land and this is their land, and all these dumb legal arguments that they make, when they walk into a court, the court's looking at two things. One, you're here in front of me physically arguing that you're not the one that I'm supposed to be seeing. Who in their right mind would show up in front of me with their physical body if they didn't have to? So either you are the individual I'm looking for, or you're representing the individual that I'm looking for. Either way, you're here because you know you belong here. You're just trying to make an argument so that way you can wiggle out of doing what your responsibility is as a citizen to do. You know, that's exactly how they look at it.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
No. And they're like, if you're going to sit there and say that this is your land, when all the public laws, all the codes and statutes and international laws and legal principles that exist clearly indicate that you gave up all rights to the land and you're nothing but a user of the land at your government's discretion. And to come back and tell your government that has provided you safety and education and the freedom to live the life how you choose to live in some countries, to tell them that they're evil and corrupt and whatever else they're doing when they freely allow you to leave anytime you want, is looked at as a threat. You are disrupting the public order with some delusional ideology because of your emotional state of mind. And then they handle those types of people accordingly. And I guarantee you that's how every single country is dealing with it.
Yeah, I
A
agree
quick
with
question about, like, see over here in the UK, we get a lot of, I see a lot about police brutality in America. Is it happening? Is it happening? Is that just what we're seeing? Because it's all over in the UK. It's all you ever see. There's video after video after video of people being shot, people being beaten,
People's dogs getting shot.
Yeah, it's It's everywhere.
Yeah, you are seeing it more and more, at least in the social media. How much of it is true? I'll be honest. I may live in the United States, but since I, left the U.S. society, I could care less what happens. As far as I'm concerned, the United States is tearing itself apart, and it's being allowed to by those that want it to fall apart, and the American people. Well, no, both. That's the whole thing. The political game, it doesn't matter. Remember, the individuals that come together to create a society own the society. It doesn't matter their beliefs because at the top, they all have the same agenda. They're all moving in the same direction. So, Democrat, Republic, House, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's all a game. It's all a show to keep the common person preoccupied while the adults handle real business.
Yeah.
That's how they look at it, and that's how I look at it, because at least especially here in America, Americans, for the most part, think they're on Disneyland and they have no idea how any of the rides work. They just enjoy the ride. And they don't realize that the rides are all about to fall apart.
Same here, man.
I don't know. Yeah, it's the same here.
Well, and that's the common condition. I mean, you're looking at a system that's completely controlled because it's been allowed to, and you're not in a position to where you can counteract the system that's been in play, because all of us collectively have individually helped to develop and push this system to this point. So you can't waste your time trying to wake other people up that probably don't really give a shit anyways. The only thing you can do is the universal law of self-preservation and get yourself to a point to where you're knowledgeable and have the ability to do the things that are going to allow you to sustain life and not be a part of all this chaos that's going on. Because it's all about choice. And until we create a new system that will compete with the current system is going to prevail. And fighting it and everything else within it is doing nothing more than feeding the system.
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. Oh no, that was it. What is the Americans' view of the British? Because over here, the past year or so, it's been really negative. You know what I mean? From the British view of America, it seems to be all negative, negative, negative. In America, how do generally the Americans view the British? Do you just get bombarded with negative information?
Oh shit! You think Americans actually get news? Come on. I mean that's just the cold reality of it. To ask them what their opinion. I mean, the only updates the Americans get is whatever is suitable for the politicians. It doesn't do any good for the United States or the main agenda at the top to go against Britain or any other country. The game plan is to tear America down, to redistribute her wealth, and to bring her off her pedestal. And of course, that's causing a lot of disconnect between American citizens who think that America is the best thing since sliced bread. You know, they got a rude reality coming in, and the rest of the world is on par and on page to make sure that America does go down.
Do you not
They're
think
just-
that it's America's doing that? Do you
What's
honestly
that?
think? I don't think America. I think America's too big to fall.
Yeah, that's what they might like to think, but I mean, it's the only thing that's keeping the United States afloat at this point is they keep printing money. And we already see the price of oil and other commodities that are going down. And just like history repeating itself, you know, my contention is that you're seeing a lowering in gas price and other commodities because the market is in a period of deflation. And the last time you saw a market that went into a period of deflation came back with hyperinflation, and that was the Weimar Republic. You know, there's so many dollars that are floating around, the dollar is practically worthless. But it is the world's reserve currency, so for now, until that situation changes, everything's going to continue to be pegged on the dollar. Therefore, the world economy is succumbed and beholden to the dollar.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. That because the world relies on the US dollar, then basically the rest of the world couldn't let the US fall. Do you know what I mean? Because if the rest
Well,
of the
they can
economy,
let it fall. Not to interrupt you, but they can certainly let it fall, and that's exactly what they're doing. And that's why you're seeing this mobilization with groups like the G77 group that is trying to create an organization that works like the United Nations, but doesn't have the setup and control structure that the Security Council provides with the UN as it sits now. You're seeing China and India and Russia come together to create the BRIC, you know, which is going to be their own form of international banking. You know, whether or not they pull it through or it's in line with the Bretton Woods Agreement, that's another story. But there's certainly things to do, and the solution is clear and evident to me that it's no longer about fighting the system. It's no longer about thinking that you can restore something that you don't have the authority to restore anyways. It's not about continuing to, you know, try and deal with this debt-based system or to go after bankers or any of this nonsense. It's about turning the focus towards the one thing that everybody on this planet has the right to do, which is to self-determine their own life, their own political status, their own economic undertakings, and then create a society that is mutually beneficial for everybody involved to those ends. And the more people focus on that and create their own societies, the more energy is going to be drawn away from the older system, and the old system will just eventually collapse like it's naturally going to anyways. My only question is how long is it going to fucking take? Especially when I see all these various different groups out here starting to fight about laws and courts and statutes and codes and all that shit, which really doesn't matter if you break away from that society and create your own laws. Then you make the laws that more simple, the way it should be.
Black and Rose.
Sorry, I went on a huge rant there.
No, like Rose talks about setting your own society up, your own rules. I don't think it matters if I don't think it will change. Not in my lifetime, anyway.
Well, nothing changes in a lifetime. Well, I take that back. I mean, even Hitler says, give me your children and I'll change this country in a generation. I mean, it only takes one generation to make a change. You know, the question is, are people going to act, and do they have the ability to act? You know, and so that's where my focus is. That's where my attention is. My number one goal every day is to do business and to grow my business, because the more I make, the more I'm able to fund to our society. And together
Is there a group of you then?
Yeah, there's a group of us. Yeah.
So you're actually trying to achieve this, then? It's not just talking about it. You have got a goal in mind.
Yeah, and we've already have, when you talk about achieve, that's an interesting, I guess, term, if you will, because, in the grand course of things, what's the one thing you want to know? Is it possible for an individual to exercise their, quote, right to self-determination, separate themselves from the society they were born into, and then naturalize into a new society in which they in turn are pledging to help build and create? If the question is, can that be done, then the answer is yes. And not only is it proven throughout history, our group, our society, has that answer, because we've had members that have been written back to as ambassadors holding a diplomatic status and recognizing the state in which they were an ambassador for. These are recognitions under international law that dictates once it's been extended, it cannot be taken back. So yes, it can be done. The only thing that we're working on now is opening up diplomatic dialogue, specifically with the United States, since that's where the majority of us are located, so that way we can get proper documentation so that the United States government and all of its police officers know we're here in the United States under diplomatic status with diplomatic immunity, meaning that we have certain privileges and protections from the local jurisdiction, which would be the United States. And that's how all nation states operate. They all have ambassadors, they all have representatives and ministers that carry on business in every single country on this planet. And while they're in a host country, they are extended privileges and rights, and they are excluded from the majority of the local laws that the normal everyday citizen or national would be subject to.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, just making a fag.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Just making a cigarette.
Yeah, I just lit one up.
Is there any other? Is it happened before? I know you're going to say that it happens all the time, but I mean, in the United States, has a group of people come together before to create a society within the United States?
There have been. And actually, the history of the country I belong to is the Dominion of Melchizedek. And in the early, this is just one that I'm going to tell you about since I'm involved with it, but in the early history of the Dom, the founders did some things right. Like, they knew enough to know that they needed to create a society, and not only did they create a society, they created an ecclesiastical body, which would be equivalent to the Vatican. Now, in this case, when you look at it, all nation states are basically beholden to the Vatican, and the Vatican is basically the ruler of, let's say, religious concepts when it comes to godly type or natural things on this planet. Now, what they didn't understand were the full complexities and scopes of international law and a lot of the processes and rules and procedures that go along with having diplomatic relationships with heads of states of other governments. And not only that, they still had it in their mind that they were U.S. citizens, so they're acting in this double capacity of, oh yes, I'm a president, or I'm a head of state holding this position, but here's my U.S. passport and identification. There's laws in the United States where you'll serve 10 years in prison if you act as if you're a foreign diplomat when you're really not. They take those types of acts very seriously. And so they all end up getting kicked out, and the individual that's our prime minister now, he came on as an ambassador, and in this process, he's been studying international law, and he was trying to help correct the state, but they all ended up going to jail. He had the state turned over to him, and since that point, we have been working to educate ourselves in international law and how we need to operate with the recognition that we already have, and to get more going into the future. there's another state, if you will. They're trying to come together. Our prime minister was actually a part of them for a brief period of time, and they actually fought in the U.S. courts to where the judge came down off his bench. Let me tell you this quick story. So there's this guy named Richard who was a part of creating what they called the Sovereign Earth Alliance, and he got picked up but would not contract with them while he was being held. He didn't say anything, nothing. He just held on to his documentation that said he was a part of the Unity States of our world. When he finally gets into the courtroom, the prosecutor tells the judge, "We will do anything to get this guy to talk. Can you please submit this document into the court?" And the judge looked at the prosecutor and said, "Are you sure you want to submit this to the court?" And he said, "Look, we've been trying to get this guy to talk for 3 days and he just won't talk, so yes, we're sure." So he said, okay, got up off the bench, walked down to where he was sitting, sat down across from him and said, "Ironic. This is interesting. Just a second ago, I was in the state of Wisconsin. Now all of a sudden I find myself in the unity-state of our world." He said, "Son, if you contract with your own, you'll be okay." And let him go. Now, what that tells me, and what that should tell you, is that reality is based on what is agreed to on paper, and that governments always follow the contract. That's all they care about is the contract. And in this case, the prosecutors were willing to make the contract that the judge and this gentleman were equal, so therefore the judge came down off his bench on equal plane to speak with him and gave him the advice that as long as you contract with yourself and your own, you'll be okay, but stop trying to fuck with our system and get something out of it. It's not going to happen. Now, those are the only two that I know specifically, mostly because nobody I know is actually going about trying to separate themselves and create a society based on peace. They're just fed up and pissed about the system and their situation, so they're constantly trying to figure out how they can attack the system, which only feeds the system. As far as somebody trying to break away and do it for free, our nation or our state or our society, however you want to label us, we're the only ones that I know of that are actively pursuing that path and having successful results because of it.
Have you acquired land?
We actually have land. Part of what the founders were able to acquire when they were forming is the president at that time had married a Fijian princess, and her father had owned land in the Marshall Islands called the Tiangi Atoll, and in the process of that marriage he did a sovereign land grant to the Dom for the Tiangi Atoll. And you can even go to, I think it's like Wikinations or Nation Wikis, and look up the Dom, and it'll tell you that although there have been arguments over the land claim of the Tiangi Atoll, the Dom still exerts physical control over the atoll without any objections from the Marshall Islands or the United States. So we technically do have land. But one thing that we've learned is that A, land is not necessary because this is a political action and not a physical land action. And 2, you are not required in law or anywhere else to reside where your land is, especially if your land is uninhabitable.
How many is there of you?
About 8 of us right now. I mean, you'd be surprised. There's people that either A, they just don't get this or don't want to get it, or B, they just, for whatever reason, they can't commit to doing something like this. You know,
Well, that's what Stephen was saying. Is like, just a sec. the commitment, it's a massive commitment. You just couldn't seem to get the people to do it. You'd have people who come for like the summer, but the harshness of the winter they would go.
Yeah, and when you have people whose mentality against money is so screwed up, it's like, how are they ever going to get out of their situation? Regardless of whether they like it or not, they are stuck with the mediums of exchange that are on this planet. And the only bad thing about the medium of exchange now is that it's based on a system of liability. And if you are held liable for a debt, obviously that's a detriment to you. But if you as an individual, or you and others as a society, can have a variation by agreement to where you can use that currency or that form of exchange without being held liable for whatever detriment may come from funding wars or anything else, then the system of exchange is fine. And so you still have to have the ability and the capacity to do business. And the majority of people on this planet are just not business minded enough to conduct their life from a standpoint of conducting a business. And if you can't financially support yourself, or you can't operate outside of having a job or being dependent on somebody else, then you're in no way in any capacity able to self-determine and help build, let alone build a society. And that right there is the number one stumbling block for most people.
So so your society will be doing a business commerce with, well, I'm guessing your biggest trade or whatever would be the United States.
Not necessarily. I mean, we use the U.S. economy, but like, for example, I'm involved in a company that's called Extreme Green. It's a network marketing company that is based out of San Diego, but they're getting ready to open up in Mexico and Canada, then Australia, and then into Europe. So even though I live in the United States, and at the moment I am earning business revenue off the U.S. economy, I have the ability to expand in other markets, so I'm not completely dependent on just one economy. And then that allows me to maneuver, based on what our political relationships are. I can easily go and work in another country if I want, and I'm not just straddled down to one physical specific location. So we have quite a few members that have gotten involved with that and are building businesses on that. But we have others that have businesses that operate out of Canada, and the rest of them, they do depend on the U.S. economy.
So you use building businesses to generate money to fund the society?
Yeah, exactly. There's no other way to build a society. And if you look at a society at the basic level, it can only succeed if the energy of the individuals are involved in the state or society to do whatever it needs to do. And so if the state only gets source funding and revenue from its members, then the 8 of us who are a part of this society have to be able to fund the functions and the affairs of the state.
So you're quite business orientated, because a lot of these, well, I suppose, would be like communes or what you states or societies. A lot of them are eco-friendly and live off the land and money, not use money or commerce, try and be as self-sufficient as possible. But your ethos isn't that. Your ethos is to trade and to get money to fund whatever. I'm not too sure what's the criteria to get into your society? Is there one?
Oh yeah, you have to understand international law. I mean, as of right now, and we've had to have discussions on the idea of bringing people in at a citizen status, but ultimately we don't want that idea. We don't like it. We think that this is a time period where individuals have to learn to take responsibility for themselves, their actions, and their well-being, and that's how we want our society to exist. We want to have ambassadors that have a diplomatic status that can go and do business on behalf of the state. But at the end of the day, it's about doing something that's above and beyond yourself. You know, going back to what you were saying as far as, you know, what our goals are and what we're looking at doing, in an unofficial, you know, statement or capacity, I can tell you our number one goal is education and humanitarian aid. You know, humanitarian aid helps us get recognition, and it also does a lot of good and benefit for other people. But and we can also get a lot of material donated for free or at cost. But it still costs money to ship these items to wherever they need to go. You know, and if none of us are going to fork up the money to send it, it's not going to get sent. And that goes with anything and everything else. We're very much into sustainable communities. You know, we're talking with governments to where we can help get sustainable communities into their countries, so that way they can help to raise their the livelihood of their citizens that are there. You know, we got several different ideas, you know, that we have, but, you know, these are the types of thoughts and abilities and conceptualization that needs to occur if people are serious about trying to separate and create something different and new. And that's just a lot for most people to take. But as far as I'm concerned, there's no other choice. Otherwise, you're living in a world of collusion and murder and war and debt and everything else, and there's no way out of it, because it's designed to be that way. And something that's designed for a purpose is going to continue to fill out that purpose until it stops.
My thing's gonna die in a sec. Hang on.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry. Hello? Hey, who's this? You just joined and a couple people just got off. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I'm not hearing you at the moment.
Okay, how about that?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, this is just my other account. I'm the one actually hosting the event. It's me in the other photo as well.
Oh, okay. So who is this then?
My name's Mark, mate. Mark?
Mark? Oh,
Mark.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Over in New Zealand.
In New Zealand. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, mate.
I'm out on the East Coast in America.
Right, right.
Land of the plumed serpent, as they say.
Cool. Cool. So you've been rattling and rolling over there at the moment with all the shakes.
Say that again.
You've been getting many earthquakes over there at the moment?
Well, not in my neck of the woods, although I have heard there's been a couple that goes off. Quite honestly, I don't pay much attention to America and current affairs. I live here, but I don't pay attention to it. It's all bullshit to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd rather do your own thing and put your energies into your own.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have much time outside of what I already focus on to try and figure out what's going on with U.S. politics. Like, I just found out they had a midterm election. I said, a midterm election for what?
Yeah, exactly. That's going to happen, whatever's going to happen. Whatever's in the script will happen, I'm sure. Doesn't really matter about that phony thing called voting.
Right, precisely. Hey, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, there's been one guy on here, but he's on mute apparently, or away from his computer. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, that's Mark a Man. That's my server account. I run two accounts.
The one that's paused is up there.
Yeah. Or if you, there's me, and then there's you, and then there's the one with the law book, which is just my second account. I just run a computer as a server, so I can jump on and off of this one, and that way it still runs live, and that way, like, anyone who wants to talk law or whatever they're doing are welcome to jump on live and say whatever they like. I don't really.
So that just helps to keep the chat open.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, this has been going since about 10:30 this morning. Well, on my time, so it's been going for almost 6.5 or 5.5 hours.
Now, is this streamed live on YouTube?
Yep.
Where's the link or the page for that?
What I can do is just hang fire. I'll run down to the other computer, to the server, and I'll just post the link up. Do you know where the chat box is up on the Hangout?
Oh yeah, I do.
Open up the chat box, and I'll just post a link, the YouTube link, and the event link up there for you. Hang on a second.
Awesome, that'd be great. Thanks.
Bear with me. Yeah, there we go. You should have them in the chat there.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to pull it up. Zen Room 8 November 14.
Yeah, I just call it the Zen Room every night. Sometimes I'll post like an 8 hours worth of Carl Lentz type clips or just whatever tickles me fancy, mate. Yeah.
I gotcha.
I actually like it that way, mate. People just can come in and it's like a little confessional, or if people want to have a debate, they're welcome to both jump in and do it. You know?
Well, that's why I've been kind of interested in just checking them out, and I wasn't quite sure how it was structured until I heard they just kind of continue to go on. So I decided to jump on tonight. Usually I stay rather busy, so to take time out and just sit and chat. Like for me, when it comes to specific law debates, most of them aren't even debates. Most of them are just baseless opinions, and I really want to just stick to the main points. Like for example, nobody goes into learning the law without having a reason for looking at the law. It's just not that kind of a subject. You have to have an intent.
Only when you teach somebody that they're interested in learning how it affected them.
Yeah, exactly. So you either think it's being misapplied to you, or that you should take the time to learn it, but in any case, you're learning it specifically so you can apply it and better your position in the world around you.
Yeah,
So,
for my example, I got a $30 speeding ticket 3.5 years ago, and I thought I did nothing wrong, and I started learning law. Never read a book in my life for almost 40 years, and when I do start to read, I start learning legislature and law books and all sorts of shit. Buy myself a couple of law dictionaries, and then realise what the fuck's actually going on. So,
right.
And I've got 3 kids, so to me it's learning the knowledge, passing on to them so they can, be present as just themselves or represent themselves in another capacity however they like, but at least know the differences and how they can be present as a man or a woman and yet represent either as a human being or a person or a fucking citizen of some state, whatever, just so they know instead of wandering through life not knowing, because that's what really pissed me off, is that no one taught me that.
Well, and that comes back to a fundamental principle and something that I've had to really take to heart. And I know nobody, unless they absolutely despise their parents, really care to think about it in these terms. The average person, I'd like to think, has some certain form of respect and love for their parents. And so to come to a realization and accept the fact that, my parents or anybody else's parents didn't do the proper job in making sure that I was prepared to operate on this planet, that's the whole point. I'm not a religious person, but I understand a lot of different religious ideas, and I've read through quite a bit of religious text. And that's where you get the principle in the Bible of the sins of our father will pass on from generation to generation. Yeah. Well, that's just common sense. If you don't teach your children the right principles, well, guess what? They're not going to know the right principles to teach their fucking children. So therefore, it's just going to continue, and this ignorance is going to get worse and worse until either somebody decides that they want to correct their family line, or the family line just dies out.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at that point. I'd rather teach my kids. They go to school, they have the social sort of interaction with the other kids, and that's the only reason they still go to a school. And then they come home and they get educated and learn by me. We actually spend more time at home teaching them than they do at school. At school they do a lot of other things other than actually learn basic reading, writing, mathematics. They seem to be sent home as homework for them to learn, and they don't get to learn fuck all at school. They get to learn how to follow the leader type shit instead of actually learning something that's going to be good basic structure for them.
Right, and that's because of the design of the system. They want people who are going to obey authority and not speak out on it.
Yeah, but my kids are more than happy to go back to school and speak out on it and let the others know too. So, I'm quite happy to throw a couple of snowballs downhill and see what happens.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Well, so, I think that was... Hold on a second. Huh, okay, sorry, I got a text message. Well, now, so my question to you would be, the same as everybody else. You're in that free man group, I'm assuming, right? Are you in that Freeman Facebook group, or is this just
Oh,
Jamie posting this
the
hangout there?
Illuminati thing, you mean? The
What's that?
Illuminati Facebook Freeman thing? No. I've joined that just to see what goes on, but I'm not really associated with any of that. I'm just a man.
Oh, okay.
Living in New Zealand, I don't really know anybody. I live very remotely, rurally, just me, my wife, and my kids, and the in-laws all on a plot in the middle of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm not really associated with anyone. I get the Freeman ideology and the Dean Clifford type stuff and, you know, all of that sort of jazz, and I've studied a lot of the different ideologies from all of them. But, yeah, if I had to define myself, I'd just say I'm a man.
Right.
That's it. Anything else is just a diminishing of status.
What are your, I guess, what are your where you're at in doing whatever it is you're doing? Do you have
I live on a family plot. It's an acre section in the middle of a greenbelt area, so we're surrounded by market gardens, and we pretty much the house that I live in I've built over the last 18 years. Every time we had another kid, I just added another room. You know, I don't expect anybody to do anything for me. If I need to know how to do something like make a hydrogen generator, or which I almost blew myself up making, but you know, things like that for alternative fuels, or you know, if I need to fix a computer or go and fix the ride-on lawnmower or anything, mate, I learned to do it myself. I don't pay anybody. I've plumbed, wired, built my own house. I can build you a computer, build you a car, build you whatever. You know, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none, and I'm very proud. So if I need to know how to do something, like law was easy for me because it's just very analytical. You just break it down step by step. Oh, well, this happens because of this, because of this, because of this, because of this. Piece of shit, really. It's like watching a cartoon novel when you're reading legislation now, because you know what the words really mean. So yeah.
Appreciate that. Also, then, all right. So my question is: have you ever looked into international law in your course of study?
As in United Nations type law?
Yeah. Well, and that's something else that I'm seeing. A lot of people don't really understand the full scope of international law. International law comprises all contracts, agreements, treaties, and customs that nations employ in their relations with each other. The United Nations is nothing more than an agreement.
Yeah, a group of different members.
And it's an organization. Its original title is actually the Organization of the United Nations. You know, so so that is, the United Nations is only one aspect of international law, but it is a part of it, yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I've as far as looked at it, I've read the United Nations, declarations of human rights as anybody else would, and just looked at all the wordings and how it sort of made involuntary slavery illegal, but voluntary slavery is just dandy. You know, just all the little sneaky words that they put in there. As to the rest of it, no, I don't see the point in trying to learn that sort of stuff because they change it. I mean, it changes on a regular basis. So trying to learn a code or learn a statutory rule, or no, I'm more of the point of whenever I interact with anybody, like I've posted quite a few videos. I got pulled over by a man acting as a cop, you know, doing the speeding ticket, and I just said to him, mate, I'm just a man, you know. And he's, you know, well, it's legal requirement to do this, and I did the whole, is that an order or a request type deal, and at the moment I've got an invoice out for him because he gave me 3 orders on the side of the road. I gave him joinder between myself or the persons, all that sort of jazz. I just stuck to being a man. But I'm trying the idea of going through the administrative process, exhausting that first. But most people would say, I'm going to sue that guy because he's, you know, infringed my rights or whatever. Whereas I identified myself as just a man. He'd given me an orders, and I'm just giving him an invoice for the orders. And I'll go through the 30-day, 60-day, 90-day administrative process and then take him to claims court for not paying for his orders. I can prove on the videotape exactly what he did. He identified himself as a constable, and yet then I get these tickets about an enforcement officer, and he never identified himself as that. So, you know, I can just play them at their own words, which is exactly what's happening. So, yeah, I've at the moment now I've sent registered posts to them and all, and just rebutting any of their presumptions that they have and leaving the ball in their court. Because that's all it is, eh? It's just a game. It's just like playing tennis. The ball's over there at the moment. I'm waiting for him to hit the next piece back to me. That's all it is. It's just 2D. I don't take it as anything personal or emotional. Just business.
You're right about that. It is just business. That's how they look at it. They look at it specifically as, hey, this planet is a business, and we're here to operate our world in a business fashion. And if you're not willing to do business, of course, the word business is literally busyness. You know, so what are you doing to keep yourself busy? But now, and see, and that's the whole thing is, you know, international law, when I look at it, I look at it in the same light as universal law. They're interchangeable in a sense where there are natural ways that human beings or individuals are going to react or respond in any given scenario. And
So
because of our...
Sorry, are you classing universal law as natural law then?
Correct.
Do you class natural law on the whole totem pole of laws, so to speak?
Well, and that's the whole thing is people want to get into these semantic arguments, and you know, at the end of the day, it comes down to agreement. And on this planet, there is thousands of years of agreement on customs, of ways of acting, of certain principles and ideas and concepts, and all the various in-betweens have been expressed and experienced and dialogued and analyzed, so that way we know, all right, if we do this action, we're going to get this reaction. If we make this cause, we're going to get this effect. And so when you're let's see, where do I want to go with this?
It's just, I mean, to me, it's like if some guy says that it comes up to me, like for instance, we'd have a dog control officer come and tell us we have to register a dog. So I'll just say, look, you're just a man like me, and he'll agree. Okay, so we're equal, yeah, and he'll agree. Okay, so from that point, where do you derive your authority over telling me what I have to do with my property? And
I can tell you. Well,
you know, as a dog owner, you have to blah. I go, look, I never identified myself as anything other than a man. I'm not saying I'm being a you, which is joinder between the man and the person. So, you know, I'm just saying, where do you, as a man, derive your authority over I, a man? And he goes, well, I have no authority over you, a man. Exactly. So don't tell me what to do with my property. Don't tell me I have to register my dog as a dog with you.
Well, now see, here's the way you would have to look, and this is how I look at it. You know, first, to expect a police officer of any kind to know the law is an error in thinking. Yeah, they're there to enforce the law as it's written at the best way they know how to interpret it. It's the legislators who make the laws, and it's the courts that render judgment on whatever conflict of law based on the law prescribed. So police officers are not in the profession, nor are they held to know and understand legal principles and philosophies. They leave that to the courts and the legislators. But they get their...
on the side of the road, regardless of what you tell them, they are going to do what their code tells them they are supposed to do.
Yeah, and so to argue with them and to pick a fight is going to do nothing but get you on the losing side of the stick every single time, 100%. So why even do it? It just doesn't make any sense. Now, the question comes to, where does he get his authority?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I hadn't recognised him as anything other than Constable Neil Winterbottom, which is what he introduced himself as. When very first thing he says to me is, the reason I stopped you is because you're doing 67. And first thing I said was, who are you? I only speak in the phrases or in the terminology as being a question. I don't do anything other than in a form of a question. and he identified you as being Constable Neil Winterbottom. So for the rest of that interaction, anything he was telling me that you have to do, he's talking to himself as far as I'm concerned, because it's not
Well,
me.
he's not, because you got to, and this is why I stick so much to the social compact, because this is really where everything fundamentally has to start, kind of like a first principle, so to speak. We have to all agree that man is destined to live in a society, because the first natural society is the family.
Sure.
The man cannot procreate, and a new individual cannot come up in the world unless two people come together and interact.
Sure. So, in my terminology, it would be saying that a man, to live in any lawful society, would be represented as a human, or the colour of a man within that society, or a human being, or the natural person within that lawful society. Nothing to do with legal and legal persons and all that shit, corporations. The lawful man.
Well, that's just more semantics. Law, in its purest sense, is contracts.
They use those wordings, so that's why I like to make the differencing between it, because if.
Let me put it this way: yes, you can. They do make distinctions with it, but at the end of the day, it's just legal, trickery and wordery. That as long as you go back to the principle, they all interchange and mean the same thing.
Yeah, principle is always the strongest.
You have to go back to principles, because everything derives from a principle. And so this is why when you start back at the basic foundation of what a society is, after the family, after you've reached the age of reason, any association you agree to be involved with is a voluntary association. And
Absolutely.
Depending on how formal or informal that association is, it is going to be a society. And so we all have to agree that societies are a natural part of our existence. We can't get away from it. And so our solution lies at the foundation of what a society is. Now, would you agree with me on at least that point, up as far as up to where we're at?
I would agree that you're welcome to have that belief, and that's not far from what I would agree with. Yeah. We all have differences of opinion, but yeah, you're pretty much on the same wavelength and plane of thinking.
Okay. So then at that point, it comes down to the individual and his relationship with the society and his voluntary choice on whether or not he wants to be a part of that society or not. You agree with that?
Yep, it's a voluntary society. Well, it's a voluntary self-governing society, and each individual can decide whether to be governed within a society or not. It's their own self.
So then now let's look at it from this point. If a society comes together and they make a law and they say, okay, these are the laws, and now here we need an institution that's going to enforce those laws, so we're going to create a public law enforcement force, and we're going to give them the power to enforce the laws that we as a collective society decide that we want to live by. And then you as an individual who agreed to abide by the laws of the society, so that way you can in turn get the benefits from being in association with that society, you get pulled over or are told that you've broken the law. Well, your only option then is to go to court and have a judge, a third-party administrator, say, hey, these are the facts, am I right or am I wrong? But see, the police officer, going back to your original question, where does he get his authority? He gets it from the state, which derives that authority from everybody by their collective consent.
His answer at the time was that he got it from his uniform.
Well, that's a very naive answer, obviously, but nonetheless.
Apparently, I didn't have the right to remain silent either.
Technically, you don't. I mean, it's funny. Most people, especially in the United States, they'll say, "Oh, you have the right to remain silent." Well, no, not in all reality, because a major precept in law is acquiescence. Acquiescence is consent. Silence is consent.
Got to rebut.
Yeah, so it's a backwards line of thinking to get you into this sense of false hope. You know, oh,
Yeah.
you can remain silent, it won't be held against you. Well, if I'm telling you're a murderer and you just remain silent, well, what am I supposed to assume? You obviously fucking agree because you can't rebut my statement.
Yeah,
You know,
silence is consent. Yeah, silence is consent.
Sure. Yeah. I agree with that 100%. But
so
my point was, did I have the right to remain silent? I wasn't asking him, did I, while acting as a you, have the right to remain silent?
well,
You know,
what's
I
the
was all, it was all with wordplay with me. I like to be exact with my wording.
well,
Again, it's just a game. I was just trying to learn and see what that guy knew.
well, can
You
we
know?
agree that in all respects, you are the power behind any action that you take?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'm
So,
responsible for everything I do. Sure.
whether it's a signature on a piece of paper, whether it's a handshake, whatever actions you do, the power and the energy is coming from you, a living individual.
Sure. It's me that's steering that steering wheel, driving down that road. No one else is putting their foot on the accelerator than
Okay.
me.
And if it's generally understood that a society is dependent on all individuals obeying the laws that are agreed upon by whatever means the society sets up to come to those conclusions, if
Sure.
everybody agrees that these are the laws we're going to abide by, even if you were against it by being a minority, that you're going to agree to it, then are you not, do you not have a responsibility to uphold those laws in order to maintain the public order?
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, if the found guilty on the ticket, I'll just pay it. But I'm all for, you know, testing the fences, so to speak, testing the boundaries. Now, I mean, for myself, they issued the ticket. I'm just on the live thing. They issued the ticket within 100 meters of a change of speed thing, you know, from 50 k's to 100 k's, I think it was. Now, in their rules, they're not allowed to do that. They've got to be at least 250 meters away from the change of speed sign. So, by their own rules, he broke them by issuing that infringement within 100 meters of the speed sign. So there's one thing. Second, just a minute, please, Loki. Secondly, the other thing is that he issued me a failure to produce a driver's license when required by an enforcement officer. And like I said, on the footage, at no time had he identified himself as an officer. And also, I said to him, is that a request or an order? He said it was a request. So why are they saying on this piece of paper that it was required? You know, by their own words. He never said he required me to produce it.
Well, I can
And
tell
I
you
never
this
I
much.
declined because I answered him by, "Can you tell me, is it if isn't it can a request be declined?" That was a question I answered him back with, and he goes, "Yes, it can." And then he just carried on with name and address and all that sort of jazz. But I never refused or declined anything. So
Well, I can
both,
tell you this much. You know, in the United States, it is known, if you actually, you know, look into like the lawyer's handbook and rules of procedures and that kind of thing, that one, judges can conspire with the prosecutor to determine in advance the outcomes of a judicial proceedings. I mean, they talk about this whole like game of, oh, we'll keep everything separate so it's fair and equal and all that stuff. No, if the judge wants to talk with the prosecutor about what they'd like to do, the person, the state who is prosecuting you, can work with the judge to work out the best arrangement for them without any consideration from you. Not only that, the police or a prosecutor. And if a prosecutor can do this, then the police are at the whim to go do what they want to do. But a prosecutor can charge you for a crime that you never committed. This is in law. This is the way the United States legal system works. And so if you're an individual and you're taking a serious look at the ramifications of this situation, you're going, wait a minute. I can be charged for a crime that I didn't commit, and I have experience with that. That's why I'm emphatic about that, because I know you can get charged and has to get run through the bullshit whether or not you did it or not. And then that the prosecutor can work in advance with the judge to determine the judicial proceedings, you're fucked. You're at the whim of the court.
So
And
what
so
about
they're
prosecuting them?
you can't.
Private prosecution against that individual, not the capacity he's acting as.
Well, you can't, because any individual that is working in an official capacity, let's look at this from the standpoint of an ambassador. Okay, this is the best example and frame of reference I could put it in. An ambassador, by all intents and purposes, or a minister, let's say a head of state,
Sure.
by all intents and purposes, have diplomatic immunity. They are not subject to the laws. If they get stopped, they don't get tickets. They don't have to appear in court. Even if they do appear in court, they can declare their immunity status, and they don't have to purge themselves. They don't have to do anything, and they're not subject to the judicial outcome. They're protected by the state. Now, they have the choice to voluntarily give up that immunity for prosecution in a foreign jurisdiction to take place, or the sending state has the power and the right to withdraw immunity for that individual so they can be held for the crimes that they may have committed. Okay? There are rules to the game, and they are followed strictly and precisely. So when you're talking about these situations, it comes down to knowing, okay, what are the rules of the game and what are the proper levers that need to pull to get the proper results.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I'm all for... I mean, again, isn't that... Over in the States there, is it not a common law land still? I mean, is it not... is the Court of Record not the highest court in the land over there, judging by, what is it, the 7th Amendment or 6th Amendment? Or Article 6 and Article 7?
Well, the Supreme Court is the highest authority outside of international law. The World Court...
The Supreme Court of the United States?
Correct, yeah. There's actually multiple jurisdictions within the United States, starting with your local township, which usually...
I get all of that, and the federal at the higher point, and then you have the Supreme and the circuit courts, and then the Supreme at the top. My point isn't above... Doesn't any form of government grab its authority from the people, or we the people, or we the land?
Yeah. No,
so therefore, a common law court of record, or a common law law of the people, or law of the land, which is not written, not legislature, and not part of the government, would be higher than the government, would it not? Would be higher than the Supreme Court.
No, that's not correct.
Can a jury overthrow a Supreme Court?
No.
Jason.
No, that's a terrible example, but no. In reality, the jury, although they can, persuade a different outcome. Now, I had a judge tell me this specifically, and this goes back. Well, no, I take that. But at any rate, I was in Kentucky. I got pulled over for a dumb reason, but sorry, I'll wait. Go ahead, I'll wait. I apologize. So I get pulled over for a dumb reason. I find out that my license was suspended, and I end up going to court to fight the ticket. Sorry, I'll let you do what you need to do.
No, you carry on. I was listening at one ear. I was just trying to sort out my 12-year-old. She wants fireworks tonight. She's not having them. Carry on.
She wants what? I'm sorry?
Fireworks.
Fireworks?
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, she wants me to let some off, and I said not till tomorrow night because I've got to find them.
You guys got a holiday or something coming up, or are you guys allowed to shoot them whenever?
Yeah, no, she's a crazy one. Man. She's a little pyro, I reckon.
But no, yeah. So I had a judge. He told me specifically. He said, Brian, you can say without going through the whole process. At the end of it, he said, you can decide to take your issue to trial, and you can have a jury hear it. And they may very well decide to sympathize with your opinion and take on the law. He said, but at the end of the day, they don't know the law. I do. And this is my courtroom. And so if I feel that they're not fully comprehending the law and upholding the law, I have the right to make the proper decision necessary. You know, so that told me free and clear.
Like the jury, then, is that correct?
Yeah. And again, a jury, I mean, think about it. A jury is made up of your peers. Well, I'm sorry, but if I was an American citizen, an enlightened American citizen like I was before I left, I would not want to be judged by my peers. They're a bunch of fucking idiots.
True, but then not many. I mean, judges are bound by the letter of the law and what's written and their precedents and their opinions.
Look, judges are fair people and they are very intelligent. I would much rather put my hands in a judge's knowledge in law than a jury of my peers whose sole attention is when is American Idol coming on.
He does it every day.
Exactly.
Usually under duress and protest, not wanting to be there in the first place.
Exactly. But see, now this comes down to the understanding of common law too, because a lot of people have a serious misunderstanding of what common law really is. Because common law in its sense means what is common among that society.
Sure.
Which means that each society is going to have with it its own common law. It also means that international law is its own form of common law and therefore cannot be ignored as being a part of common law in any common law discussion. But I never hear international law incorporated in discussions with common law.
Well, I've heard that it gets dismissed pretty damn quick when it's brought up.
Yeah, because nobody knows. They either know or they look at it and they think it's, getting involved in international law is just buying into the system. Well, I'm sorry, but you can't just dismiss the entire system when you have problems with certain aspects of the system. There are good benefits and good aspects of the system if you use it the way it's meant to be used. You know what I mean? It's a perception. It's a mindset. So.
Yeah, no, I totally get you there. I mean, and it's like in the old days, the Incans probably killed their first male-born child and let his head roll down the fucking tops of the pyramid. But that was their custom. We might think, my God, that was disgusting, but that was their custom. And we have no right to judge someone else's beliefs or customs or things like that. And that's what I can believe whatever I wish just as much as the next bloke can believe whatever he wishes. But I don't believe I have the right to tell him what he should believe or make him bend to my will in any way. Because I don't want that to me. So I wouldn't do anything to anyone that I wouldn't expect done to me.
Now, you think about that in terms of, if you're let's say a new arrival to this planet and you have the awareness that you have now and you have the ability just to observe everything that's going on and you have the ability to observe the various different social structures that are on this planet, you having that belief structure, that philosophy, are going to go,
I wouldn't fucking
well,
come
I
here.
don't want to be a part of that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Well, fuck, I wouldn't want to be a part of any of these motherfuckers.
I wouldn't want to bloody come here.
Right. So, you would have a choice. Are you going to wave and falter in your principles so you can be involved in what's already there? Or are you going to say, fuck this, I'm going to create something different, and I'll find people like me who don't want to do what I'm seeing, and then I'll take those groups of people, and we'll go do our own thing.
Sure, I'd be more the latter.
Well, and in all reality, that's the only choice. Because we do live in a world where our actions bring about consequences, whether positive or negative, and that's something I don't think an individual truly internalizes. Even
ebb and flow, mate. Every action's an equal and opposite, if not more.
Well, it's more sinister than that if you think about it, because once you start understanding the power of contracts and the energy that is behind it, and then you turn that into the social contract, and you understand that if you are a part of, and if you have not done everything necessary to separate yourself from a society that is built on war and debt and whatever other else, the thing that's negative towards humanity, if you continue to be a part of that society, just by being a part of it, you are in turn in collusion with the very act that the state is doing on your quote unquote behalf. And on an international or universal level, whatever you put out, whatever you help and contribute to, you're just as guilty, and the effects and the backlash and the consequences are going to be equally on you as it is your fellow brethren or citizen. So I look at all these societies and I'm like, I don't want to be a part of any of them, especially the United States, because the United States is about to get a hammer on its ass.
Ain't it just? It's about to really drop hard. When the dollar drops and the wars kick in and nothing looks pretty. Not
No.
I give it January 2015 and all shit's gonna hit the fan midwinter.
Well, I'll be
it's gonna
honest with you. I got a sense it's going to be a slow burn. They have no reason to do like an all-out war and just collapse. And quite honestly, I don't think they have the full capacity to do that, because you're dealing with human nature, and you can only go so far as human nature is willing to go collectively.
Sure.
And I just don't think that we're at that point. I just think it's going to be a slow burn. And, well, here, I'll tell you this. Not too long ago, there was a report that came out, it's probably a couple years back now, about how the overall percentage of violence has decreased around the world from like the previous decade or so.
Well,
and that
people waking up to it more, wouldn't they?
Well, you could say yes. Well, no, I mean, think about it from this perspective. If people were waking up, so to speak, then you would think there'd be more violence, because there'd be more revolt, more, outlash and outspoken, protests, and just a whole bunch of fuss and messing around, because more people.
Yeah, you see a lot. There seems to be a lot more global unrest politically. There's a lot more rioting going on, globally speaking.
There may be a lot more riots, but although even then I question that. But as far as overall world violence, regardless of the protests or not, it's going down. And so, you look at that and go, well, if the overall violence has gone down, well, where is whatever violence is still remaining? And you don't have a situation where major nation states or major societies are warring against one another. It's more localized, small factions within societies that are not satisfied with the status quo, and they come together to get what they want through violent means, or means that disrupt the public order.
Yeah, at the cost of or expense of others too, to get what they want. So dog eat dog.
Well, yeah, for those that don't want to understand. But I'm of the mind that we're moving towards a more peaceful solution, and the peaceful solution is already here, and it has been for thousands of years. We have over 276 countries on this planet, with God knows how many other unlisted societies that aren't even physically located. And they've all done it by one means, and that's through the principle of self-determination. And that's a principle that's protected in international right, granted to every single individual, and they can exercise it at any time they wish.
Yeah.
Peacefully.
Yeah, it's the power of the individual. It's like if you don't you don't like your power bills, then no one's stopping you from turning your house into being solar powered. You know, no
Well,
point.
in the United States, there is. There's laws against growing your own garden. There's laws about harvesting your own water.
Mental. Mental. That's
Well,
mental. I've got containers all around the place here, storing my own water. I've got my own gardens, my own bore.
well,
Yeah,
and I don't know
Sorry.
how it is in New Zealand, but you know, at least in America, like I was saying earlier, is their design is to break America. Their goal is to bring America down in size, so that way it fits more in line with the direction that they're trying to go. Because they're simply tired of America's ignorance. You know, Americans are fucking lazy and ignorant, and they think that they just know everything. Of course, that's getting to the point where the majority of the people on this planet are. Huh?
Yeah, a bit like you. You represent America splendidly. Yo, there's no such thing as society. Why do you keep going on about society? There's no such thing as society. It's a concept of the mind, right? Yeah, and like, I want to form a new society and open source law. What do you mean open source law? It's failed source law, right? Yeah, or most of all, 90% of all that shit that's out there is all failed. And you wanting to get together to create. Listen, you wanting to get together to create a new concept, right? Yeah, it's just absurd.
No,
The
what I'm
family
talking
unit.
about.
The family unit would be there regardless of the interpretation of the concept. Right, yeah?
After the age of 18, it's all done
What
by
do you think?
voluntary.
But look, hold on a minute. The age of 18 is adhering to Roman calendar, which was, by all accounts, created by the. Hold on, let me finish.
The age of reason.
Right,
That's the point. Age of reason.
Hold on, then. Hold on. Listen. Yeah. All right. You know, an established age of competency is, I think, the phrase you're looking for. But anyway, the age, the calendar that's in effect, by all accounts, created by the Julio family as a way of harmonizing all of the laws. Right? Yeah. Any proclaimed society or concept you may have an idea of, unless you're willing to establish a whole new language for it that can be defined, in order for you to train with all the other existing concepts that are out there, it will never be given any credibility. Ever. It won't be accepted. And it doesn't, unless,
And are
like
you
say,
speaking from a position of authority on that?
no, it's a position of fact, right? Yeah, you cannot think you can create
If
a
it's
concept.
a position of fact,
You
then
cannot
it's
create a right. Listen, you can
of
if you think
authority.
you can create a concept. If you think you can create a concept, right? Yeah, a new one, which is society, and you know, an idea of the mind.
Well, that's not a new
Without,
concept.
without,
Hold
without,
on, that concept is
without
as
the
old as
age
man
of the
has
Roman.
existed.
Hold on. I
Alright,
haven't
so I'm
finished
not
what I'm saying.
creating
If
any
you think
new
you can create,
concepts. Let's just clarify that.
well, in order to create a new society, that's what you're doing. It's creating a new concept.
No, we're creating a new society, but
So,
the concept of creating a society is as old as man has existed.
according to what? How old are you?
According to the natural order of things, how could it be any different? Explain to me how that scenario could be any different.
Because hold on, because not all tribes from all walks of life, right? Yeah, have a developed language to represent, right? Yeah, this realm as defined or as extensive as the English language. The English language is the most extensive language on earth. Right, yeah,
Okay, so just because they don't have the ability to communicate with those who speak the English language, but they have their own language where they can communicate to themselves, you're saying they're not a society?
I'm saying, well, ask them. Find a tribe, right? Yeah, that hasn't been touched by the English tongue, right? Yeah, and ask them if they have a word for what you would call society.
I'm sure they would.
Yeah, they would.
Why?
wouldn't be
What makes you think? Right, just hang on a minute. That's just absurd. That's just absurd. What makes you think that? I'm sure they would because
Okay.
you
Would you agree
entertain the notion
every
because you have. That's like saying. Hold on a minute. That's like saying.
every society
saying,
has a name for the term and concept of family?
What do you? Yeah, but hold on a minute. Right. There's always since the dawn of man, beyond any concept of society, obviously, like people got together, primitive, however, and fucked. They fucked and created kids.
Sure. There's always been family.
There you go.
And a family.
Yeah? The family. Listen. The family unit is completely in all walks of living life on this planet. Of sorts. Right, yeah, so whether what they do, hang on, whether what they do.
No, repeat what you said.
Hang on, fucking hell, man. Right,
you can't continue because I don't know what you said. You said all societies say that families
all living life, right? Yeah, has some sort of living together unity, right? Yeah, like lions will live amongst each other, and they have their own little type of code, for instance, right? Yeah, whether, but you may label it a society. But I don't hear the lions roaring. I don't hear. Unless you're Dr. fucking Doolittle, right? Yeah. You don't know that lions call what they do society. Do ya? You
it's
know
a
it as a
fact that there are hierarchical structures within the animal kingdom, including lions.
But that doesn't mean the animal kingdom. Listen, that doesn't mean the animal kingdom have a word for society.
Better.
That's a concept of the mind.
I think I don't expect the animal kingdom to understand what even the society is under human terms.
Exactly.
Animal terms.
Unless you're Dr. Doolittle. What I'm saying is all living life forms
form a family.
Right, all living life forms form. I never got to finish what I was saying. All living life forms, right, yeah, form a type of inhabitable living together type scenario. Do all living life forms have the concept of labeling it something? Well, clearly not.
No,
and even if they do, you would have to tune into their frequency in order to comprehend that language, I suppose. Yeah, well, that type of communication. And unless you're claiming to be Dr. fucking Doolittle, you cannot claim that lions have what they would call society. Right, yeah? They are just acting out in their natural habitats. However, society is a concept of the mind. It's an intellectual trait. Right, yeah? It isn't something that is naturally spewed out amongst man. It doesn't derive solely from the facts of life. Society is not a fact and doesn't derive solely from the facts. Society is a claim of value. There's a clear distinction between, amongst intellectuals. I don't know if you are one. Right, yeah, but there is a clear distinction between claim of fact and claim of value. Society is a claim of value that doesn't solely derive from the facts. Right, yeah? And the facts are all forms of life. Ants sort of like live together, don't they? An army of ants or whatnot. And like peacocks and all walks of life sort of mingle with their own walk of life. You get a few loners in many different species as well. And probably just as much amongst mankind, right? Yeah, and the concept, the idea you're attempting to promote, right? Yeah, is you might as well be promoting a religion. Well, you might as well be on here throwing Christianity down people's necks, and you want to form your own cult or a new cult.
Can I interject for a second?
Cool. Please do.
Now. When I think of the topic of either a society or religion, I can look at it from two different points of views. I can look at it from the standpoint of the concept and idea of the topic or subject of religion or a society, like what it is, or I can look at it from the standpoint of the various forms of religion or societies. Now, I would agree with what you said about, differences in opinions and the ways of looking at things, but I would label that and define that as a type of society. But what I'm trying to determine and come to agreement on is that there is an idea, this notion, this natural awareness of a society type of collection where each of us come together because it's just natural for us to do so. We call it a society, but some may call it a family. Some may call it a community. It doesn't matter how you label it. All that matters is what is the principal
it does.
concept.
Well, it may not matter to you, but it does, right? Yeah. In the realms of law, you're accountable completely for whatever comes out the fuck of your mouth and how you express yourself in this world. That's a stage of sorts, right? Yeah. When you act, you will be judged upon those actions one way or another, and it is very dangerous to make claim to be parts of concepts that you may not have full grasp of.
I agree with
Right,
what
yeah?
you stated. So let me ask you this. If I am 10 years old and I commit, a crime, I don't know, let's say I cause damage, something that I alone cannot make reparations for. By law, by customary law in almost all societies, who gets looked at for the responsibility of the reparations of that debt that I cannot pay?
The adult, the parent of that child, or the parent of that property.
Okay, and that's right. Now,
Liable in that society within that law structure.
right, in almost all societies that's the case. Now, every society has a different age of reason. Some is 14, 16, 17, 18, what have you. But if I am of that
you
age...
call it society, I call it structured law system.
Sure.
Okay,
in many structured law systems, right, yeah, sometimes, right, yeah, like there's young offenders, right, yeah, there's youth courts now, and now sentencing, boot camp, stuff like that. It's not always down to the parents to pay for it, like, and that's not completely.
Let's not get caught up in the semantics. As long as we understand the idea and the concept we're trying to convey, we're on the same page. So in this sense, everybody understands the normal concept and term of a society being a collective of individuals that have rules that they all abide by and court systems in which they abrogate their disagreements. Correct?
But customs and traditions.
Customs and traditions are built into a society. They develop over time.
Well, hold on. So you're saying society is a construction of customs and traditions, or customs and traditions from society. Right, chicken and egg scenario. Which do you think came first? The customs, and traditions, or the concept and intellectual interpretation and definition of society?
Well, I mean, let's just think about it in practical terms, because at the end of the day,
I'm just asking you, as far as extensive as the English language is capable of, which do you think came first in definition? I already know the answer. But if you're saying traditions and customs are constructed from what society has been established, then that's a false premise.
It's an easy answer. The society has to come first. The idea to form a society, to come together with others of like mind in order to better enhance your happiness, security, and perfection.
That's not true. It's not true. Listen, I'll tell you what. You've got it backwards. Art imitates life. Life doesn't imitate art. And a baby will become accustomed to doing certain things, right? Yeah, and repeat them repetitively and mirror image whatever they are, experiencing.
They're a product of their
mum or dad or whatnot, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, that's called reflection, mirror image, and responding via repetition, right? Yeah. The principle is, right? Yeah. The customs and traditions of a newborn man, cub, man-son of, come long before any intellectual concept of they are part of a family unit, right? Yeah.
No,
The
they're
repetition
born
of knowing
into.
when you.
Hold on, they're born, and I'm
They're
sure we
not
can.
born into the society. They're born into a
They're born
custom
into
and
a
tradition.
family.
That baby will repeat in its first 4 hours of life out of the womb, right? And the cord's being cut. Something he or she will come accustomed to, and they will repeat that until that customs and traditions of what they're coming accustomed to reflecting upon, right? Yeah, and like mirror imaging of their mum and dad until they enhance and expand, and that's when the psyche adapts and enhances, and then eventually, right? Yeah, they will become aware of a society that they may or may not be a member of, or religious society, or whatever concept of the mind. But
Okay, I'm gonna respond to that.
principally,
Hold on, you
hang
said
on, let me get to the.
mouthful.
I'm just going to cut off here. I'm going to cut off here. Principally, the baby will learn customs and traditions long before any concept of what a society is, or the family unit.
All right, I'm gonna respond to that, and then I wanna hear Mark. I
And
believe
the
that's
law of man will reflect that naturally and interpret
well.
it
Hold
as
on, we
such.
got to look at this practically and from a natural standpoint. When a baby is born, in all intents and purposes, it's born into a family. We agree on
Okay,
that. Now,
well, no,
what?
the baby. Hold on. When the baby is born, right? Yeah, you've got to now talk as if you're interpreting it from the baby's point of view. You are telling me that a newly born baby has a full comprehension of what family entails?
No.
No, but the
Exactly. No,
fact
no chance
remains.
at all. No chance at all. So no, a baby is not born into
Look,
what
the
is considered to be
capacity
a
and the
family.
beauty of the human mind is the ability to foresee and reflect on what it observes. I, as an adult, speaking for myself, can tell you emphatically that I was born into a family. That family comprising of my mom, my dad, and my sister. And for
But
18
that's irrelevant. That's a derivative. You as a baby was not conscious of that on any level you can remember now. But what is a fact, undeniably, is you learnt routine by custom and tradition. If you did
okay,
the same
let's
thing, if you did the same thing in the first 4 hours of recorded, time, right? Yeah, July calendar, right? Yeah, Roman calendar.
you're
If you
repeating everything
continue,
you just said. I know.
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. If you
Please, I
continue to
don't want
sustain
to.
life,
You're hurting
why
my
are you
ego
interrupting me, man?
because you're
Why are
hurting
you
my.
interrupting me? As a baby, right? Yeah, you learn custom and tradition, right?
From
Yeah,
your
to sustain
parents.
life. No, on your
No,
own merit.
you learn by
Just because your mum
observation
and
as a
dad,
child. Are you
no.
with me?
Just because your mum and dad, you got it wrong. Just because your mum and dad were picking you up and moving you about and putting you to the tit or feeding you a bottle, right? Yeah, that's
Are you willing
irrelevant.
to deny? Hold on. Are you willing to
You as a
deny?
baby, right? Listen to me.
No,
Listen to me,
you
because the
listen.
principles are important.
You're making a
No, because you
statement
keep
to deny
interrupting
the
me, man.
last
You
200
keep
years of
interrupting me.
recorded
You keep
psychiatric.
interrupting me, man. Listen. Earlier, when I hung up earlier and I left, I
I'm about
listened
to
to it,
hang up
innit? And you come
again.
back
You're
on,
fucking
and
interrupting,
people,
man.
no, man, you talked for 2 or 3 minutes. You talked for 2 or 3 minutes,
You talk for
and no one
15
interrupted you. Why can't you show me the same respect? You said to
because
me earlier,
you
all I want
don't
to do is
allow
tell you how
people
great
to
I am.
interact with
Now, hang on a
talk.
minute. I don't want to tell you how
Just
great
to
I
hear
am. I want to
yourself
tell you some
speak, not
principles
to
of law.
gain a level
I
of
want to tell you
higher
some principles of law.
intelligence.
Listen, dipshit, you've got it all backwards, right? Yeah, you as a baby learnt tradition and custom and whatever you came accustomed to, right?
Where'd
Yeah,
you learn it from?
long before any concept of society. Then that dictates, and if something's law, it applies to
We're not
everything.
discussing
And
society. We're
that
discussing
dictates,
your baby picking up its
that the
memory.
natural, listen, that dictates the natural recourse of mankind, right? Yeah, dictates that society is a concept, right? Yeah, that come long after customs and traditions. As a fact, principal fact, so, customs and traditions didn't come from a formed concept of within a society. That isn't true. Right, yeah, the mind advanced, the vocabulary enhanced. The mind advanced, the vocabulary enhanced, and people got more intellectually aware, and more labels are introduced to form new concepts and ideas. That's what happened. Right, yeah,
Okay,
that's a natural.
let
That's a
Brian
natural flow.
better. Let Brian respond there, eh?
Yeah, man.
I just it's everything you claim and state is completely false and abnormal to the way the universe naturally does things. I mean, it is undeniable that when two people come together to procreate a child, they take universal responsibility for the protection and development of that child. When a child is born, it is born in the protection and care and responsibility of its parents. It is born into a family structure where the hierarchical component is the parent has
But the
authority
baby
over
doesn't
the
know that.
child.
The baby doesn't know that. The
No,
baby doesn't
it
know that. The
doesn't.
baby will
Let me
learn.
let
The
me
baby
continue.
will learn. But
Better.
you're speaking from two intellectually aware people that know what the family unit is. Right, yeah, and can actually interpret it. The baby will learn customs and traditions long before what the family unit is. And when something
Look,
is
you
law,
as a child, when
absolute,
you
it
came
applies
out,
to
could not even wipe your own ass
everything.
without your mother doing it for you. So let's
No,
just
but you have to.
play
You
back.
have to disagree with me. You have to disagree with me because you passionately believe in society. That's your belief system,
It has
right?
nothing
Yeah,
to do
like
with
if you
society. I'm looking at the natural order of things. You're the one that keeps bringing
and the
society into
natural
this
and the
discussion right now.
natural order of things intellectually dictates. The natural order of things intellectually dictates
So
that
what, now
customs and
intelligence
traditions.
is a bad thing to have?
What a baby. Listen, what a
It's not
baby
anything that's
comes accustomed
intellectual.
to.
Is that your modus
What
operandi?
a baby.
Do anything that's intellectual.
Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. What a
Believe
baby
me,
comes
I'm
accustomed
listening
to.
to you intently.
Alright, what a baby will come accustomed to will come long before the baby's comprehension of that it's in a family unit.
What does that even mean, and what does that even mean, and what does that have to do with the grand scope that the fact still remains that the child
Because
is
you're
born to
dictating.
parents who has authority over its
I'll tell you what
well-being?
it means. Alright, you asked me, I'll tell you what it means. You tried to
Please.
tell me a minute ago.
Simple
Alright, and you
language.
tried to tell me a minute ago that customs and traditions came from society. Society came first, then
No, I
customs
said
and
it came
traditions.
from its
When that
parents.
is a false statement. But that's a false statement because
How can a
of this
child?
reason.
How
I'm
many
telling you why. I'm telling you why.
Let me ask you
Right,
one
if you don't
question.
shut up, how are you gonna listen?
Specific
Right, listen. If you don't shut up, right, listen.
Jump off, please. You'll be doing us all a favor. I have one specific question
Are you
for you.
prepared to listen? Are you prepared to listen?
Are you prepared to give me? Let me give you the
Right.
question.
When a baby, I'm not asking you a question.
I don't care about
I'm
that.
I'm educating you.
Question.
I'm educating you on matters of law.
You're not
I'm educating you on matters of law.
yourself.
Right, yeah, I am educating you on matters of law because you're lost. You're a lost little puppy. Right, yeah?
don't
When a
even-
baby is born, a baby will come accustomed.
Talking law because you can't understand the basic principles and foundations of a fucking society.
Like, mate, like, listen, society, your belief system's got fuck all to do with law, right, yeah? When a baby is born, it comes accustomed to its natural habitat and surroundings.
Society's coming
Long
out because
before-
of agreements are
Long
contracts or
before.
law.
Right, listen.
You want to try that again?
Just because you're being owned and having your arsehole served to you, yeah, doesn't mean you
hold
can't
on.
shut up and have it and
on.
take it gracefully. Take it gracefully. You're wrong.
Whoa,
Okay?
hold on.
You're wrong about something.
Who
Your
owns-
belief system in society,
owns-
society might be yours, and
Who
it might
owns-
be shared by the majority and many, but you're
Whoa,
wrong.
hold on.
Right,
Who
yeah?
owns-
Customs and traditions come long before the
Excuse me,
concept of
sir.
society. That's something you're going to have to deal with. You sat there sitting in denial and going, no, that's not what happened. The child was born into a family unit. No, mate. No, the child has no concept of what a family unit is. It will come accustomed to its natural habitat and surroundings, right? Yeah, and as long as it survives, it will repeat that process until its mind it can expand and incorporate more knowledge. Right? Yeah,
Hey,
the
who
baby's
owns?
customs and traditions. The baby's customs and traditions
Why are you
come long
babbling about
before
something
the
I'm
baby's
curious?
mental capacity to incorporate the knowledge of what a family unit is.
Sure,
Therefore,
whatever you
that's
say.
law. That's natural law, absolute law. That is uncontrollable. Therefore, it
Sure.
applies to every single aspect of life. Customs and traditions came before any concept of what
You're
society
right.
is.
I'm
Right,
wrong.
yeah? Let
I
me get that
I don't
categorically
know
clear.
what I was thinking to make me think that I knew any more than what you knew about life and law. I apologize. I accede. But I do have one question for you. Who owns me?
You do.
Well, if you need to ask the question, right, yeah, then like I don't know. Go
Hold
and
on,
ask your owner.
Mark. Do you know why I'm asking him this question?
Um, I can guesstimate.
Would you please?
Well, basically, if you're owned, then you're not self-governing. So, to me, if I say someone else owns me, then I'm not determining my own structure, my own
Well,
society.
and what was our discussion
Has anyone
before?
has anyone claimed ownership of this Yang
I
tonight
claimed
on here?
ownership of myself by exercising my right of self-determination and naturalizing into a society that I've helped pledge to build.
Well, if that's fine. If you want to live like that in your little belief bubble system, that's fine by me. But
Well,
don't
what I'm
think right,
trying to
yeah.
tell you, and what I was talking with Mark about, is that I understand intimately the workings and fundamentals of international law. And what I'm telling you is that I not only learn and research international law, but I operate by international law. And I am telling you that when you sit there and say things like England is above international law, when it is
It
clearly
is.
not by its own writings, and I'll pull them up
But
for
what
you.
you're on
Give me a
about, like,
couple of days.
oh yeah, by its own writings. Like, listen, by its own writings, English law supersedes international law. Listen to the language you're uttering words in. The principal part of anything is the most powerful.
The
You're,
principle
you're
is
talking. You're
contract
talking.
equal law. And as
Right,
of
the
right
principal
now,
part.
until you
The
can
this is.
prove to me,
I've
listen,
just given you
I'm
a map.
done
Listen,
placating you. I will jump
I've
off
just
this
given you a maximum
hangout
of
before
law.
letting you speak again because you have
I've just
no
given you a
authority to
maximum of law,
speak.
and you've
And the
denied it.
reason why is because you are still a subject in England, whether you want to believe it or take responsibility or not. Because the way the laws are structured, did you just decide to go ahead and mute him?
Well, I did just because I wanted to hear just one person speaking.
I'm not here. I'm not going to argue these points anymore. When I sit there and tell you
Yeah,
something
you haven't got a
specific
point,
about the way,
mate. If you had a point, I would have let you know. Right, English law supersedes all international laws on English proclaimed soil and shores, and there isn't a fucking
that's
goddamn word that can come out of your
that's
mouth.
something
There
somebody
isn't
who's
a
completely
goddamn word
ignorant
that
of
can come
law
out of
would
your
say.
mouth. See, I'll just let him. You see, Mark, right? I'll just let him finish, and he's interrupting me. There isn't nothing you can say, right? Yeah.
That's
There
apparent.
isn't a word that can come out of your
You don't even
mouth.
have
There
to
isn't a
finish
word
that
that can come out
statement.
of your mouth.
Right.
There isn't a word that can come out of your mouth in an English tongue, right? Yeah, that's going to supersede the English law upon English proclaimed soil and shores. It's just not possible. It's an impossible contract. The derivative power can never be more powerful than the principle, right? You wouldn't have any international law at all whatsoever if it wasn't for English rule of law. All the common law systems throughout the world, right? Yeah, follow England. Wherever there's a constitution in
International
this world,
law is
wherever there's a
not
written
something
constitution,
that's claimed.
wherever there's a written constitution in this world that even mentions international law in it whatsoever, right? Yeah, follows England. England doesn't follow international law, dipshit. And until the day the English are conquered, right? Yeah, that will remain so.
How do you kick him off? I'm not gonna let people call me dipshit or any other name. Otherwise, I'll just leave for now. I'm not gonna listen to this lunacy. You have no position of authority. You don't. You speak the law the way you want the law to make sense for you, and you want to discount and displace. Hold on. And you want to discount and displace.
I've had my stuff verified, right, yeah, by an honourable man of law who used to be a judge, so I don't need confirmation from you.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Mark, sometimes, right, yeah, like these Yanks, man, they're lost. Oh, I've been listening to him with you, innit, and all this bullshit about society and everything. He's a garbage spewing little motherfucking gim. Right, he might as well have been on here trying to convert you to fucking Christianity or something, or what are those people that knock on your door? Those Bible bashers. Yeah. Jehovah's Witnesses and all that.
I was just interested in hearing a different opinion. That was all. Different views.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's fair enough to have a chat and everything, man. But you've got a bit more about you in that. Surely you can comprehend, just on natural levels alone, that a baby comes accustomed, right, yeah, to whatever keeps it alive. Right, yeah, a baby's function primarily is to live the next hour, upon hour, to the next day, until it can grow and fend for itself. That's what a baby does naturally. So what a baby comes accustomed to, and by traditions, right, yeah, come long before any concept that baby's in a family unit and stuff, right, yeah.
I think it learns its habitual things, like to suck on the tip when it's in its mouth. It learns those things first, which is more of a natural habit than a natural custom.
Yeah.
I would say.
Well, hang on a minute. If a baby smells food, then baby smells food on a tip or sweat.
It's going to start keep warm and those sorts of things, you know. But it will learn all of those things before it even has its cerebral or its thing to remember.
Yeah, and it will come accustomed to it. The baby will come accustomed to it.
Sure.
The baby will come accustomed to it.
Develop memories of what to do, like muscle memories and stuff, well before it develops any comprehensive memory.
And that is, look, you got plenty of books and law dictionaries. That is what coming accustomed to means. And if you repeat those customs, it's then a tradition. Yeah.
But I think any type of society has various customs.
Right, yeah, because obviously there wouldn't be any concept of society. There wouldn't be any concept of society without customs and traditions, because they came first.
Of various customs of various different types of people, or various different types of...
And this bloke, and this yank that was just on with you, seems to think that society, right, yeah, as a concept existed before customs and traditions, where that's backwards. And whether you realise it or not, I don't know if you know the guy you've just been sat with or not, right, yeah? He's spewing off, I know this for a fact, he's spewing off some game model theory bullshit, confusing claim of fact with reason and merging them together, and he's fucking with your head. He's entering you into realms, right, yeah, of just completely, he's yo-yoing your head like a religious fuckwit, right, yeah, that cannot actually substantiate his position with any meritable fact. And I consider you to be a sound chap, and I couldn't listen to anymore. I had to come on here and start saying something.
Sit back and decide that sort of thing. I'm easy enough to analyse what's what, because I can tell the different views. But I'm not going to go and
like exactly. Like,
hear it. I like to analyse
stuff. There's a distinguishable difference. Yeah, there's a distinguishable difference between claim of fact and claim of value. What is and what ought to be, right? Yeah, what is and what is not, and what ought to and what ought not to be, right? Yeah, those are distinctions between fact and value. The concept of society or any other religious type of concept, right? Yeah,
of right would be
is purely a claim of value.
claim
Like, a society can only ever be worth the value you put upon it, surely. If it's only a concept of the mind, and it's not it's not a fact, it's not like a cup. A cup can have many values, can't it? Right? Yeah, it could be a drinking vessel. I could put some soil in it and grow a plant out of it if I want. Right? Yeah, the value of my cup, right? Yeah, can mean many things, but the fact that it's there in actual terms, right? Yeah, and I could even chuck it at your head, you're gonna feel it. Or even if you can't feel pain, it's gonna cause damage. One way or another, that's a fact. Right, yeah. The value of how I use it, it can be a murder weapon, it can be a drinking vessel, it can be up. Right, yeah. Value doesn't solely derive from the facts. You get that. Value is all upon individual merit.
Value derives on whatever has value, and it's up to the man's individual belief and whether something has value or not.
Yeah, and these little fucking punks, innit, like, yeah, study a bit of international law and think there's some sort of fucking guru around America and that. They're big on their game model theory. And what they do, they go around the internet on things like this, on YouTube, on that, religiously, fucking with people's heads. Right, yeah? Like, entering, like, bringing them into all their worlds of just, like, merged, you know, jurisdictions, I suppose, is a better word of putting it. But really, they merge facts with value, and there's no way those values solely derive from those facts, right? Yeah. But once you start responding to their like statements or questions, right? Yeah, then you're entering that realm, even if it's just for entertainment's sake, right? Yeah, they're like. They think there's some sort of intellectual fucking like magicians in it, and they go around fucking with people's heads and all that, like, yeah. And they know what they're doing, but they think the people they're speaking to or undermining and getting them to respond to them in certain ways don't know what they're doing. So they feel some sort of superior sort of. And he tried doing it with me earlier. Listen back to this show at the end. He tried doing it with me, telling me asking me what my parents think, like I could make claim for them. But they're not my parents, they're my mum and dad. And if he is versed in law, he would know that if I answered him, right, yeah, like, oh, they think this or think that, I'm bowing down to the fact that they're parents, which means I am a subject of the state. You know what I mean? Yeah, and now he's toying with me, like, yeah, because he's just got me to admit that I am a governed little gimp. Right, yeah, because that's what these people do. It's a game model theory. They pose a question where if you answer it, you've entered that realm. And now you actually belong to it. You're making claim to it inadvertently just by answering them. And I'm too smart for these type of fucking dickheads, man.
It's kind of why
you know what I mean, and that's exactly what he was doing. He knows I had him banged to rights. That's why he kept interrupting me.
Oh, what's it been going for now? Fucking almost 7 hours. It's been going for since about 10:30 this morning. Well, you're 9:30. You're 9:30.
Are you in my group? Are you in my? Yeah, cool. You weren't out. You weren't on here when I first come on here. Listen back to about 53 minutes in.
2.5 hours ago is when I first came in because I finally got in from shopping. Been out fucking doing it.
Start about 53. Yeah, when this finishes, start about 53 minutes in ish, 55 minutes ish. Right, yeah, that's when me and Buffalo kick off. It was really cool. Right, yeah, it was pretty cool up until this fucking yank come in, really. I knew what he was up to, but the thing is, I can't explain to the other people on here what he was up to. They're not gonna be able to digest it all in one fucking show. You know, we're talking deep levels of game theory here, yeah. And that guy there, that yank, right, yeah, is a proper fuckwit, mate.
They can
proper little fuckwit.
Yeah, I find it interesting to hear all the different views and definitely to see which it's not so much a battle.
Yeah, there's different views.
Which hold ground and which doesn't.
Different views, and then there's people toying with you. There's different views, and then there's people toying with you, like with things like that. What he was doing, like you know, innit, right? Yeah, you know, if two Bible bashers knock your door now, and they start preaching to you, it's because they want to convert you. That's what it's called. They're trying to convert. They're trying to convert you.
I'd invite them in. It'd be the last thing they ever wanted to do is come back here after a couple of hours with me.
Oh yeah, yeah, with you definitely, of course, and it's the same with me. I leave them bedazzled on the doorstep. I do, mate. But you get it with people like me. But the thing is, their principal point is their principal goal is to convert you.
Yeah.
That's their goal.
I
That's their
know.
goal.
Way back when I was in my teens, mate, I had a missus that was into the Joey, so I sort of studied with them for a year or so I kind of get what their game is. They got some fucked up family values in that type of fucking system, eh? Fucking
But at least they're honest. At least you know they're trying to convert you, and they know you're trying. They're trying to convert you, right? At least it's all
Nice enough
pretty
people.
honest, right? Yeah?
Well, nice enough people, don't get me wrong. It's just got some fucked up values going on in their little society, eh?
Yeah, exactly. And like this little plonker here, right? Yeah, like assuming this yank, right? Yeah, just telling everyone they're born in society and born into family units and traditions and customs come from society. That's just preposterous. It's
You
preposterous,
register.
mate. It's making people. It's making people think backwards and all discombobulated. And he knows that I had him clucked. He knows I clucked him and I had him banged to rights.
Yeah, we
He knows it, and he knows that he knows I know I'm cheeky little bastard, mate. I won't put up with it from these Yanks, mate. I just won't put up with it.
I always thought
Captain Slappy's another motherfucker.
Isn't America just a district of Columbia anyway? I always thought, it's part of British Columbia.
According to my sources, isn't it? I can't quote them right now. I don't know where they are because I don't give a fuck. But according to my sources, America's named after a Welsh guy.
Really? A Welsh guy?
Yeah, the word itself, America, is Welsh, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't looked into the etymology of the word, but Welsh. Where the fuck? How do you work Welsh out?
Yo, the Yanks back. Yo,
hello, Brian. Back. Better. Can we stop with? Can we not have name calling this time, mate?
Oh yeah, mate. It's 4 a.m. here, isn't it? You've only got about how long you got left on this hangout? How long you got left on this hangout?
It's going to
28
stop
hours, isn't it?
40 in about possibly 50, 60 minutes. About an hour. Yeah.
60 minutes.
Yeah, I started at 10:30 my time, and it's now 5:20 or 5:15. So it's about another hour and a quarter left before it reaches its 8-hour limit.
All right, safe. Well, I'm gonna put a film on or something and go to bed now, innit? And I'll watch some cartoons or something. But yeah, it's been good chatting. Yo, game model theory, dickhead yank, man. You know, good luck with pushing your bullshit, yeah. But it don't wash with people like me, mate.
Considering we already have recognition in what we're doing, okay.
He likes to drop out, say his piece, and drop out, Brian.
Yeah,
there's not many people that can actually stay in a room with better types. Kind of has to have his own say.
well, he's the antithesis of having a discussion. I mean, it's like you can't just continue forward and make random points and expect people to just take it and agree with you. I mean,
with better.
I'd be curious to know how old he is. He seems to think that I'm some kind of young, what do you call him, yank?
I think his name's Brian Davis. It's a general consensus over in and Jamie Bopolot's sort of group of things. They know him. I've never actually asked him what his real name is, so it's just everybody seems to say that Batter is this other fella, who's Brian Davis. So that's all I can say. That's all I know.
Well, it says much, or he speaks much, but says little. I mean, I don't know. I'll just ask you. I mean, what's your take from the standpoint of a child being born into a family? And I mean, because he's right in a sense. I don't disagree with him on the fact that a child does inherit certain customs and habits over the course of its life. The question then comes down to well, where do those habits get picked up from?
That's
And
the
the
whole nature versus nurture argument, really, isn't it?
well, to me, it comes down to the parents. You know, your parents are the ones that are there taking care of you day in and day out. And so, therefore, any of the habits that your parents have, they're going to be passed on to you. The way you think, the way you respond to situations, you know, all those little quirks that we grow into as we get older come from our parents. So they're learned. We're a product of our environment. Well, then the question comes down to, well, where did the parents pick up those habits? And they in turn, go ahead.
Again, it's the learned habits of those around you. You're going to pick up anything that's around you. It's learned behaviour. It's the nature versus nurture. If you nurture a child properly, it's going to grow and bloom. And then whether or not they pick up the natural habits as well that they're born with, the inherent type traits that every kid has. The one that knows to suck when the tit's in its mouth, that's an inherent trait. It knows to do it. So, you know, that's the way I look at it. But for a child to have any sort of comprehension or understanding, well, that's at least 18 months in until that part of the brain's even formed. You know, there's the muscle memory that the child will learn beforehand, or the to know to keep its feet up and hold its legs out of the road while the parent's wiping its ass. You know, my kid learnt that by 8 months old, to hold its legs out of the road so Dad could wipe its ass properly. It's just a learned behaviour.
Well, that's the thing. Anything that's natural by way of intuition or instinct, that's something that is with us throughout our entire lives, not just as a baby. You know, but more specifically, the argument you'd be focusing on would be the learned behaviors that a child picks up, and from the parents, their friends, you know, their extended family, and their society. You know, because that's the whole thing is, you know, what is a society outside of a family unit? Because
it's a society. It's the first society that any individual is brought up in is a family structure, be it a fucked up family structure or a decent one. It's still some structure. Otherwise, we're hermits, living alone, not procreating.
Right. So yeah. So I look at this situation to where, you know, when you have a man and a woman that come together, well, each man and each woman had a parent that it came from, another man and a woman, and so now you don't just have two people that came together and whoever they procreate, you have everybody that is involved with each of those families' lives, and so all you've done is taken the natural family and you merged it through contract and agreement into a voluntary association with a broader family, therefore extending the social network.
And enveloped sometimes the traditions of habits of both different customs and different family units.
And so...
Sorry? You there, Brian? Your voice is gone. Oh, hey, Teacup. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You kind of froze for a minute. What was your response?
No, your mic had cut out. I was just still listening. I was just saying hello to Teacup as well.
Oh, okay. Where did I cut out at?
You're just at the family unit. That I was saying that they'd all both inherited and conjoined both customs and traditions of the different family structures to combine to make that new one. You know, sort of, you know, the parent and princess and so on. The family tree structure, just like anything that broadens out and it gets bigger and it blossoms. Otherwise, it withers and dies.
Right,
simple.
exactly. And so in this case, any customs or habits or rituals that are passed on to the child are passed on by learned behaviors through its association in the environment it's growing up in. So it's like, you know, I don't understand the argument and the disagreement from him that my statement is false.
The definition of the word system and concept, I believe it was, just the different interpretations of the word, you know, to better bing or to beatification, whichever one, I think it was beatification. To better, he, you know, a system doesn't exist. A system is just something that exists in people's minds, that only exists with people's belief, much like a religion. It's something that's not actually, you can't tangibly touch it. That system can't jump out and punch you in the nose. It has something that will act within that system, like a policeman, a superhero two-dimensional character that a man plays as, that'll jump out and punch you in the nose. But that system itself doesn't exist unless the man's belief in it. That's what he gets at, the fact that systems don't believe in a three-dimensional reality of man.
Well, see, even that statement, yeah.
That's what I mean.
And I would say that that statement in itself is insane, because a system is simply that, a system. And the system, any system, is only going to have the capacity to do what it does based on the energy that is put into it by the individuals that operate that system.
Like anything, it only has power if it's been given the belief. You know,
and go ahead.
The curtain's only there before Toto pulled it. You know?
Yeah. Well, and so, yeah, well, that brings us back to the main undeniable natural progression of the way the universe works, which is two people that come together, whether it's in business or an intimate relationship, they contract with each other. One provides something, the other receives something, and provides something else in exchange. That's the natural order of things. And so when they come together in marriage, it's a contract of union, and it's a bringing together of other people and extending the quote-unquote society. Now, a society in a system standpoint, I would say, is nothing more than a more official and more binding agreement between the members who make up that society, that they're all going to equally participate in the development and continuation of the society and pass that legacy on to their children and pass on those rights to their children. And so, to me, the idea of a society, with all the technical jargon aside, the natural idea of a society is inherent within all of us. We just choose to call it a society, and then we make certain principles to make a society a more binding contractual agreement between people. It's ultimate.
The engine's running, so now you're just fine-tuning it. Making sure it's not too advanced or too retarded, that there's ebb and flow, that you don't get a backfire when it... You know, it's just like fine-tuning anything that you want to work without any sort of loss. So you want the normal, natural order of things to have the ebb and the flow, the tidal. It's nature has a strange way of repeating itself over and over. People just don't recognise what they're doing. You know.
Well, that's the whole point.
Sorry. Yeah. Well, again, it is, isn't it? It's the curtain that people live in. It amazes me. To be quite honest.
Well, and that's, you know, the whole thing that I try to cut through and get down to is, you know, dealing with base principles, because you can get lost when you start isolating law into a certain, trying to apply it to a certain medium. Like,
degrees. Yeah.
For American, or for, you know, America, it would be, you know, freemen on the land movements and other movements such as that, or over in England, whatever it manifests itself over there. But at the end of the day, it always comes down to principles and a coming to terms of ideas and concepts. And it doesn't matter the different words that are used, as long as it describes the same concept and both parties can understand the concept. So, you know...
That's the key point, though. Most parties do not understand. Most people are voluntarily in jail because they believe they did something wrong, because they believe an offence is wrong.
Well, see, now even that is a minute dissection of something on a larger scale. If you look at it logically, doesn't even matter, because you have to ask yourself, why are you subjected to that to begin with? And the logical and inevitable conclusion is, when you look at it, that, for example, in America, my parents were born American citizens. And so therefore, by international law and universal principles, since the child is under the authority of the parent and the parent is a member of the society, I in turn become a natural member of that society. And through the development of me growing up, I've become more involved in the society and picking up the customs and traditions and interacting in the legal system, so to speak, of contracts. And I am a member of that society until I choose at a mature age that no, I no longer wish to be a part of this society, and I go through the proper process of getting out of that jurisdiction. Because if I'm a Chinese citizen, or in better stance, if I'm a Chinese ambassador and I'm here in the United States, I guarantee you I'm not going to step foot in your court.
So what about a dual citizenry?
Well, now, if you're a Chinese citizen, you'd be a national here in the United States, and under international law, nationals have no more or less rights than a citizen. So
over here in New Zealand, you can have a British and a Kiwi hook up, have a kid. That kid will have New Zealand citizenship, plus it will also have British citizenship by birthright.
well, now, technically, and if you look at international law, the idea of dual nationality actually doesn't exist. And in all reality, all it does, hold on. In all reality, what it does is submits you to two masters. And not only that, when it comes to dual citizenship, the international community is working away from the concept altogether of a dual nationality. They're saying,
does somebody want to tell Barack Obama that?
what? Well, no, now, hold on. Now you're getting into something that's specific to the U.S. Constitution that most people, especially Americans, are ignorant of. When in the Constitution it says you must be a U.S. citizen, a natural-born citizen of the United States, or a citizen, and continues on, it tells you in the U.S. Constitution...
What one's that? What article is that in the Constitution?
Here, I tell you what, let me pull it up real quick. Constitution of the United States. Because this is the whole thing about law and being able to read law and understand that law is written to be very specific. And if you take it in broad strokes, you'll really get lost in what it's really meaning.
Really?
Let me see.
That's why I like the correct interpretation of each word that's being used. And in the understood system of society that word is meant. Because I know that in the law society, if they write the word and they say it means yellow in that legislature, every time I read the word purple, it means yellow. So if that ain't ambiguous wording, good.
Well, see, that's the whole point. That's their language that they created, and they can do whatever they want to those words and make those words mean whatever they want. And whoever is under the jurisdiction where they can apply their interpretations, they can do it. And so the idea... Go ahead.
But as a man, I'm just an idiot compared in their society. I'm not of their society.
Well, why would you want to be in all reality? I mean, I could tell you point blank that I have no intention of being a part of American society, which is why I left. I don't want to be a part of paying for children being bombed or, third world countries getting put into debt because of the IMF. There's a lot of things that I don't agree with that the U.S. government and its individuals that occupy those positions of power do.
We have a saying on New Zealand, only in America.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you what, it baffles me every single day that I'm here, and that's why I said America's got a rude awakening coming because they're about to get hammered, and they don't have no idea.
By whom? By whom?
By the established power, those that had the authority and the control. I mean,
hang on, can I just interject quickly? Because the established power and those who have control, unfortunately, happens to be America.
Yeah, vicariously. I mean,
Do you know America spends more, right, on defense budget than every other country combined?
well, look, in the grand scheme of things, the United
That's
States is the military-industrial power of this quote-unquote New World Order system that they're trying
oh,
to put in
come on, don't
place.
start all that bloody crap.
I
Fucking
no,
hell.
I don't look. I don't spend a lot of attention on
If you
there.
can't prove it, mate, don't say it. All right? It might be true, but if you can't prove it, then it's
Prove
just not
what?
worth
That the United States is the military arm?
We've all heard many politicians
it.
mention New World Order.
Well, the New World Order. I mean, the concept of the Illuminati and the fucking. I mean, it's just Jesus
No,
Christ.
look, I'll
I'm not
tell
pulling out
you
the
right
fiction,
now. To me, the New World Order concept is simply that. It's the individuals that have been working this plan. Well, here's the thing. Let's define something real quick. You have the planet, which we all live on. So when it comes to a world, what do we usually refer to, and what is it usually referred to throughout history? A world is a way of looking at the planet or the reality. It's a world view. And so when you think about a new world order, well, what they're telling you is that we have an idea, a concept of what a new world order will look like, and we are all motivated to achieve that end. And those that want to be a part of it are a part of it, and those that are ignorantly falling into it are just going to have to deal with it because they have no way of understanding how to operate outside of it.
Could it be a
I don't
political
look
term?
at it as a bad thing. I look at it as, well, there's one way of living reality, and there's many people that don't like it and don't understand how not to participate in it.
Sorry, Tika, your turn. What was that, mate?
So is there any chance that it could have been like just a political terminology used? You know what I mean, like New World Order. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure Hitler spoke about New World Order, and I'm pretty sure some of the Roman emperors also spoke about New World Orders and things like that. But
Nero, I think his name was, wasn't it?
Well, it's definitely been. It's a concept that has been put down throughout time, and it is very evident that there's been a plan of this direction going.
So you know who's making the plan then, do you? Who can fucking plan thousands of years ahead? Because I'd love to know that bloke.
I don't think it all gets down to one teacup. It's many different things working on many different levels.
So it's a forever changing and altering plan then. It isn't a plan set down many years ago then.
Well, let's put it this way: it'd be much easier, and you got to think about the events that have happened throughout history in its proper context. We have the ability and the luxury to learn massive amounts of historical information in a very short period of time. And we have such an abundance and access of information that it's hard for us to conceptualize even 10 years ago how hard it was to obtain good, solid information.
Dude, I mean, some people, right, can have all the information given to them and they're still thick as fucking shit. I mean, that's just human nature. Other people can learn, you know what I mean, and understand things. Some people can even know things without even have to learn them. You know what I mean? That's just the way the fucking world is. You know what I mean? But believe me, not everyone is taught things. You know what I mean? Not everyone is taught how to do everything. Some people have to come up and have original ideas for new things to be invented, new creations to exist.
I don't disagree with your statements. But you're still dealing with a point of fact.
No, hang on. The idea is suddenly that you're trying to add context to how some historical fucking context that's wrong. I mean, the historical context that was added is the New World Order concept is not new. All right, the Romans were speaking about it. So unless it's some plan that predates back to the Roman time, then what is the purpose of speaking about the New World Order? It must obviously be a political term used to describe the order and the control of the world at that present time. Because given back at the Roman time, the Roman power was the superpower of the day, right? And they had right to speak about a new world order at the time because they were kind of like setting the fucking diktat of what the world order was going to be. And hang on, I haven't finished. And the same would apply again to America and Britain today. So when you hear them speak of new world order, that's because they're the fucking powerhouse of the world and they get to set the diktats of the world. That's all that is. It's not some fucking Illuminati, Freemason fucking conspiracy that was all leaked out on YouTube. I mean, come on, get real. You think they're going to suddenly let YouTube come about and then leak all out the information? It's just nonsense. It's
Well,
stories.
they've been putting that information out in plain sight for many, many years. I mean, the idea of these organizations existing throughout history.
In plain sight. What
Huh?
information is plain sight? What do you know even where that saying originates?
What's saying?
That
In
saying.
plain-
New World
hide
Order?
things in plain sight. New World Order. So where did the New World Order originate?
Matthew P. Hall, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Manly P. Hall. And Manly
Manly
P. Hall.
yeah.
He didn't until the 19th century. So I don't think it was going to be him, considering sort of like the fucking Freemasons and all that spoke about in the Bible. You know what I mean?
Well, look, you got to take things in context. The point is that it is very fathomable, especially in old times where new knowledge was very promiscuous and not looked good upon in society, and so people had to go underground and create quote unquote secret societies in order to pass on new information.
You believe there was these people running about in society, right, that were kings and queens and were getting people to follow them as kings and queens, but yet the majority of the people could not read or write.
I believe it's inevitable. I mean, you're going to have people that naturally want to come together to discuss common ideas.
Let's make a fucking law then and write it down. How the hell are people going to follow the law?
Well, that was done through force and coercion, wasn't it, with the old knights?
Law's not done through force and coercion, Mark. Law today is not done through force and coercion, all right? Retribution and criminal law is done and used by force, but the vast majority of law is done in a civil and fucking amicable manner. It's not. I mean,
type of obeyance then, or a manufactured type.
Well, it comes down to human nature. As a group of society, we agree on certain rules that shouldn't be done because I mean we wouldn't want them done to ourselves. That's the principle of where law fundamentally stems from. I mean, and then we as a group then extend out and
to me, same thing. Yeah, that's what we were saying before.
Exactly. But the problem
yeah,
is,
although I would, to make things clear, to make things as clear as possible, law in its very basic sense is nothing more than contract. Because without contracts, law would not exist.
Oh, that's not true. That's only in a context of a civil law that applies.
Well, think about it. All law is contract.
Criminal law is not about contract. All right, criminal law is not about contract.
What is criminal law then?
It's retribution.
Okay, look.
What?
Right, Brian, I get your point, but I'd like to see the written contract that says that gravity exists.
That what? Gravity exists?
Gravity is a law, is it not?
It's it's a definition, like something that's definite.
It's a physical law. It's a natural law. Gravity. What goes up must come down. Water is wet. Sky is blue.
Correct.
Those things are natural laws. They're not written anywhere. There's no contract, but it's still a law. Law is an ambiguous word. There's 30 different types of it. And people can argue, for the most part, what law is. To me, it's just an agreement between two or more parties as far as anything written's concerned. Two or more parties.
And that's exactly my point. Law is a contract between two people, meaning law comes from contract. All law is contract.
Of course. So when somebody gets arrested, they go, "Oh look, hang on, we didn't have a contract." But they go, "Oh yeah, we didn't have a contract. Let me not arrest you." I mean, come on, get real.
No,
it's not about contracts. Civil law is about contracts, right? That maxim that you're quoting from applies to civil law. It does not apply to criminal law, right? Criminal law is about penal law. Right, it's about retribution. Right, it's about social order and control. It's about controlling the undesirables that the society doesn't want. All right, the problem is as society swells and grows, the individual has less say in society. Right, back thousands of years ago, an individual in the community had great say in that community because there's only maybe 100 or 200, 300 people in his community. Nowadays, we're in 300,000. You don't get heard. All right, unless you're somebody of significance or can make yourself stand out from the fucking crowd. All right, and this is the problem. This is now with the issue that we have to congregate together as a unit to be heard, and even then they don't always bloody want to listen. But yeah, I mean, this is the fucking issues we're dealing with. It ain't fucking twisted fucking complex shit.
Voices aren't being heard on an individual basis. That's basically what you're saying.
And it's a very simple solution. I mean, going back to what you talk about as far as a society, and taking in consideration the fact that you can't get any redress from the society in which you're currently under.
I didn't say you couldn't get redress. I didn't say you couldn't get redress. I'm saying as an individual, unless you've got something that makes you stand out now from the overswelling crowd, right, you will not be heard. Right, thousands of years ago, when the population on the earth was a lot smaller and we were a lot smaller communities, it was a lot easier to be heard purely because there's a lot less people to fucking climb up above to get to be heard. These days, there could be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people to climb up to be above everyone else, to be in a position in society where you get to decide.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. The invention and technology of social networks can reach millions of people in a matter of minutes.
You just mentioned the American Constitution here, right? The bit in it where it says that the American president or the vice president has to be American national. All right, that's the bit.
No. Here, I got it up right here. No person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of this adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of president. Neither shall any persons be eligible to that office who shall not have attained the age of 35 years or 14 years of residence in the United States. So it's saying no person except a natural-born citizen.
My point, Brian, right, is you have to be in a position of power as a senator or the president, right, to be able to make laws, all right, or you have to be a judge or in the judiciary, all right. We don't live in a fucking idealistic.
Why wouldn't you want to be in that position? If it's gonna be, if you're gonna have to succumb to laws by agreement.
You don't get a fucking
want to be involved in the process of the creation of that law.
Society will not let you have a choice in certain matters. When it comes to criminal law, right, society says...
Maybe not the society you're involved in right now.
You don't get a choice to choose whether you're in the society. All right, the government can choose whether you're part of its society, but you do not get to choose. All right, if you are living in its fucking land, you are under its jurisdiction.
Well,
be all end all. Does not matter what country you come from otherwise, right? You may have diplomatic immunity. You may have diplomatic immunity that protects you from certain things, but it will not protect you from criminal law of them countries.
That's absolutely false.
On the land, teacup, not in it.
So what you're telling me then is a Chinese ambassador could come to America, could rape, pillage, and fucking do what he likes, and that no law would kick in or do anything to him.
No. What I'm saying you're wrong about is that you have the right to leave and quit your society.
Yes,
that is extant in every single nation. It's called naturalization.
You can change and go and ask to be a part of a member of another fucking thing, but they do not have to accept you. All right? They do not have to accept you. All right, and this is the problem with immigration.
Well, hold on, that's a different argument.
Immigrant or an illegal alien.
Please, can we attack one thing at once?
Well, we
now,
can't,
whether or not,
hold on, speak again.
Hold on, whether or not a country is willing to accept you by naturalizing you into their society is a completely different argument on whether or not you have the ability.
Listen to me one second. Listen to the point I am making, Brian, instead of trying to fucking make your own point. All right, listen to me 1 second. Even your own country that you are born in can refuse you your citizenship. All right, they can make you an illegal immigrant in your own fucking country. And that's
they have the right to do that.
All right? The same as if somebody comes over and says, I want to apply for nationalship, or citizenship, the country can go, no. Okay? Just because you have a right to apply...
You're talking about the authority that a state has. I get that, and I agree.
Right, so that was the point I was making. So now whatever point you
have
want
an
to make.
agreement on that. My question and the statement you made specifically was that you as an individual do not have the right to quit the society that you're born into.
I didn't say you didn't have a right to quit it. I said you don't have the right to.
That was the statement you made. So would you like to correct that for me?
Be a citizen is whether or not your government wants to bestow your citizenship on you or not. Okay, you cannot choose to suddenly say, oh, I'm no longer a citizen, all right? Because if you are under their jurisdiction, they will either treat you as a citizen, and then you're entitled to protection of law, or they'll treat you as an illegal immigrant, and then they will treat you as a migrant and fucking probably put you in some detention, and most of your rights will be like limited.
Okay, so it comes down to this. You have a couple of different options. You're either naturally born, meaning you're born to parents who are citizens of that country, and therefore you take on that citizenship, or you can ask to be involved in a state and they can decline you, or you can be a member and they can say, you know what, we no longer want you in our society, so we're going to strip it away.
Yep.
That all makes sense, and that's all fine and good as far as international law goes. Now,
that's not fine and good.
It is fine and good.
It's not fine and good. It's not fine and good because people don't have the freedom of movement around the globe. You know what I mean? And this is fundamentally the problem.
Hold on. Okay, that's where I'm getting to.
Let me make a point, Brian. Right?
Well, please, because that's exactly where I'm getting to, and that's what I want you to clarify. What I'm asking, what I'm focusing on is, does an individual who's a member of a society, if they decide they want to live in another society, whether or not they get accepted or they actually go through with it, just the fact of, do they have a choice to get up and leave the society they are currently involved with for the opportunity to hopefully get picked up in another society? Is that possibility on the table for an individual?
Well, of course it is.
Well, then, if it is, how is it that they don't have the ability to go anywhere else?
Which bit of the point didn't you understand when I explained about being either an immigrant or an illegal immigrant? You know what I mean? If you go and change countries, right, you know what I mean, whether you're an asylum seeker or not, you're still an immigrant into that country. All right, now whether they want to deem you as a legal immigrant and give you all the protections of citizenship, right, and all the benefits of citizenship of that particular country, right, is down to the fucking government. Right, that's the fucking be all and end all. It's not some fucking magic fucking pill or anything. It's pretty fucking shit scenario for people, because if you live in a country and you're naturally born in a fucking shithole where you're getting fucking bombed by America because they fucking feel it's right and just because they are the superpower of the world, you might want to fuck off to a better country, and then that country might want to say, well, no, because your situation ain't bad enough. Do you know what I'm saying? So just because you fucking want to get up and leave your society doesn't mean you're gonna fucking suddenly have a fucking bed of roses the other bloody side of it. It don't work like that.
Well, it may not work that way, but the whole point is, and the focus is the option and ability for an individual to voluntarily quit their society to either go join, and I'll tell you, in international law that is agreed upon by the majority of nations on this planet, they all agree that each individual has the right to quit their society to go join an already existing society, or to come together with others of like mind to create a new society for their own interests.
So why is it America has such a problem with all the Mexicans coming over then?
Well, I don't care about their political games.
No, this is the problem, right? Is because international law, unfortunately, right, doesn't trump national sovereignty. National sovereignty basically means that they.
You want to know why they don't do anything about the immigrants?
Huh?
Oh, you want a legitimate answer to why the United States doesn't do anything about the immigration problem?
Because they want a political structure. They have immigrants that come over, then that changes the counterbalance, and they've got
there's
all
already international agreements in place between Canada, Mexico, and the United States. It was announced back in 2005. So they may still, in the public view, keep themselves separated and don't talk too much about this higher structural order of international affairs. But behind the scenes, they all operate together, in as much as Canada is now controlled by the SEC and the IRS. So, they may play whatever political game they want to play. That's just to appease the people. But they have a higher agenda that they're moving towards, and make no mistake about it, all the leaders at the top, they're in compliance with where they're trying to go, and everything else is mostly a show. I won't say all, but a good portion of it is.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
But the whole, my whole thing is, it's all by agreement. It's all by contract. You can choose to be involved in this system. You can choose to operate in this debt-based system.
It's by negotiation.
Bring Banner back. At least he fucking quoted out some law book.
Say that again.
You're talking nonsense, mate. You're talking absolute fucking nonsense.
In what respect? Can you specify?
In the way that you're just like suddenly you just said you're going to give me a legitimate answer about the immigration problem, right? And just spieled off about fucking Mexico and Canada. So where's the legitimate? Come on, legitimize it. Give me some evidence.
The North American Union, are you meaning?
Well, that's got nothing to do with immigration.
Yeah,
that's
it has
about
everything
trade.
to do with
It's to do with
come on.
getting rid of the border.
So, you know what we were talking about 5 minutes ago, yeah?
Look, let's put it this way.
Hang on,
In
before
the
we
near
got to
future,
immigration,
you're
you know what we were talking about 5
see-
minutes ago?
Look, more than likely in the near future,
look,
you're going to
it's a
see
question that I don't
Obama
answer to. It's a
give
question I don't
amnesty.
answer to. Do you know what we were talking about 5 minutes ago?
Citizenship.
In which respect?
You don't know what we were
Naturalization and
talking about 5 minutes
citizenships,
ago.
or
About
whether
freedom
what
of
the
movement
United
to change your citizenship, to go from one fucking society to another. You saying it was all bound in international law and you suddenly had the freedom to do it. Now, you said you would legitimise that by basically saying how you'd do it. And what you basically done is basically said how it can't be fucking done. How Mexicans can't just fucking, because there's no fucking freedom of fucking trade. Mexicans can't just go into America, can they?
Have you paid attention to American politics lately?
Probably
Mexicans
not.
and everybody else are just
is it
flowing
now
into
an
the
open
country.
border between Mexico and America?
It has been, even though there's a political game that it needs to be controlled. But nothing is happening because
Is it now officially an open border between Mexico and America? The same as a European citizen,
No,
we wouldn't
because
need
the
to prove
political
anything.
climate. Listen, no, because the political climate of most Americans aren't ready for it.
It's got nothing to do with fucking. Oh my god.
You can explain yourself. I'm waiting. Don't get testy.
I just explained to you all of it, right? You trying to explain to me how you can fucking choose what bloody citizenship you have or you don't, right? And you can freely go here, there, and everywhere, right? Now, fair enough, it says that in international law. However, in practicality, right, you can't fucking do that, right? As Mexicans find out, as fucking Afghanis find out, so many people are finding out. No, right? If you've got money, right, and you've got fucking credibility, then you've got the freedom to go to this country, to that country. Of course it bloody is.
No.
Do you think fucking Angelina Jolie or any of the rest of them have problems fucking going to what country they want?
How many celebrities have you seen get crushed?
Or you're born in Iraq and you've just been fucking had your country fucking ruined from some political fucking gain from fucking the Western countries, right?
I'm sorry, are we talking about freedom here, or are we just talking about extended privileges?
Now, if you live in Mexico and you want to go to America, right, because you can't get fucking paid a good wage in Mexico, and you want to go to the parent land of dreams, right, then you go to border control and you get put in what are called ICE camps. Is that not true?
More than likely so, yeah. A citizen can't just up and walk into another country.
You can't just go and choose. Exactly. So the point you making about how you can freely choose is fucking nonsense. All right. Yes, it says that, and for some people they do have that freedom. All right. And normally those people have the
based on the approach and
the credibility in society to have freedom of movement. All right. But the vast majority of us who fucking live below the fucking breadline or on the breadline do not have the freedom of movement. We're lucky if we can go away for 2 fucking weeks to a different country, let alone fuck off to a different country.
Is that my problem?
And have all the benefits.
Just curious.
That's the reality of the world we live in, Brian.
Well, hold on. But I'm not concerned.
Not fantasize it into something fucking it's not.
Hold on. Let's make one thing specifically clear. I do not care about what the majority of people on this planet are going through. I care about my personal position and helping as many people as possible along the way. But first and foremost, my duty and responsibility is my own self-preservation. And if I cannot find people that are willing to help me in that endeavor, why should I care about what holds them back? Because if I focus on what is holding them back, then I'm only going to hold myself back. And I'm doing myself a disservice.
You could be putting it elsewhere.
Yeah, so, I mean, so now, when you're talking about, you know, the choice to be able to walk away and do something different If you had the choice, that's all we're asking about. Yes or no? Yes. Okay.
No.
Now, what you decide to do with that choice, if you decide that you want to be a citizen, meaning you just want to be subject to the government, then you perfectly are obliged to make that choice. I wouldn't, because
You don't
citizens
get
have
a
no
choice.
rights,
You
but you
don't
have
get a
that
choice to be
choice.
subject to your government or not. All right, you will be subject to your government unless you can fucking succeed your government, or you. That's the only. You. How can you? How
Well,
can
you
you not
can't
be
even
subject to your
succeed from a
government?
government. All you can do is come together with other people and create a new society and
And what?
institute a new government.
Brian, do you know what you're talking about? Yeah, that's a civil war. Okay, that's the only way you're going to turn
No.
over that government and create a new society. Right, is to remove the old. And believe me, they ain't going to go willing.
How many people do you think would actually come together to create a new society? Realistically, practically.
About
And
10.
I can give you a very specific answer.
About 10.
And you're
You know how many
almost
times
right
it's
on
been
the
tried?
mark.
Have you heard
Now,
of
do you
David?
honestly think that any government is going to consider it a civil war for
Oh my
10
God.
people to come together and say, you know what, we want to govern ourselves, and we want to make sure that
You
our
can't
own
govern
economic
yourselves.
future
If
is
you want
determined
to
by
be
us.
governed, you will be governed by government, right? If you want to be those that wish to be governed will be governed. It's as simple as that.
No,
Right?
those that can't govern themselves will be governed by others, but
No,
either
no, no.
way, you
Those
will
that
be
wish to
governed.
govern, those that wish to govern will be governed. All right? It's actually a fucking saying from William Penn, the founder of America. All right? One of the founders of the American Constitution. If we want to start talking some law.
Those, Jesus, I'm not going to get into this argument. You either
It's not an
govern
argument. It's a
yourself.
statement of fact that you don't self-govern. You
Look,
do
I can
not
tell you.
self-govern.
All
Is
right,
America, is
hold
America
on.
the land of self-governing individuals?
I could easily quote Theodore Roosevelt in the Jamestown Exposition in 1907, and that's exactly what I stated. That those that can self-govern will govern, and those who cannot self-govern will be governed from the outside. But either way, you will be governed. I mean, the word itself, government, means to
Exactly,
govern the
and
mind,
that's the fucking
control the
point I
mind.
made. Either way, you will be governed. So you can't go off and set up a fucking set. You can't do it. I mean, how are you going to go start a new
Okay, let's
society
take
up?
your point. I'll take your point. So, those who will govern choose to be governed. Fair enough. I would say self-governed, but we can leave that out for now. But
Would you
if
agree?
you are going
Would
to
you?
govern regardless, would you rather participate in the rules in which will be governing you, or would you rather just be governed by the rules that somebody else make for you? Because at the end of the day, that's the ultimate question, whether or not you want to make your own government or rules to govern yourself by, or to have governed by the outside.
Participation is not really the right terminology to be using, because the thing is this: for the vast majority of people, the laws don't become that much of an issue, and when they do, they're more petty laws and administrative and red tape laws. They ain't things where they threaten liberty, life, or security. Okay, now for those people that are dealing with criminal law, I mean that might be a different ball game. But however, being subject to the law and then fighting and changing the law, having participation in the law, whether it be through representation as politicians or speaking to them, or actually being a politician yourself, all right, or using the law courts, which is another method that you can alter the law. That's down to the people. You know what I mean, obviously, I'd prefer to be part of that fucking governing process, but then who wouldn't? But the problem is this: just because we all want to be a fucking chief doesn't mean we all can be. We have to have some fucking Indians about. You know what I mean? It's, you ain't going to be able to all run around being all free men sovereigns and all thinking we're chief almighty and can do what we like.
Well, I mean, I can say that as if you're, and well, let me say this first. I agree with you really that in the normal course of things, there's really no arguments about the law and the way it's applied. It usually comes in the realm of criminal law. You know, when somebody's done something that's above and beyond what we normally see in our everyday practice. So if you're okay with the normal course of things in your government and the structure and your position within that society, then by all means, be happy with it and do what you will. But if you're dealing with individuals who are upset and they're tired of all the rules and bullshit that's being applied to them, then that's where the question, the discussion on can a new society be created, and if so, how does that go about? Now, I could tell you it is. Societies are here because people came together to create them. And there's been over 100 that's been created just in the last 100 years. So obviously they still exist and create.
Isn't there the Shire, the Shire in New Hampshire? They have their own community or their own society. New Hampshire Society or Shire Society, I think it's called.
You're talking about here in the United States?
Yeah.
There is not a single society that I am aware of here in the United States that is properly structured and could be considered a society separate and apart politically from the United States.
Considered by who? That's the thing. Consider the society by who? Are they asking to set up a society within a greater society? Who's the parent of that society for them to ask to become a society?
Well, it's by international agreements. I mean, the Paris Peace Treaty in 1783 between King George and the colonists declared the land boundaries, and then subsequently you had the Louisiana Purchase and all the other stuff. So there is a defined boundary of what the United States territorial jurisdiction is, and in international law, a nation or a state has territorial jurisdiction in whichever land is theirs. So if an individual or group of people decided they wanted to come together to create a society while in the United States on their land, they would have to come to some kind of concessions or agreement with the United States in order for them to occupy that land, kind of like the relationship with the American Indians and the U.S. government.
Like the relationship with the Freemasons and the secret society that is the Freemasons.
Who's occupying what land?
Say that again.
Like the Palestinians and the Israelis, isn't it? Who's occupying what land?
Yeah, no, that's just an entire clusterfuck over there. But I was gonna piggyback. I was gonna piggyback on your statement with like the Freeman Society, or I'm sorry, the Freemason societies and these other societies. This is where you start to understand the whole idea, and you can actually take some of what Jamie was saying earlier into context, which is everything starts in the mind.
I bob a lot, yeah. I ain't spoken to him in a while.
But everything starts in the mind. Everything is a concept, and so when you create a society is formed because of a concept that was agreed upon and developed by a combination of individuals. And once it exists in reality, and the fact is, because they exist, they are acting in the capacity of a society.
Is that what Bobolot was saying then?
Is that who? I'm sorry?
Is that what Jamie was saying?
Oh, no. He's got a weird, twisted sense of understanding of the law.
In what way?
I don't know.
He's Jamie's mentor.
What's that?
Teacup's Jamie's mentor now.
Oh, jeez.
I'm not his mentor.
Yeah, I can already. There's already a keen fundamental difference. I mean, at least you can accept the idea of a society being a natural course of existence. At least it seemed that way, right?
It has to be. What else can it be? Everything's natural.
Where's this guy now? I mean, at least they got two people. I mean, that was the thing is we were having a discussion about a child being born into a family. And the idea of the family being the original society, and he started nitpicking about the word society.
Were you watching Teacup? Were you watching the battle between Brian and Bopper and Better?
No. What have I missed some fireworks?
Just before you joined Teacup, Brian and Better had a good half-hour difference of opinion
I was
over
bad
system.
arguing with himself.
Over whether or not a baby is naturally born to parents or gains customs just naturally from the ether.
Bader was giving 6 different explanations of the same thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, it's God, I just hung up. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. If you're not even going to accept the fact that a baby is born into a family, and a family is the same concept as a society, then I can't even have a conversation
that's
with
the bit
you.
I'm not getting. How the hell is a family the same concept as a society?
Well, it's a concept in the sense that a society in of itself is a family, because if you
Gathering
look
of
at
people.
well, yeah, and if you look at the practical, what is the ends to a society? It is the perfection of the state and its members. And so if you're operating with normal people who not only have their
Right.
best interest at heart, but the interest of their fellow brethren, then we're all going to work together, because the more we succeed, the better our state and the stronger our state or our society is.
And is that how you honestly believe societies are structured in the world and have been throughout history?
No, and maybe some have started off that
That's
way.
the point. So now can we actually discuss how a society is structured?
Well,
Because to me, it's the antithesis of what a family is. You see, because a family wouldn't let one of their little fucking brethren, for the sake of a better word, go and fucking be dragged out of the house by some other fucking mug and taken away and imprisoned. Do you know what I mean? Just because this other one says, well, this is the way it is. You know what I'm saying? That a family wouldn't do that.
I've got the power.
But in society, everyone's like, well, that's what we got to let happen. So better step back and let it happen. You know what I mean?
Fuck that.
To me, they're not intertwined concepts.
well, I'm pulling up something real quick that I think will help.
Well, how I would define it, and to try and bring it into more of a way that you could probably get some agreement on it, is like politics would be the binding or the glue between family and society. In other words, you have family politics, and then family politics can be extended out further into a society, and society obviously is based on politics of inevitably small families and small groups. You know what I mean? That has an influence on other people. So to me, it'd be the politics that's the key.
Well, there are all sorts of leeches. I mean, you've got ticks and politics, and you've got cysts and systems. They're all things that feed off of other things, aren't they? Ticks and cysts.
Oh, I don't know about all their word games.
Don't get into that with me, Teacup.
Oh, cool.
Hold on, I'm almost pulled this up. All right, so I'll just read this first chapter, because this is really my entire point. It says, the most ancient of all societies, and the only one that is natural, is the family. And even so, the children remain attached to the father only so long as they need him for their preservation. As soon as this need ceases, the natural bond is dissolved. The children, released from the obedience they owe to their father, and the father, released from the care he owes his children, return equally to independence. If they remain united, they continue so, no longer naturally, but voluntarily, and the family itself is then maintained only by convention.
Because they diminished their status from being within that family system into a communal system.
Hang on. So, because it's written, you believe that, yeah?
Well, not just because that it's written, it's just taking into the idea of what is conveyed.
Let me just show you one fallacy in that, right? Where it fucking stated off and it mentioned about ancient times, right? Well, in the vast majority of ancient cultures, right, you had laws in place. The man run the household. He controlled the children, including his son, up until his deathbed. You know what I mean? And it wasn't until the father died, son, who could have been fucking 40, 50, or even 60, then become the one who take control in the hierarchy system. So if that's based on an ancient system of society, it's absolute false.
There were some societies that were based on that structure. I mean, people can structure their society however they like.
Well,
The
given
fact-
our understanding so far, we believe that we sort of like stemmed out of Africa and Israel area and the Judeo-Christian, Abrahamic, and around India way. All right. This is where societies are said to believe to have originated from, which doesn't quite explain how we got to the other places, unless they're about by tectonic plates before the fucking land all split. But I don't know about all that. So if that is the area, that's certainly the area where culture is most predominantly influenced in the world today, especially on Western cultures. You know what I mean? The Abrahamic traditions, and in those traditions, it certainly is the father is the hierarchy. You know what I mean? He is the head up until he dies.
Well, you're describing effects, and you're describing the effects of specific cultures, specific societies. You're not necessarily talking about the idea of society itself and the fundamental.
I'm pretty sure America was actually based on the same principles. You know what I mean? But what do you know about John Locke?
America is based on a patriotic society, a patriarchal, i.e., paternal father, not maternal or matriarchal like the Queen over England, patriarchal or the patriot. That's the difference between the maternal and the paternal. It's the mother and the father. We're in a patriarchal society as the United States. Monarchal is the Queen over in England. You get that? The words?
Well, I would say that it may have been set up that way, but it certainly is not the case now.
That's the foundation from where it's come from. Before, before men started ruling the world and casting glory on everything, before there was monarchical societies, wasn't there?
Let's hope the Queen of England doesn't die anyway. Because if the Queen of England died, we might be having a little bit of a gay partnership going on.
Oh yeah, mate. Yeah, the two kings would buddy up, couldn't they? You imagine Obama up Cameron, couldn't you? He could tell him what he had for breakfast.
Well, so to kind of get back on point, and I'm sorry, this is kind of distracting me a bit.
Just a
Go ahead and pick up where you were leaving off. It's about 12:15, and I've been up since about 5:30 this morning. So
12:15, what in America?
Oh, AM. Yeah, AM, just past midnight, right?
So it's 6:15 on the 8th of November at night here. So you're 18 minutes behind me.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
Teacup's 13 hours behind me, and you're 18 hours. So there's 5 hours difference. So Brian, yeah, it's 5 hours behind Teacup.
Where are you located, Teacup?
UK.
Okay. Well, Teacup UK. I see it on your name now.
Yeah.
The Cannabis Utilization Project.
I'm not familiar with that.
No, that's what TCUP stands for. The Cannabis Utilization Project.
That's exactly what it stands for. My name's not actually Teacup.
Oh, well, I kind of figured that much. At least I would hope.
I didn't have radical parents.
You got people naming their parents, their kids Apple and other shit.
That's what I'm saying.
We've got a couple of kids named Benson and Hedges. We've got a couple of twins named Fish and Chips, and we've got one kid named Tiaratu Bus Stop. Because that's where it was.
Three radicals that like to start up communes and things.
That's what my wife told us when we were having one of our kids one day. She told us a few fucked up names she's heard of.
Well, I guess my, when I discuss law and the overall encompassing point of where I try to go with it, I try and bring everything back to principles and what seems to exist as far as human nature and its response in reality, and then do what is naturally correct to do, disregarding what others may be doing based on what they believe, but doing things in a universally acceptable way. And
yeah, but not many things are universally acceptable, are they? You know what I mean?
Actually, you'd be surprised. I mean, you know, one of the hardest things that I had to get over with in the first place, well, the thing that I had to get over with when I first started studying international law and the idea of the right of self-determination, as far as is it a practical solution that somebody can do, I had to come to the understanding, or at least accept, that there was honor in the system, and that if I extended honor, I would get honor, and that there's a mutual reciprocal responsibility between parties to come to the table with honor.
So hang on, what you're going to tell me now is it's all about honour, yeah? As long as you go into the courtroom and you honour the judge is going to honour you and say, oh, look, we absolve you of all guilt.
No, actually, from the position that I'm talking about and my understanding of law, you know, a society, and this is why this conversation about society is really so important, is that a society is created by individuals coming together voluntarily and making concessions.
A society is not created. All right, that's a simple fact. A society is defined by those that aren't a part of that society.
How can a society be defined?
Well, let me put it this way: Germany.
Outside of a society.
Let me explain it, Brian. I'll show you. Right,
There are
Germany.
4 separate societies right there. Okay, 4 separate societies. Okay.
Germany has
Bible, with Alistair Crowley, you know.
Hold on, Mark, to answer your question, if you know about them, they're not secret, and in all reality, there's no such thing as a secret society. They just hold meetings that people are not privy to.
I'm not saying, I wasn't saying they were secret societies. It's just 4 separate societies, separate books.
All right, now Germany, teacup.
Germany has borders. Do you agree?
Has borders. They have agreed upon borders. Yes.
Okay.
All countries do.
Those borders are not physical things that actually, prevent people from being a part of one country or the other.
No, it's just an idea. It's a political outline.
And those borders are open and subject to change on agreement, no?
And they have been throughout history.
Conflict. So it's only then that when basically people say we're not German that those borders are no longer German. Is that correct?
Yeah, or German comes in and says, hey, guess what? You're German now.
If everyone in France turned around and said we're German, would they now be German?
If you could get everybody in France to do it, sure, yeah.
Of course. And that's the point about the society. The society existed prior. The question is whether or not the society was recognised. The society is made up of human beings. Human beings must have existed before the word societies existed, right? Because there must have been a human being to utter the word society, or even to conceptualise or think of the word society. Right? So
well, no, that's not exactly my point.
No, let me finish making my point. There must have been human beings before society come into existence. Okay, those human beings were then basically defined of saying, you're not in my group, you're not part of my group, therefore you're not part of my society. All right, the same way what we do with criminals, which is where the criminal law system comes in. You're not being part of the group that we want you to be, playing ball as you want to, so we're now going to exclude you from this part of the group, and that's basically where the system of fucking law comes in, and society. All right, and now, if those turn around and said, right, these things, because remember, those lawmakers who are saying this is wrong, now turn around and say, right, time of war, these things now can be made legal, right? Even though you were an outcast then, you might now be part of the society. Because those that were outside of the society are now recognising you as part of that same society. Do you see the point? It's the same as the United States of America, all right? There's only the United States of America because all those 50 states who are all independently sovereign agree to be part of that union.
Actually,
okay?
That's incorrect. At the signing of the Constitution, the states gave up their sovereignty. A lot of people don't know that.
That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Every state remains individually sovereign. The same every single country in the European Union.
Read the Jubilee of the Constitution. Wow. It was a speech given by John Quincy Adams, who was the 6th president and the son of the founding of the United States. I mean, to put this in context, you have John Adams, who was the main proponent And the main reason why the colonies eventually came together to declare their independence, and his son tells you on the 50th anniversary of the Constitution that by the very act of them signing the Constitution, the states gave up their complete sovereignty, because the reason why they had to create the Constitution in the first place was because the Articles of Confederation they created was not strong enough, and they were violating international law and about to find themselves at war with 3 different countries.
So
This
if
is
that's the case,
historical fact.
if that's the case, then why is it currently over across America that loads of places are now legalising cannabis and allowing medical cannabis use?
What does
If on a
cannabis
federal
have
level,
to do
if on a
with how the
federal
United
level, let me
States-
make my point. If on a federal level, right, cannabis remains illegal, why is it that those states can overrule the federal fucking government?
They can't.
They're
They
sovereign.
fucking can, and they fucking do because they're fucking sovereign.
Look, they can't, and I'll tell you a personal story of somebody that I know that had this happen to them. Look, you can say what you want. I live in this fucking country. Excuse my language, but I know
Country doesn't mean
how.
that you know things. Living in
Well,
the country is not credentials.
look, I understand the United States society and legal system. Believe me, I've had to go through it. And I can tell you that the states, they can pretend to have whatever laws they want, and in certain capacities they do have the discretion to make what laws suit their inhabitants. But by and large, if there is a federal law that is enacted, it applies to all states regardless.
I've just proved that. And there's also a case of in some fucking states you have laws that apply where you go to another state and that law may not apply. All right, and that's down to individual states having national fucking sovereignty to make laws. Not all federal laws apply on a federal level. Texas, you know about Texas, yeah?
The Lone State.
So tell me what about Texas that makes them special?
Nothing.
So they don't
What are
have
you
their own
gonna tell me?
government.
They were a republic. They were a republic, but if you go back and read,
Supreme Court.
okay, they can structure that how they want. That's
So if
all
they have
laid
their own
out in the
Supreme
U.S.
Court,
Constitution.
if
What
they
I'm
have their own
telling
Supreme
you,
Court, what trumps federal law or their Supreme Court rulings?
federal law and Supreme law or Supreme Court are one the same. Supreme
No,
Court
they're
only
not.
hears
No, they're
federal.
not. No, they're not. Supreme Court will trump it every fucking time.
You ask me what's trumps what, Supreme Court or federal law, and I'm telling you the Supreme Court only hears federal issues.
Constitutional issues, not federal issues. Constitutional.
Constitutional issues are federal issues. They're one and the same.
Constitutional issues are not federal issues. An individual could have a constitutional issue. All right,
No.
that doesn't necessarily make it a
Supreme
federal.
Court cases have clearly indicated that a United States citizen does not have the right to bring a constitutional argument
where
in
the fucking
court.
Supreme Court has basically slapped the fucking president down and put him in his fucking place many occasions. Okay,
Look,
this is what
we're
we have
talking about Supreme Court. I have all the Supreme Court cases you need that will tell you that a U.S. the U.S. citizen is not party to the Constitution.
Tell me
What
about John Locke. If you know all about American law, Brian, if you know all about American law, tell me about John Locke.
What do you want to know about him? He was a legal philosopher in the 1700s. I mean,
that's all you can say about somebody who had the founding principles of the American Constitution.
Yeah, okay, which one? Because I could probably make some arguments on that.
Do you have the Constitution there in front of you, Brian? Because I'm actually curious on the exact wording of the Article 7, if you could read that to me. Because I'm dead keen on hearing that, because I'm pretty sure it says something about court of record in that.
There's only 6 articles. Oh, no, there is a 7. Article 7, the ratification of this convention of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between states so ratifying the same. The word "the" being interlined between the 7th and 8th lines of the first page. The word 30 being partly written on an Erasure in the 15th line of the first page, the word is tried, being interlined between the 32nd and 33rd lines of the first page of the word, blah, blah, blah. Test William Jackson, Secretary. Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the state's presidents this 7th day of September in the year of the Lord 1787, and of the independence of the United States of America in this 12th. In witness thereof, we have underto subscribed our names. So that's what Article 7 technically is.
Where does it mention about the Court of Record in the Constitution or Bill of Rights?
There is no court of records as far as that goes. I mean, your court of record is the court. I mean, the court takes its record, and we have the ability to get the transcript.
I'm not meaning a court. I'm meaning a court -of record.
Yeah, we don't have anything like that.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, what's the point of a court of record? Because, you know, each individual in the United States and in most countries are classified as a citizen. A citizen, by definition, is subject to the jurisdiction in which they reside. And so the whole idea comes down to, well, if you're a citizen, then what are your rights? And if you're content with being a citizen, then be a good citizen. But if you don't want to be a citizen, how do you get out of that status?
Well, first off, you're a citizen of your family first, because you have duties, responsibilities, obligations to your family.
But if your family, your parents are U.S. citizens or citizens of a society, then by default, you're a member of that society.
What if your parents are illegal immigrants?
My mum and my dad are a man and a woman first and foremost. They have a capacity of citizenship. They are not a citizen. They are a man and a woman that have rights as a naturally. All right. So, first and foremost, they have right and authority as a man and a woman. Then they can be a human being in that lawful society as a citizen of that society.
That may be correct. So let me ask you this question.
I hadn't finished. That citizen then has the capacity to be a New Zealand citizen, and once that natural person is registered in the Land Information New Zealand, it then becomes split into the natural and the legal persons. The legal person then, if registered as on the electoral roll, has a citizenship in New Zealand, but by birthright it is there. That's the difference. But by all times, mum and dad are just a man and a woman. They might want to be a citizen within a society, but because they're a man or woman, they have the fluidity to step out of that society if they wish. As a man or woman, they have the belief and right to do as they wish. No other man or woman has the right to push any other belief upon them.
So my question to you is, were your parents citizens or subjects to New Zealand?
My mother and father, they're persons. They have the citizenships, yes. And to them, they registered their child as a citizen in New Zealand. But that's only a piece of paper. I'm not an 8 by 10.
Okay, well, let me cover this first quick, because I covered this with another individual. You know, when we talk about the individual person, it's about the actions they take. And even on a piece of paper, when you sign your name to a piece of paper, there is actual life force energy being applied to that paper. So yes, there may be a piece of paper there, but if you acted upon it, then it's you. It's you acting as you and putting your name to a piece of paper.
By acting as a you.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't deal with these arguments of, you know, natural persons versus person, because in the natural course of things, there's just you, and anything that you do is an extension of you, and you take responsibility for anything that you extend with your hands, with your acts.
I agree. When I act as a you, I would be acting as a you, and therefore liable for whatever me acting as a you does. I totally agree. But my point, yeah, man.
What's a baby lamb called?
A ewe. It's a female sheep, actually. Baby lamb is lamb.
Oh, I'm
Female
sorry.
sheep.
Sorry,
Yeah, I know
that
the two words. But my whole point is, you know, that's where the authority is gained, isn't it? The authority is gained when you become a you. When you sit there and you answer to someone saying you have the right to remain silent and you respond, then you're being that you. You're being something they have control over. If you say, do you mean me?
Well, here's the whole. Let's.
Because you would have to show that they believe I am a you.
Well, let's keep this tied together because we're talking about at the end of the day, it's the actions that are everything. And if you, as you were saying, your parents were New Zealand citizens when you were born, there's a concept in international law that's called domicile of origin, domicile of choice, and domicile of dependence. And domicile of origin being the domicile that an individual is born into and takes on based on their parents' status. So if your parents are New Zealand citizens, then at birth, by international law and just by the mere fact that if it's natural that if your parents are responsible for your well-being, they're your authority figure, and they have subscribed willingly to be a part of a society, then the society must also take care and protect you.
So that
It's
means
just the natural course of a relationship.
I get all of the fact that the citizenship and that the legal person is all set up for the benefit to help people, but at the time that that agreement was made, when Mum registered my name, my human being as a person in New Zealand and created the legal person, I didn't agree to that. I wasn't
It doesn't matter. She was your authority figure. She made the decision on your behalf.
What if their fucking parents are illegal immigrants? Does that make you born an illegal immigrant?
Mm.
No,
See,
actually.
my point is, if a man wants to come up,
fucking nationality, Brian.
if a man wants to come up to me and say you're a New Zealand citizen, I would say, who are you? And do you believe I am a New Zealand citizen? Because I would be holding that man for his belief, and he would have to back up his claim that I'm a New Zealand citizen. Because all I know is that I'm a man. That I can prove. Anything else, it's up to presumption. And if some other guy wants to presume that I'm one of these other classifications other than a man, it would be up for that man or woman to prove it.
Well,
I'm not
it's
going
getting to a point now where societies are set up. Well,
things have worked in
we got to look at how societies are structured today, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for individuals to be able to operate in any society today without having documentation that at least puts a statement or a radar or a blip on the radar of the country saying, okay, here's an individual that's in our society. You know, there is a benefit and a necessity